Welcome to the UI UX Design course for Beginners 2026 brought to you by Simplilearn. Have you ever wondered how the apps, website you use are designed? What makes them intuitive, easy to use, and visually appealing? Well, you're about to find it out. Whether you're a student, a career switcher, or just curious about how UI UX designs shapes the digital world, this course is your perfect starting point. In this video, we'll walk you through the entire UI UX design process from scratch. You'll learn everything from the basics, which includes user research, wireframing, visual design, and prototyping, to industry-relevant tools used by top designers like Figma. We'll dive into concepts like usability, interaction design, and best practices to create seamless user experiences. Plus, we'll also explore how to leverage generative AI in design, mastering micro-interaction, building responsive layouts, and using ChatGPT to streamline your design workflow. By the end of this course, you'll not only have a strong foundation in UI UX design, but also have a clear roadmap to start your career in box below. Before we get started, here's a quick quiz to get you started. What does UI UX design focus on? Visual appeal, user experience, animation, or is it layout design? Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
Hi everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this session, we will be learning user interface and user experience designs. Now, before we begin, I would like to tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. So, if you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So without further ado, let's get started with today's session on user interface and user experience. So the user interface or user experience design, or also known as UI UX, is the process of creating digital products with a user-first approach. The goal of UI UX design is to provide a product that is both aesthetic and extremely pleasurable to use. It is a common idea that UI and UX are essentially the same thing and belong to the same discipline, but that is not totally accurate. They are separate fields that concentrate on different aspects of the user interaction with a digital product. However, they are closely related and overlap in so many ways that they are largely merged into one profession. So, to start off with, let's have a quick look at the agenda for today's session. We will start off by understanding what is UI UX. We will move on to what skills do UI UX designers need and what are their tasks. Next, we will see the difference between UI and UX, then what are the research techniques in UI UX and how they work together, and what are the disadvantages of combining them both. So I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now, what is user experience and user interface is our first topic. Let's get going. So, how a person will engage with a product, understanding your user's complete journey and translating it into a product. The interaction of human user with daily products and services is the subject of UX design. It includes user engagement. User engagement would come up if you were to summarize the aim of your user experience efforts. They maintain a connection with their user interests, motivations, and ambitions through engagement. Next, objectives. Objectives, as in the industry, UX design seeks to increase consumer satisfaction and loyalty through the usability, simplicity of use, and enjoyment provided in the engagement with a product. UX refers to the complete user experience that customers receive with a product. By evaluating products' usability, we can tell whether consumers can execute tasks successfully and quickly. Good usability is the basics for a successful user experience, and it is frequently confused by user experience and the simplicity of use. A part of user experience, UX design, is usability. Usability is the second level of user experience. Therefore, you must address your product's usability once you've established that it can resolve users' problems. The degree to which a designer's features fit users' demands and situations determines how usable the design is. And usability involves navigation. The discipline of creating, analyzing, and implementing ways for users to navigate through a website or app familiarity. Next is consistency. A usable and user-friendly design always provides a consistent experience. Followed by that, we have error prevention. Alerting a user when they are making an error with the intention to make it easy for them to do whatever it is they are doing without a mistake. Next, we have feedback. Feedback is used to engage and explain and can improve the user satisfaction. Followed by that, we have visual clarity. Visual clarity is the measure of how effectively visual design prioritizes and conveys information. Lastly, we have flexibility. It is about knowing your customers and giving flexibility for different customer intents. And now that we have brief understanding of what UX is, let us understand what is UI. UI, or user interface. The point of human contact and interaction on a device is called user interface. This can include desktop displays, keyboards, mice, and other pointing devices. It also refers to the manner in which a user engages with a website or application. In other words, they design the user interface of a website or app. After knowing what is user interface, we will see the different types of user interface. First, we have command line interface, or CLI. CLI enables users to input commands into a terminal or dashboard window in order to communicate with a piece of software. And it is a platform or channel where users respond to a visible prompt by typing a command and receiving the system's response. Next, we have GUI, or graphical user interface. Graphical user interface enables people to engage with just an operating system using graphics. In the graphical user interface, there are menus like windows, scroll bars, buttons, wizards, painting pictures, alternative icons, and much more. It is simple to understand and natural. The user is shown or given information in any format, including plain text, videos, photos, etc. Followed by that, we have touch graphical user interface. A touch graphical user interface can be used with either the user's fingerprints or a stylus to control graphics. This can be done on a desktop computer, laptop, or a portable device like mobile phone. Touchscreen graphical user interfaces are increasingly used in hospital situations and provide both patients and healthcare workers with a number of advantages. There are a lot of skills required for both UI and UX. Let's have a look at those skills. Skills UX designers need due to the nature of their work. UX designers require a technological skill set such as design or development with programs like Sketch, Cause by Defect, and Adobe XD. Successful UX designers have had the following soft talents or abilities. Let's discuss the different skills for UX designers. In addition to hard capabilities are research, problem solving, and communication. Research. Research is a fundamental skill. Designers must derive useful insights from the data they gather, both in early stages and during the real-world testing. Next, we have problem solving. In a process called dynamic, UX designers look at a variety of methods to solve a single user problem. They not only fix difficulties during prototypes, but they also continuously develop and improve goods or services to make them more user-friendly. Finally, we have communication. Because UX design is indeed a highly collaborative process, communication is essential. This includes being able to effectively communicate within the team and to customers about the user's needs and requirements when using the product. Now, let's discuss about the skills that UI designers need. To work as a UI designer, they must need some hard skills. UI designers must keep up with current trends, methods, and technologies to grow. They must be familiar with design aesthetics, user interfaces, and brand design, layouts, and other aspects of graphic design. They must also know how to use graphic design and wireframing software. There are some of the following skills required to become a UI designer. Creativity. The only way UI designers can effectively fix problems is by coming up with novel ideas. Since imagination is a part of creativity, businesses seek out creative individuals. Teamwork and communication. The user interface designer must work well with others. They collaborate closely with product architects and web developers, so clear communication is essential for a successful end product. Adaptability. Technology evolves at a rapid pace. To consistently develop their products and services, good UI design embraces changes and keeps on top of the industry trends. After knowing the skills required for UX and UI designers, we will look into their different tasks. UX designers. UX designers start by researching. In-person interviews are frequently the first step in user research. These conversations allow them to have a better understanding of the user's motives and problems. User tests are also conducted by the designer to observe the user activity. They improve and deliver the greatest possible user experience by detecting both verbal and non-verbal stumbling obstacles. Such tasks done by UX designers are user understanding, analyze interaction, and wireframing or prototyping. So the first one is user understanding. The depth research is typically the first step in UX design with the aim of understanding the audience, their needs, and wants. A key competency for UX designers is empathy. It aids UX designers in comprehending and revealing the hidden wants and reactions of the target audience. Next, they analyze interaction. Designers of user experience examine how users interact with things, including their routines, preferences, and shortcuts. Better design solutions are proposed during all the available insights. And the last one is prototyping. A prototype is a model or a trial version that UX teams use for testing before launching. It seeks to test and validate ideas before sharing concepts with stakeholders and ultimately handing off the final versions to design engineers for the development process. UX designers are always active in how a product is put together. To make sure the design is going in a proper direction, they communicate with each team member. Now, after knowing tasks done by UX designers, we will look into UI designer task. UI designers. The web designer is in charge of creating how the product is set out graphically once the UX team has completed their process and handled over a wireframe. They must, of course, design from the user's perspective. This includes understanding interface design and implementing basic design principles. It also entails selecting fonts, menu designs, buttons, icons, and other elements with care to both express the brand and satisfy the user. There are several tasks done by UI designers, and the first one is testing. In general, UI testing, sometimes referred to as testing, is a process designed to test the features of any product that the user will interact with. Typically, this involves doing tests on the visual components to ensure that they are performing and functionally in accordance with the specifications. Communication. Typically, the technical team, UX designers, and UI designers collaborate closely. Communicational abilities are needed to grasp technical viability. Wireframing. One of the most important processes in UI UX design is wireframing. This involves modeling the framework of digital applications. A wireframe is a product outline that shows what software components will be present in important pages. It is an essential step in process of design interactions. Now, we will see the difference between UI UX. Two of the terms used in web and application design that get mixed up and confused most are UX design and UI design, and that makes sense. On the surface, they appear to be describing the same thing because they are frequently combined in phase UI UX design. But don't worry, we will try to understand the basic differences between UI and UX. User experience relates to the user's experience of the product or service, whereas UI refers to the visual components through which humans connect with a product. Therefore, UX focuses on visual interface elements like fonts, colors, menu bars, and much more, whereas UI focuses on user and their experience with the product. After knowing the difference of UX, UI, we will see the research techniques in both UI, UX. The practice of gathering information from actual users in understanding their demands and trouble areas is known as user research. There are the following UX research techniques. User persona. A user persona is a fictionized picture of average user. The objective of this is to assist UX designers to develop solutions with particular target user in mind as opposed to a general one. User interviews. User interviews are a great method to get user data, learn why users encounter certain issue, and determine whether your design fulfills their needs. Next, surveys. A specific group of users is sent a set of questions by designers as a part of UX research survey to learn more about their attitude and preferences. Now, we will see the research techniques of UI designers. Research ensures that user wants and expectations are taken into consideration while designing user interfaces, which is typically the very first stage in the process. After the user experience has been established, the UI design process begins. The best color schemes, patterns, and other visual components must be determined by UI designers. This makes it possible for the UI designers to get ideas and ensure that the design components they select are in line with users' choices and needs. Now we will see how they work together. While UI and UX design involve quite distinct technical skills, they are both majorly elements that must work together to provide the optimal user experience. Without a proper UX design, a beautiful UI design might become clumsy and complicated to navigate. Understanding the user's demands should be the first step in any front-end design and development process. Now, after this, we will see the disadvantages of combining them both. It's almost like wearing two hats at once when you have a combined UI/UX function. UI and UX designers have diverse skill sets, even though most firms advertise a UX/UI function as a single unified role. Its main focus, way of looking at things, and approach to prototyping a product are very different. It might be difficult and reduce the amount of focus needed for each discipline in a mixed UI/UX role to constantly transition between ideas and representations.
Today, I will be talking about the laws of UI/UX design, the secret sauce behind great user experiences. These aren't just random rules. They are practical, proven principles that can make your designs intuitive and user-friendly. So in this video, I will explain the 12 most important laws of UI/UX design. We will also see a few examples of each for a better understanding. So let's dive in. But before that, here's a quick info for you guys. You can unlock your potential with Simplilearn's advanced certification in UI/UX design and dive into the world of user-centered design. This comprehensive course covers essential skills like wireframing, prototyping, usability testing, and mastering industry-leading tools such as Sketch, Figma, and Adobe XD. A Gen AI-powered UI/UX design course focused on practical learning, whether you are an aspiring designer, a developer looking to expand your skill set, or someone transitioning into the UI/UX field. This program offers hands-on experience, real-world projects, and expert guidance from industry professionals. Enroll today to begin your journey toward a successful career in UI/UX design with Simplilearn's globally recognized certification. So you can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So let's get started. So let's start with aesthetic usability effect. It states that people believe that beautiful designs work better, even if they don't. So think about how you feel when you see a beautifully designed app or website. You naturally assume it's of high quality and easy to use, right? That's this law in action. A good-looking design creates trust and positive feelings, even if there are minor flaws. So it's like meeting someone well-dressed. They just seem more reliable. Some of the examples are Apple products. Their sleek designs make people feel like they are using the best technology out there, even if there are bugs or glitches sometimes. Also, Airbnb's website. The clean design and high-quality images make you feel confident about booking a stay, even if you haven't used the platform before. Now, number 2, we have the Doherty threshold. So users stay engaged when systems respond faster than they can think. Nobody likes to wait, whether it's for a page to load or a button to respond. Delays can frustrate users. So if your app or website keeps up with the user's pace, they will stay focused and enjoy the experience more. Examples are Instagram. So as you scroll, new posts load instantly, so you never feel interrupted. Also Google search. The moment you hit search, the results are there, fast and seamless, keeping you engaged. Now next we have the fifth law. It defines that bigger and closer buttons are easier to click or tap. So imagine trying to hit a tiny button in the corner of your screen. It's annoying, right? Now think about how easy it is to tap a large, well-placed button. That's Fifth's law. When interactive elements are big and close, they're easier and faster to use. Some of the examples are Amazon's Buy Now button. It's big, bold, and right where you can see it, so you can make a purchase without effort. And MacDoc, when you hover over an icon, it enlarges, making it easier to click the one you want. Now, number 4, we have the Hicks law, which means more choices is equal to more time to decide. So ever looked at a long restaurant menu and felt overwhelmed? That's Hicks law in action. When users are bombarded with too many options, they take longer to decide, or worse, give up. So keeping things simple helps users focus and act quickly. Some of the examples are Netflix categories. So instead of showing you everything, Netflix organizes content into easy to browse sections like top picks and trending now. And then you have Spotify playlists. They suggest a handful of curated playlists instead of showing every single song, making your choice easier. Now, number 5 is the Jacobs law, which states that users expect designs to work the same way as other familiar designs. So people like things to feel familiar. If your design doesn't match what they are used to, they'll feel lost and confused. So think of it like driving. If someone moved the pedal brake, it would be a chaos, right? So some of the examples are the e-commerce sites. So the cart is always in the top right corner. So moving it somewhere else would confuse shoppers. And then you have social media platforms. Features like likes and comments work the same on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, so users instantly know what to do. Next comes law of common region. It states that group related items together to show they are connected. So imagine a grocery store where all the fruits are in one section and all the snacks in another section. That's how this law works. By visually grouping similar items, you can make it easier for users to understand the relationships between them. Some of the examples are the Google search results. So they use cards to group ads, featured snippets, and organic results, so it's clear what belongs together. And then you have forms. So grouping name, email, and phone fields help users know they are part of the same section. Next comes Miller's law. People can only hold about 7 items in their memory at a time. So our brains can only handle so much information at once. If you overload users with too many things, they'll forget or get confused. And the trick? Break things into smaller chunks to make them easier to process. Some of the examples are Spotify navigation. So instead of showing all the features, Spotify's navigation bar focuses on just a few key options like home and search. And then you have multi-step forms. So websites like LinkedIn break down job applications into smaller steps, making the process less intimidating. Now next is Occam's razor. It states that the simplest solution is usually the best solution. So more doesn't always mean better. A clean, simple design is often more effective than one with too many bells and whistles. So if an element doesn't serve a purpose, it's better to remove it. For example, Google homepage. It's just a logo, a search bar, and 2 buttons. Simple and effective. Now on number 9, we have Pareto principle, which is also known as 80-20 rule. It states that 80% of the results come from 20% of the effort. So focus on the features that matter the most. So instead of trying to perfect everything, identify the few elements that have the bigger impact and prioritize them. For example, Instagram. So posting photos and stories drives most of the engagement. So these features are the app's main focus. And then you have Amazon. The Buy Now button and search bar are front and center because they are the most used features. Next, we have the serial position effect. It states that people remember the first and the last items better than the middle ones. So if you want users to remember something, put it at the beginning or at the end. The stuff in the middle is more likely to get overlooked. For example, the Amazon deals. They highlight the best deals at the top and the bottom of the homepage to grab your attention. Also presentations. Ever noticed how the intro and conclusion are often the most memorable parts of any presentations? Now, in number 11, we have the Tesla's law, or the law of conservation of complexity. It states that some complexity is unavoidable, so manage it wisely. So you can't simplify everything. Some processes are just naturally complex, but your job as a designer is to make them as easy as possible for users. For example, Photoshop toolbar. It's complex because it has to be, but Adobe organizes tools into categories to make them manageable. Also, tax filing apps. Filing taxes is inherently complicated, but apps like TurboTax simplify the process with step-by-step guidance, and then there are some apps that provide autofill options too. And finally, we have the von Restov effect. It states that things that stand out are easier to remember. So if something looks different, it grabs attention and sticks in your mind. So use this to highlight important elements like call to action buttons or special offers. For example, Spotify's sign up button. The bright green button stands out against the dark interface, making it unmissable. Also, the sales tags. Stores use red tags for discounts because they immediately catch your eye. So that was it, guys. That's a wrap to our video. These laws of UI UX design are your toolkit for creating designs that are not only beautiful but also intuitive and effective.
So guys, let us first try to understand why UI UX is still important in 2026. So even in 2026, UI UX is not optional. Every app, website, software, or AI tool needs good design. And if users don't understand how to use a product, they are going to leave. And when users leave, businesses lose money. And that's why UI UX designers are still in very high demand. But companies like Apple, Google, Airbnb, and Netflix don't win just because of features, they win because of great user experience. Today's companies say if design is bad, then the product is bad. So, design is no longer decoration. Design is a strategy. Now, we are going to talk about the impact of AI on UX roles. AI has changed how we design, but it has not replaced designers. AI can speed up designs, suggest layouts, create wireframes, but AI cannot understand human emotions, behaviors, and ethics. So designers who work with AI will grow faster and not just disappear. Now, before moving forward, let us understand the clear difference between UI UX and product design. So basically, if I talk about UI, UI stands for user interface, where UI designers focus on like colors, fonts, buttons, typography, layouts. So UI design means how things look. And on the other hand, UX stands for experience. That's how users feels, means that how things work. UX designers focus on user research, user problems, user journeys, wireframes, and usability testing. So in a nutshell, UI is the face and UX is the brain. Now, let us understand what is the simple difference between a UI designer and a UX designer. Say you work in a restaurant. The UI you see is everything. The menu designs, the color, fonts, the layout, and how attractive the place looks. That's the UI. If menu looks clean, the text is easy to read. And if the design feels premium, then a UI designer did that. On the other hand, UX is how your experience feels, how it's easy to find a table, how quickly you understood the menu, how smoothly you place the order, and whether the food has arrived without confusion or not. That is the UX. If everything feels simple, smooth, and stress-free, a UX designer did their job very well. This is what UI and UX means. So now you must be thinking, what is product design? Product designers do both UI UX plus business thinking. They think about user needs, business goals, product growth, and long-term strategy. So this is the difference between UI designers and UX designers and also product designers. Now you must be wondering which role should you choose. So let me make it easy for you to decide. If you love visuals, then UI design is for you. If you love problem solving, then UX design is for you. And if you want full ownership of the product, then product design is for you. And it talks about the mindset you need for each role. UI designers need creativity and strong attention to detail, making interfaces look clean and visually appealing. Whereas UX designers need curiosity and empathy to understand user problems and create easy-to-use experiences. Product designers need big picture thinking and clear communication to balance user needs with business goals. Now guys, let us move ahead and discuss about the UI UX designer roadmap for 2026. This is basic to advanced UI UX roadmap, which is divided actually into 6 phases, and it is spread across 6 months. Each month builds on what you have learned in the previous month. So if you follow it step by step, you will move from beginner to a confident designer. Now guys, let us discuss about phase 1, which is design fundamentals. In month 1, you don't use any fancy tools, no Figma, no advanced software. You focus on the design basics because this is where good designers are actually made. First, you learn the basic design principles like contrast, alignment, spacing, and hierarchy. Those help users quickly understand what they should look at and what they should click and what they can ignore. Next is, I would say, learn color theory. So if I talk about color theory, then you need to understand how colors affect emotions, trust, attention, and decisions, not just what looks good. Then you learn typographic basics. This means that choosing the right fonts and making the text easy to read, so your designs look clean and professional. Most importantly, you're going to learn human psychology in design. You will understand how people read screens, make choices, and get confused, sometimes without even realizing it. Now let's discuss the project idea for first month. Take any existing app or screen like food delivery or shopping app. Redesign the screen using basic design rules. No animations, no fancy effects, just a clean layout, good spacing, and clear design. Now let us discuss about phase 2. In phase 2, you are going to do UX research and wireframing. In month 2, you shift from visuals to UX thinking. You stop asking how the screen looks and start asking how the user thinks and feels. First, you learn to identify real user problems, not just what users say, but what they actually struggle with. Then you create user personas, which are simple profiles of real users, their goals, and their pain points. Next, you map user journeys and flows, planning the step-by-step path what a user should follow inside an app. And finally, you create wireframes, simple black and white screens that focus only on structure, not the design. For your month 2 project, redesign the user flow of any existing app and create a low-fidelity wireframes for it. Now, let us discuss about phase 3, which is UI design tools. In month 3, you finally start using UI design tools. Your main focus should be Figma because it is the most widely used design tool in the industry. Along with Figma, you can explore Adobe XD and Framer. And you can use FigJam for brainstorming and planning ideas. So guys, you can see these are the respective tools. But guys, also remember, do not try to master everything at once. Focus deeply on one tool, especially the Figma. In Figma, you're going to learn auto layout so your designs adjust across different screen sizes. By the end of this month, you won't just know the tools, but you'll be confidently designing complete app screens. For your this month's project, what you can do is you can design a full mobile app UI in Figma using components, auto layout, and simple design system. Now let us talk about phase 4, which is prototyping and usability testing. So guys, in this phase, you're going to learn that design is not complete until real users test it. You create clickable prototypes and add small interactions to make the app feel real and smooth. Then you do usability testing by watching real users use your design and notice where they struggle. You collect feedback and improve the design again and again instead of just guessing. So guys, for the project, you can build a clickable prototype, test it with users, and refine it until the experience feels easy and natural. Now guys, in the phase 5, we are going to discuss about advanced UX and accessibility collaboration. In month 5, you start thinking like a professional designer, not like a student. You learn accessibility basics so your designs are usable for everyone, including people with disabilities. You design for multiple devices and learn how to hand off designs to developer clearly. You're also going to understand how to work with product managers, engineers in real team environment. For the project guys, what you can do is you can improve the usability and accessibility of any existing app or website to show real world design skills. Now let us move to the phase 6, which is portfolio and job preparation. Month 6 is where your career truly begins. You focus on becoming job ready, not just learning design. You create strong case studies that explain the problem, your solution, and the impact, not just final screens. You are also going to show your full design process and practice explaining your work confidently for interviews. So guys, you show your full design process and practice explaining your work confidently for interviews. Now your real life project is to implement the learnings. It is a complete end-to-end product from user research and wireframing to testing and final UI. And also creating a strong portfolio piece that proves you are ready for UI UX roles. So guys, in the final step, what you can do is you can build a complete end-to-end product from user research to final UI. Then what you can do is you can create your portfolio, upload it on, let's say, any website or GitHub, or you can say on Behance, and also write a proper documentation which proves that you are ready for the UI UX roles. So guys, this was your basic to advanced step-by-step 6-month UI UX design roadmap. Follow it with consistency, regular practice, and real projects, and you will build skills that actually matter. Now, let us learn the top UI UX tools to master for 2026. In 2026, designers should watch tools like Penpot, Logify, UiZard, and Framer AI. These tools use AI and automation to reduce repetitive design work. They even help convert ideas and design into usable layouts and code faster and allow designer to focus more on UX thinking and creativity, not on manual tasks. Moving forward, talking about Figma versus AI tools. So, guys, if I talk about that, Figma gives you control and collaboration, while AI tools offer speed and automation. The best designers don't choose one, they choose both together. With no code and automation, designers now design smarter and ship faster, gaining a strong edge over their work. Now, guys, let us discuss what are the skills that you need to master. First, learn about HTML, CSS basics. You don't need to be a developer, but knowing the basics help you design more realistically and communicate clearly with developers. Next is design systems. You learn about components, tokens, and consistency rules. This allows you to reuse elements instead of redesigning everything and helps products scale smoothly over time. Finally, I would say prompt engineering. So guys, designers now work with AI by writing clear prompts, design instructions, and UX logics. This is a new but powerful skill that helps you work faster and smarter in 2026. Now guys, let us talk about personal branding. First, your portfolio platforms. You can use platforms like Dribbble, Behance, and LinkedIn to showcase your work. But don't just upload beautiful screens, always explain your thinking, why you designed something, what problem you solved, and how you made decisions. Next is your case study portfolio, which is most important part. A good case study clearly explains 4 things: problem, your process, and the decisions you made, and the final outcome. Remember, companies don't hire screens, they hire problem solvers. And after that, focus on building authority online. Share simple design tips on X and also write UX articles on Medium and post regularly on LinkedIn. You don't need to be viral, you just need to be visible. When people see you thinking consistently, opportunities start coming to you. In UI UX, visibility creates trust and trust creates jobs. Now guys, let us talk about the UI UX career path in 2026. Because learning design is one thing, choosing the right career path is another. As a UI UX designer, you have 3 main career options. You can work as a freelancer where you choose your clients and work independently. Or you can work as an in-house designer where you design for one company and grow with their product. Or you can work with a product team where you collaborate closely with designers and developers and also product managers. There is no best option here. You choose based on your lifestyle, stability, and work preferences, not just trends. Now guys, let us talk about remote and global work. UI UX is one of the most remote-friendly careers today. Companies and clients don't care where you live, they care about your skills and portfolio. This means you can work with global teams and international clients from anywhere. Finally, let's look at the new roles emerging in design. In 2026, we are seeing roles like AI UX designer, conversational UX designer, and design strategist. These roles focus on designing experiences with AI, voice interfaces, and product strategy. So remember, when design roles are not shrinking, they are evolving and expanding. Now guys, let us discuss a bit about future of UI UX design. First I want to talk is AI powered design collaboration. In the future, designers will work closely with AI tools not to replace creativity but to speed up the work. AI will help layouts, ideas, testing, and improvements while designers focus on thinking and decision making. Next is personalization and ethical UX. Products will become more personalized for each user based on their needs and behavior. At the same time, designers must design ethically, no confusing patterns, no tricks. Good UX in the future means being honest, inclusive, and user first. Finally, mixed reality and augmented reality interfaces. Design is moving beyond mobile and web screens to augmented reality and immersive experiences. Designers will start creating experiences that will blend digital and real world. So the future of UI UX is smarter, more responsible, and also more immersive. And designers who adapt will stay ahead. Now guys, let us talk a bit about salary expectations. In India, as a fresher, you can easily make around 4 to 8 LPA. With some experience, you can easily make around 10 to 18 LPA, and as a senior designer, you can easily earn up to 20 LPA or more, especially in the product-based companies. In the United States, salaries are even higher. Freshers earn around 70,000 US dollars per year at an average. And if I talk about mid-level designers, they can earn easily about $100,000 or more, whereas senior designers even earn more than 150,000 US dollars or above.
Imagine you are designing a digital product like a website or an app. What's your ultimate goal? It's not just about functionality, right? It's about crafting an experience that feels seamless, intuitive, and enjoyable for the user. So let me show you something. Here's an example of a good design that follows key UI principles. It's clean, organized, and easy to navigate. Now compare it to this bad design. Cluttered, overwhelming, and frustrating to use. The difference is crystal clear, right? So this is where UI design principles come in. They are simply a roadmap to help designers like you design interfaces that are both user-friendly and enjoyable. So welcome to another informative video from Simplilearn, where today we will talk about these UI design principles, why following these principles are important, the 7 key principles to focus on, and a few tips that will help you create better UI designs. So great UI design is more than just pretty visuals. It's about making your product functional, enjoyable, and easy for everyone to use. And here's why following these principles matters. Number 1, enhances usability. Think of UI design as giving someone directions. So instead of handing them a map and expecting them to figure it out, you point to clear signs they can follow step by step. And this is what good UI does. It provides clarity and simplicity, guiding users toward their goals with ease. Number 2, improves decision making. So when your design is clear and consistent, users can navigate more confidently. For designers, having a structured framework makes it easier to anticipate user needs and make informed choices. Next is it increases efficiency. So Figma's research shows that teams using design systems complete tasks 34% faster than those who don't. So starting with clear UI principles helps designers and developers streamline workflows, and then it reduces cognitive load. So good design minimizes the mental effort needed to complete tasks. For users, that means fewer frustrations and a more enjoyable experience. So now, before we move on to the 7 principles, here's a quick info for you guys. You can unlock your potential with Simplilearn's advanced certification in UI UX design and dive into the world of user-centered design. This comprehensive course covers essential skills like wireframing, prototyping, usability testing, and mastering industry-leading tools such as Sketch, Figma, Adobe XD. A Gen AI-powered UI UX design course focused on practical learning. So whether you're an aspiring designer, a developer looking to expand your skills, or someone transitioning into UI UX field, this program offers hands-on experience, real-world projects, and expert guidance from industry professionals. So enroll now to begin your journey towards a successful career in UI UX design. You can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So the first one is hierarchy, which guides the user's attention. So hierarchy is all about directing users to the most important elements first. So you can think of it like writing a headline in a newspaper. It grabs attention before you dive into details. So in UI design, you can use size, contrast, and spacing to create a clear structure. So let's start with font size and weight. So as you can see, large bold fonts immediately draw the eye to headlines or key actions. So for example, in an e-commerce app, the product name is bold and the price is slightly smaller. And then comes contrast. So make sure that you use colors to make key elements stand out. For example, a bright Buy Now button against a neutral background will naturally grab attention. And then you have spacing, which means group related content together and leave enough space between unrelated items to create clarity. So as you can see in this example, the company name or the logo is bold and prominent because that is what they want their users to see first, which is followed by the subtitles or sections. So the use of visual cues ensures users can skim and find what they need without effort. So ask yourself, what's the first thing I want my user to notice and design around that. Now the second one is progressive disclosure, which is to simplify complex processes. So progressive disclosure is like peeling an onion. You reveal one layer at a time to avoid overwhelming users. So instead of showing everything at once, present only what's necessary for the current step. So for example, when onboarding users to a productivity app, you might start by asking for their name and email. And in the next step, you gather additional details like preferences and settings. So this makes the process feel less daunting. So to make progressive disclosure effective, number one is to provide a progress indicator. So it can either be, as you can see in this example, a progress bar, or also you can give steps like step 1, step 2 or step 3 so users know where they are. Also you can avoid unnecessary steps, so keep the flow as short as possible. And test your multi-step flows to ensure users don't drop off halfway through. Now number 3, we have consistency, which is to build trust through predictability. So consistency creates familiarity and trust. So when users know how a button, menu, or navigation bar will behave, they can focus on their tasks instead of figuring out the interface. So for example, in e-commerce platforms, the Add to Cart button is consistently placed near the product description across all product pages. So this uniform placement ensures users can quickly add items to their cart without searching for the button, streamlining their shopping experience. So now consistency applies to colors. Use the same color for similar actions, like green for submit and red for cancel. Then comes typography. Keep the font styles uniform for headings, body texts, and labels. And also interaction patterns. So ensure the drop-down sliders and the buttons that you use behave the same way throughout the design. So create a style guide or design system to enforce consistency across your project. Now the fourth one is contrast, which means highlight what's important. So contrast helps users distinguish between primary and secondary actions. It's not just about colors, it's about making sure the most critical elements stand out. So for example, a red delete button on a plain background immediately grabs attention, signaling the seriousness of the action. Now on the other hand, secondary options like cancel might appear in gray to show they are less critical. So use contrast for text readability, like black text on a white background or high contrast color combinations for buttons. Also test your designs with a contrast checker to ensure that they meet accessibility standards. So be intentional with contrast. Overusing it can also create visual clutter. Now next we have accessibility, which means design for everyone. So accessibility ensures your interfaces works for everyone, including people with disabilities. So this is not just a moral responsibility, but also makes your product more user-friendly. So some of the key accessibility practices are, number one, high contrast colors. So make sure the text and backgrounds have enough contrast for readability. Next is adding alt text for images, which means describe images for screen readers so even visually impaired users can understand them. And next is assistive technology compatibility. So test with screen readers to confirm functionality. So for example, Netflix subtitles and audio descriptions allow viewers with hearing or vision impairments to enjoy content seamlessly. Now, number 6, we have proximity, which means grouping related items together. So proximity is about placing related elements close together, so users perceive them as connected. So this creates a logical and intuitive layout. So for example, in an audio player, buttons like play, pause, and volume are grouped together because they are all related to playback controls. However, the exit or the close button is placed separately to prevent accidental clicks. So this is how you can use proximity effectively. Number 1, place labels next to the form fields they describe. Number 2, group related items with proper spacing to show connections, and then separate unrelated elements to reduce visual clutter. So white spaces, as you can see, isn't wasted space. It helps users focus and navigate easily. And finally, the seventh one is alignment, which creates order and balance. So alignment ensures your design feels clean and professional. It's like arranging books neatly on a shelf. It creates order and predictability, making it easier for users to navigate. For example, e-commerce product pages align images, product titles, and prices in a consistent grid layout. This structure helps users compare products quickly. So some of the best practices for alignment are: number 1, use a grid system to structure your layout. Number 2, align texts, images, and buttons along consistent margins. And also avoid random placement. It disrupts the visual flow. So even small misalignments can make a design look unpolished. So double check your spacing and placement. So these were the 7 UI design principles to keep in mind while designing. So now let's see some tips for an effective UI UX design. Number 1 is apply perspective. So guide users through a logical sequence of actions as told earlier. For example, lead them from browsing a product to adding it to the cart and completing the checkout. Number 2, keep it effortless. Make the interface intuitive with clear navigation and minimal cognitive load. And then use shortcuts. Speed up common tasks with quick access buttons or keyboard shortcuts. And finally, test. Observe how real users interact with your design to catch and fix issues earlier. So that's a wrap on the principles of UI design. Remember, great design isn't about being flashy. It's about being functional, accessible, and intuitive. So what exactly is a portfolio in the context of UI UX design? A portfolio is essentially your showcase. It's your opportunity to display the breadth and depth of your skills and creativity to potential clients or employers. Unlike many other professions, where your resume does most of the talking, in UI UX design, your portfolio is the main thing that will make or break your chances of landing that job or project. It's a visual resume, but with storytelling. Through your portfolio, you demonstrate your problem-solving abilities, design process, and how you approach real-world challenges. Think of it as a narrative. You're not just showing pretty screens, you're showing how you arrived at a solution, what the problem was, and how your design impacts the user experience. So in short, a great UI UX portfolio not only highlights your skills, but also communicates your thought process and the value you bring to the table. Now that we know what a portfolio is, let's talk about what should go in it. So the content of your portfolio should be carefully curated to highlight your best works and demonstrate versatility. So here's a checklist of key elements. Number 1, case studies. Now, these are the heart of your portfolio. You need at least 3 to 5 solid case studies. Each should tell the full story, from problem to solution, starting with the research phase, wireframing, prototyping, and final visual designs. Next comes process documentation. So don't just show the end product. People want to see how you got in there. So include sketches, wireframes, iterations, and feedback loops. So explain your thought process and design decisions along the way. Now comes user research. Show that you understand the users you're designing for. Include personas, user flows, journey maps, and insights you gathered during the research phase. Next comes visual design. The aesthetic part of your work should reflect your UI skills. Highlight your use of typography, color schemes, and UI elements like buttons, icons, etc. And then prototyping and testing. Include any user testing you did, along with the results and how you implemented changes based on feedback. And then about section. So don't forget to introduce yourself. This section should explain your background, what got you into design, your approach to UI UX, and what kind of projects you enjoy. Ultimately, you want to showcase your ability to solve real-world problems through design while also showing your creativity. Now, I hear this question all the time, like how do I make a portfolio if I don't have any experience? So here you have the good news. It's completely possible to build an impressive portfolio even if you're starting from scratch. So next, here are a few strategies to help them. Number 1 is personal projects. So you can create your own hypothetical projects. It could be redesigning an existing app or website, solving a problem you have noticed in your daily life, or even creating a product from scratch based on a concept. So these projects still showcase your abilities. Next comes volunteer work or freelancing. So you can offer your skills to non-profits, small businesses, or startups that may not have a big budget for design. So it's a win-win situation, like you get experience and they get much needed help. Next comes design challenges. So you can participate in UI UX design challenges on platforms like Behance or Dribble. You can also find daily or weekly challenges that push you to design under different constraints. So these can go straight into your portfolio. Next are case studies from mock projects. So even if the project isn't real, you can still approach it like a real world case study. So outline the problem, research, and demonstrate your design process and final solution. So remember, the key is to show your thinking process and problem solving skills, not necessarily who you have worked for. Alright, so once you have gathered your projects, the next question is, how do I organize them? So there are a few golden rules for formatting. Alright, so once you have gathered your projects, the next question is, how do I organize them? So there are a few golden rules for formatting. Number one, keep it simple and clean. Don't overwhelm visitors with too many visuals or texts. The focus should be on your work. Use a minimal design so your projects stand out. Next comes storytelling. Structure each case study like a story. Introduce the project, the problem, your role, your process, and finally the solution. So provide enough context so that someone with no background in design can understand your thinking. Number three is responsive design. Make sure your portfolio looks good on both desktop and mobile. You're a UI UX designer, so this is a must. It shows you understand the importance of good user experience. Number four comes interactive prototypes. So if possible, include interactive prototypes. So tools like Figma or InVision allow you to embed live prototypes that can be clicked through, giving a more immersive experience for the viewer. And then comes ease of navigation. So organize your content so that it's easy to find. Use categories like UI design, UX case studies, or mobile projects if you have multiple skill sets. So now let's quickly talk about some common mistakes to avoid. Number one, too much focus on visuals. So remember, UX is just as important as UI. So don't make your portfolio all about flashy interfaces. Show that you understand the user experience side as well. Then comes not explaining your process. Now, employers don't just want to see the final result. They want to know how you got there. So beautiful design without context might not be enough. Number three is overloading with projects. So quality is over quantity. It's better to have 3 strong projects with deep insights than 10 surface level ones. Then comes ignoring feedback and iterations. So design is a collaborative process. Show that you can take feedback and refine your work. Do not skip this part. Then finally comes unpolished visual design. So if you're applying for UI UX roles, your portfolio itself needs to have a great visual design. So make sure it's polished, easy to navigate, and a pleasure to use. So finally, having known all this, let's talk about where to build and host your portfolio. Luckily, there are some fantastic platforms that makes this process super easy. So number one is Behance, perfect for UI UX designers. So Behance is a popular platform that allows you to create beautiful project presentations, interact with the design community, and showcase your work to potential employers. Next is Dribbble, known for its creative community. Dribbble is ideal if you want to showcase short snapshots of your work, particularly UI design. It's more visual, but still a good place to start. Next is WordPress or Webflow. So if you want a custom website, WordPress with a design theme or Webflow can give you full control. Webflow in particular is a favorite among designers because it combines web design and development tools, making it easier to build beautiful responsive portfolios. Next comes Adobe Portfolio. If you're already an Adobe Creative Cloud subscriber, you can use Adobe Portfolio to build a website easily. It's simple but integrates well with other tools. And finally, we have Carbon Made. It's a user-friendly platform designed specifically for portfolios. It has beautiful templates and is great if you're looking for an easy setup with little to no coding involved. So you can pick a platform that best fits your needs and make sure it's easy to update over time. So now that you got a clear idea on how to create a portfolio, let's see a portfolio from Behance. So this is a well-made portfolio. So as you can see, first they have mentioned the objective, scope, and design approach, followed by a detailed client profile. After which they have given a detailed timeline explaining the process they went through, which includes planning, research, wireframe, and visual design, and the tools they have used for the same. After which they have portrayed the color palette and the text styles used. Then they have given the dashboard wireframe, and then the login page, the UI design, and different pages in the website, thus making it a complete and well-made portfolio. So before you start with making your portfolio, make sure you refer to many other portfolios to get more ideas. And that was it. Those are the tips on how to create a stunning UI UX design portfolio even if you don't have a ton of experience. So remember, your portfolio is a living document. Keep it updated, refine it, and let it grow as you grow as a designer.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. You're already watching Simplilearn, and today we bring you this informative video about Adobe XD tutorial. This tutorial is designed for learning UI UX design using Adobe XD. It is very useful for UI and UX designers, graphic designers, and the other professionals as it is leading and trending the market among the UI designing tools available because of its many advanced features and tools. Before we begin, if these are the videos you like to watch, then hit that subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified. And if you are a tech geek, here is a brain teaser for you. Who coined the concept of Adobe XD? The first one is Don Norman, Talon Wordsworth, Dylan Field, or is it Raymond Lloyd? Let us know your answer below and get a heart from Simplilearn. Without any further delay, let's get started with the session. Now let's take a quick look at the agendas first. Here we cover the basics and advanced topics of Adobe XD. First, we will start by understanding what Adobe XD is. We'll then review some of the Adobe XD's advanced features. Then we'll see how prototyping works in Adobe XD. Lastly, useful tips for designing and creating image graphics and web designs in Adobe XD with top use cases. What is Adobe XD? Adobe XD is a powerful and trending design tool that is easy to use and a vector-based software tool for designing digital designs and prototyping UI and UX that gives the tool that a developer needs to develop the world's best experience collaboratively. Adobe XD is designing the UI or UX for web applications, mobile applications, and many applications. It also provides an ideal way to create assets for different applications. Adobe XD is provided and managed by Adobe Inc. It comes for macOS operating system and Windows only. We cannot use it in Linux-based operating systems. It creates a web-based link that can be opened using any web browser. But Adobe XD becomes the most useful tool. Before Adobe XD, the Photoshop tool was widely used for design purposes, but Photoshop doesn't have a user experience. This disadvantage of Photoshop design makes Adobe XD the most efficient design tool as we have an application for user experience. Its prototyping and animation features give the application a complete virtual tool. The best thing about Adobe XD is that it provides a user interface for design. Each tool in Adobe XD has optimal options, making it incredibly simple to utilize. As a result, it saves the designers a huge amount of time. On the same project, designers make various places can simply work together. Team members can watch and provide comments and suggestions through commenting and pinning directly from their browser using the link sharing tool. Now we will see what are the advanced features of Adobe XD. Adobe XD has a wide range of extensive and powerful features and applications that makes it an essential tool for any UX designer. Some highlighted features of Adobe XD are: the first one is components and states. Second, padding and stacks. The third one is repeat grid, and the last one is responsive resize. So the first one is components and states. These are advanced features that Photoshop doesn't support. Components allow the creations of it once and then can use it multiple times in the same existing project, providing features to the applications. When building certain design elements like buttons and navigations and maintaining the alignments across our design, components are helpful. Changes we make to the primary components will also affect the supporting components, therefore it will be helpful for design changes. And for the stats, as opposed to components, are also effective approach to making the design functional. We can preview our variations on a single component thanks to states. States can be used to design produce effects like hover, click, toggle, and many more. And it is helpful to create and design cleanly by reducing the number of artboards. For example, instead of developing a new artboard for a drop-down menu, we can construct one using a click state. So the next one is padding and stacks. These are also some advanced features of Adobe XD that are not available in other designing softwares like Photoshop and are useful features of Adobe XD. It is very helpful when working with dynamic content such as buttons and labels and managing content sections and exploring design. It will save significant time and effort and provide a well-organized design structure. And the third one is repeat grid. Repeat grid is also one of the excellent feature of Adobe XD and also one of the best feature of Adobe XD. By using a feature of a repeat grid, we can easily copy up with the same layout multiple times. It can be used in building the images, data tables, image galleries, and other things. It takes a long time to design these UI components. The repeat grid functionality could save our lives in such circumstances. We may turn on the repeat grid for a certain items with just one click. Using the repeat slider, we may repeat any objects or collections of objects once the repeat grid features is enabled. The text and graphics on the repetition grid can also be modified. And the next one is responsive resize. The world is full of different types of e-gadgets, smartphones, smartwatches, and TV. So while working with the design, we must ensure UI compatibility for all sizes of devices. The responsive resize features allow us to automatically understand the design for a new device and fit the design in. There are several other exclusive and intelligent features of Adobe XD that allows us to choose Adobe XD over any other graphic designing software. To understanding some of the features of Adobe XD, we will see how prototyping works in Adobe XD. Adobe XD supports dynamic and interactive prototyping for the design to interact with different layouts. We can add animation, transitions to stimulate the flow of the application. We provide a real-time preview of the application. Using the prototype features of Adobe XD, we can experience a virtual tour of the application. The prototype can be shared with the team and stakeholders through a web link. The team can experience a complete preview of the applications and provide valuable feedback right from the browser. Adobe XD supports dynamic and interactive prototype for the design to interact between different layouts. We can add animation, transitions to stimulate the flow of the application. It provides a real-time preview of the application. Using the prototype features of Adobe XD, we can experience a virtual tour of the application. The prototypes can be shared easily with the team and stakeholders through a web link. The team can experience a complete preview of the application and provide valuable feedback right from their browsers. So, in the design mode, we create the design for our applications using Adobe XD tools and designs features. Then we switch to prototype mode to specify the interactive links between the artboard and components. We can also create prototypes using the components tree. Once we are done with the design and prototype, we can share the design using the share feature. We can preview the designs and prototypes using the previous features. The prototype is one of the finest features of Adobe XD, which makes it different from other tools. We can also add transitions and animations to our prototypes while redirecting to other screens. After understanding how prototyping works in Adobe XD, we will understand the top uses of Adobe XD in different fields. Top Adobe XD use cases. Adobe XD is a flexible tool and can be used for a wide range of design projects. Some popular uses include create wireframe, templates, and prototypes, design user interface, create illustrations and graphics, streamlines the UI and UX design process, enjoy custom design, and the last one is design augmented and virtual reality. The first one is create wireframes, templates, and prototypes. Adobe XD is an excellent tool for quickly creating wireframes and prototypes. Creating simple and complex design is easy, and you can add interactive elements to make your prototype more realistic. The prototype tool is excellent for web design, mockups, and mobile apps, and for making real-time updates to your UI and UX project. And the next one is design user interface. Adobe XD is a great tool for designing. It's a vector base, so you can create designs and has many built-in UI elements to use in your designs. The third one is create illustrations and graphics. Adobe XD is a great tool for creating illustrations and graphic design elements, offering an extensive creative library with the vector, images, shapes, colors, and fonts. The interactive prototype updates in real time, so your workflow is fast and responsive when building mobile apps and web designing and more. The next one is streamline the UI UX design process. Adobe XD makes it easier to duplicate and reuse the common elements, create repeating content, and automate the process to save time. So the next one is enjoy custom design. Adobe XD lets you create variations of a single components and maintain spacing between the contents of a group and the other bounds. It is possible because of its padding options, endless customizations using space, wireframes, and colors, and more within the Adobe XD design system. And the last one is design augmented and virtual reality. Adobe XD supports designing augmented and virtual reality experience. You can add 3D objects to your prototypes and test how they work in an immersive environment, making crafting AR and VR experience easy, even if you are a beginner. Let's take a look at Adobe Experience Design XC. It's a part of the Adobe suite that primarily focus on UI design, UX design, prototyping, and responsive web designs. It's available for both Mac and PC as long as you have an Adobe CC subscription. It's most definitely competitor to along the modern design tools that have come out recently and you might be using like Sketch or Figma or the dozen others that are on the market right now. So in this video, I'm going to cover the basic things you need to know about XC when you first open up the project to help you to get up and running and feel really confident about the program. I'm ready to get started. I hope you are. Let's do this thing. Okay, let's get jump into right the computer and figure out when the 10 basic things or the basic that you need to know about. I'm just going to roll and I'm gonna open XD. Okay, and we will open up the program and you can see it's open, it's right up and it's dropped as an artboard into our canvas. The artboard system is really common things nowadays and model design tools and exists no different and allows you to put new artboards onto the canvas anytime you want. You can do that's by rolling over here into the tools panel and here an artboard tool, and you can use the hotkey of A and you can do the things. You can draw out and customize the size of an artboard, and I'm just gonna command Z to undo that. Or you can choose from the different selection that we have, like we have iPhone X up here. Maybe we want to do like an Android mobile device as well, and I'm want to like an iPhone 14 Pro to the right, and then it's every time you want to put an artboard just down on the screen, it's going to just space it when you open out to the right. And also with artboard, you can use, and also with artboard you can press the V command or use your selection tool, and you can grab the artboard by just grabbing the top kind of portion of the name of that artboard, and you can move it around the canvas and you can get some automatic snapping for spacing and all that kind of good stuff. But that's the first thing that you need to notice: how to make artboard, how to move them, and also how to resize them by just simply that. And all right, so the second thing you probably need is a basic tool or understanding of the interface. And so what we are going to do right now is very general fashion, not real in depth. We're just going to kind of cruise through the interface and show you what we have on the very left hand side. We kind of already covered it. We have the tool panel where you can drop the different shapes or lines. You can use your pen tool, text, and you can zoom in. Each of these have an hotkey and that you can learn to kind of speed up your workflow. Sorry. down at the bottom of this same panel. And you can see there we have a hotkey, and as well as, and you can click over yeah, these assets, the assets where in where X is gonna store all of your colors and your characters style and your reusable symbols or components you can reuse through your projects. And so you knowing how to click back and forth between your layers and your symbols or your layers and your assets, really powerful part of XD. Right next to that we have all the artboards displayed. We can see all the three on their own separate line. Up at the top left, you can see we are currently on the design tab, and we'll talk about this layer, but we can click over to prototype tab where we can able to create interactions between our kinds of artboard and create interactive prototypes. So that's the difference between these two tabs, that we have the name obviously of our project, and then we have some basics controls on the top right, like zoom in, zoom out, like what percentage are we currently looking at. We want a device preview it or desktop preview it looks like, so we can share these designs. And then you all have your basic tools. If I just draw a rectangle, and then you have all your basic tools. If I just want to draw a rectangle, and then if you all see the basic tools, I have just drawn the rectangle, and you see over in my properties panel, then you have all your alignment tools and some interesting repeats grid, and you have pathfinders or the boolean operations, and you have all your different properties for your width, your height, your x and y value, and we have some different prototyping options, as well as all of your appearance options like colors, text, and different stroke sizes, and all the good stuff is there. And that is a basic tour of the interface. All right, the third thing you might want to know how to do using Adobe XD, like any other Adobe product, is to use the pen tool, and that's by simply clicking on the pen tool in the tools panel or by pressing the hotkey of P. Once I do it, I get my pen icon, and I can start by adding nodes to my artboard and create custom shapes, filling those custom shapes with colors. Coming back and redness of redressing, we can redress the individual node, and we can redress in the individual node, and I can add new nodes on however any line. I can redress in the individual node. I can add new node by hovering over any line. I can also delete each one at a time by pressing delete key, and it will just slowly move around and delete each of these points. A few interesting things about the pen tool in Adobe XD is that, unlike most other Adobe products, may hold down shift and gently, I can hold down shift and get increments on. I can just kind of freeform it by doing it with nothing but my hand once I release. And I have created here a brazier curve. So it's gonna be and it will come out straight. It's gonna automatically kind of smart pan or bow the curve. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing. If I created a straight line, and if I hold down the option key like is in most other program, I can just control one of the basic handles instead of both the handles to give myself um, a little a little bit more controls of where I'm going to go next. But the automatic curve thing, it's a little bit um, yeah, The fourth thing that you are gonna want to know about in Adobe XD is about styles and reusable symbols. We have created kind of funky shape on our canvas, and I can select the shape, fill it with, and we can add an ugly color. Yeah, that's not such an ugly color, but now let's say I want to make this some sort of reusable component that I could use over and over. In this a bad use case, and I had it's probably be something more likely a button or logo or a certain style that you can have to going on your project. But for your our example, this will do if I want to create a reasonable symbol out of this element, though I would roll all the way over to the left and down between my asset and my layers. I have an asset panel and it's here. There's few things I can do while I'm here in my asset panel. I could probably create a reusable color. We have a border color and the fill color that are both a part of now that the rest of this design, and I can always come back and reuse those styles. I can also create a reusable symbol and I can rename this symbol. I can call block because this what it looks like to me, and anything and anytime I want another one of these, I could either option to drag, and this could either option drag another one out, or I could drag one from my asset panel. And there's like this, it's a nice visual representation of all your reusable components in your project, and it's really nice symbol work in a very interesting way, I will say. You just take any of the represented symbols on the canvas, and you can change the properties with the color, and will change the size of this, right? And I can also double click and change the size of the element. When I do that, it changes every symbol, not only on the canvas but also the symbol panel. So yeah, so that's kind of interesting. So now we have changed the size of our symbol, and maybe we want to have that color into our colors. We also have character styles, so I can use my text tool. I just drag out some text and say let's just write headline, and let's choose a headline and just drag out some text and say that let's just write a headline, and let's choose a headline, like maybe we will all grab a fedora or bold, or let's make the size little big, and maybe even make it little more bold. Yeah, and our headline still something like 60, and then we can take the character style, and we can take that headline into our character style, and we can add it into our character style panel, and we can rename like, and we can take the character style and we can add it into our character style panel, and we can rename this, like maybe we want this just to be like h1, and so now So we have a headlining, and anytime we have like two new text, we could start when typing anything like she with kind of text that I was using. I can apply that character style simply by clicking on my new and text and double clicking on my character style and home, and we have our headline style has been applied on one thing. And I really enjoying is if you have a multiple of those styles or multiple of those symbols on a page or across different canvas, you can right click and highlight all of them on every canvas throughout your entire project. That's really cool as well. The fifth thing we are going to talking about Adobe XD is, in my opinion, uh, one of its coolest features, and that's its ability to repeat grids and speed up the design process with its repeatable grid features. I have now created what I consider to be a reusable component. I'm going to click back over to my layers view, and I'm going to group it together. I'm just going to call that card. Okay. Now I'm going to group that together. I'm just going to call that card. Okay. And now I want to perhaps make lots of these cards and then added the spacing and how they all work together, like all at one time instead of duplicating again and duplicating. Instead, I can just click on the element I want to duplicate and head over to my properties. After dragging down, and all the copies of it appear, and now we can have multiple copies that are being controlled by our grid. We can just kind of fix them, like, and that if we want to change or edit the spacing that we have of our cards in between from one to another, we can literally just double click and we can roll over those margin areas, and we can grab and just kind of stretch out to our liking. So now, and this feature is very extremely enjoyable. I think it's really speed up kind of the rapid prototyping aspects of design, as well as some of that tedious kind of back and forth of spacing things. You don't have to do that because all these taken care of right here in our repeat grid function. The next thing we need to talk about is prototyping. It's a kind of big deal in XD. It's so big, it has its own tab up the top of the left and to the right of the design. Now we are in the prototype tab, and prototyping is really easy. You literally just gonna click on any sort of element that you want to, like, for instance, for our cards, or for the triangle, or for the circle, I'm going to grab the tab and I just connect it to, and you're gonna set it any type of trigger. For instance, I'm putting the trigger as a tab, and animation should be like, I will choose only auto animate, and this one back to this. For this, we have to see whether is it working or not. First, we will tap on this, and we have the play button over here. So the thing, it will pop out, and when the thing we have putting on the trigger as by tapping, when we will tap on the circle, the next page of the iPad is coming after the iPhone 14 Pro to the iPad 1. So our final point, it's all about sharing. Sharing is creating, and as the is all about sharing, and so we are not we are in our prototype view right now. It doesn't matter if you are in your design or prototype, the share icon will always show up in the very top right, and by clicking I can publish the prototypes and publish some design space, manage my public links. But first thing we are to do, publish our prototype. We are gonna allow.
Ever come across apps that may not be the most feature rich but are just so well designed that you can't help but use regularly? To generate such high functionality, UI UX designers play a crucial role in creating user friendly and visually appealing digital products such as websites and mobile apps. Additionally, the increasing use of digital products in everyday life had led to high demands for UI UX designers, making them valuable assets in many industries. You are already watching Simplilearn, and today we bring you this informative video about how to become UI and UX designer. And if you are a tech geek, here is a brain teaser for you. User interface design implemented is an iterative process that draws on predefined design principles. Is it true or false? Let us know your answer below and get a heart from Simplilearn. Before we begin, if these are the videos you like to watch, then hit that subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified every time we upload a new video. Without any further delay, let's get started with the session on what makes UI UX easy to use. Well, UI UX designers aim to create products that are easy to use by following several principles, such as keeping interface simple and using consistent design patterns, designing interfaces that provide clear feedback, following accessibility guidelines, and continuously testing the product with users to get feedback and make changes accordingly. By following these principles and the best practices, UI UX designers can create products that are user-friendly and meet the needs of their target audience. So now that we have understood how UI UX is easy to use, we will now explore their importance. UI UX design is crucial for success of any digital product. For example, the UI UX design of Instagram stories emphasizes simplicity, creativity, and ease of use, allowing users to quickly and effectively share their experience with others. Various creative tools for adding text, stickers, filters, and more to enhance the visual appeal of stories. Also, it determines how enjoyable it is for users to interact with the product. A well-designed UI UX can distinguish between a widely adopted product and a quickly abandoned one. But why UI and UX? UI UX is important because it directly impacts a user experience with the product. A well-designed UI UX can make a product easy to use, visually appealing, and provide a seamless experience for the users. This can lead to increased users' engagement and satisfaction and even drive sales. In short, a good UI UX can make the difference between a product that is successful and one that is not. A poor UI UX can lead to frustration, confusion, and ultimately users abandoning the product. Additionally, it's also a way of differentiating your product from competitors, as a well-designed UI UX can make it stand out in the market. Now that we have covered all the basics of UI UX, next, let's discuss the salary for both UI and UX designers. The salary for a UI UX designers can vary widely depending on the factors such as location, experience, and the specific company or industry. However, here are some approximate salary ranges for UI UX designers in India and the US. UI UX designers' salaries in India ranges from 2.1 lakh to 15.0 lakh per annum, with an average annual salary of 5.5 lakhs. And talking about the US, a UI UX designer's annual salary is approximately $98,000. The employment situation for them is stable and expanding. But what kind of role should UI UX designers aim for? UI UX designers play different but complementary roles in the design and development of digital products. UI designers are responsible for products, visual design and layout, including the layout of buttons, menus, and other interactive elements. They create the overall look and feel of the product and ensure that it is visually appealing and easy to navigate. UX designers, on the other hand, focus on the overall user experience of a product. They conduct user research, testing, and analyze to understand the needs and behaviors of users.
They use this information to create wireframes, prototypes, and user flows that will guide the development of the product. They also ensure that the product is easy to use and efficient. In summary, UI designer focus on the visual design and layout of the product, while UX designer focus on the user experience and usability of the product. Both roles have worked together to create a digital product that is visually appealing, easy to use, and provides a great user experience. Now that we have talked about the role, let's explore the roadmap for becoming a UI UX designer. The first one is learn the fundamentals of design. Study design principles such as layout, typography, color theory, and user experience. And the second is get familiar with design tools. Learn to use popular tools such as Adobe XD, Sketch, Figma, and InVision. And the third one is build a portfolio. Create a portfolio of your design work to showcase your skills and abilities to potential employers. The next one is network. Attend design events, meet other designers, and join online design communities to learn about new design trends and technologies. The next one is keep learning. Stay updated on the latest design trends and technologies by taking online classes, attending workshops, and reading design blogs and books. The next one is specialize. Decide on a specific area of UI UX design in which you want to specialize, such as mobile design or web design. Continual learning and development as a field of design is constantly changing and evolving. It's important to keep learning and staying updated with the latest design trends and technologies. And the last one is certification. If you want to demonstrate your skills and knowledge in a specific UI UX design area, consider obtaining a certification. Up next, we will see the skills required to become UI UX designer. Now, to become a UI UX designer, one must possess technical and creative skills. These include strong understanding of design principles, including layout, color theory, typography, and user-centered design. Knowledge of user research and user testing method or understanding users' requirement. Strong communication skills to effectively present and explain design decisions to stakeholders. Understanding web development technologies and ability to design for various platforms including desktop, mobile, and web. Strong problem-solving skills to create effective and efficient design that meet users' needs. Knowledge of accessibility and inclusive design principle ensures the design is accessible to all users. Continuous learning and keeping up with new design trends and technological advancements. In summary, UI UX designers must have a blend of technical and creative skills, a deep understanding of design principles, a user-centered design approach, and the ability to learn and adapt to new technologies and trends constantly. Now we'll see what tools are required or what tools are commonly used in UI UX designing. So the first one is Sketch or Adobe XD. These tools are used to create wireframes, mockups, and user interface prototypes. Axion. This prototyping tool allows designers to create interactive wireframes and prototypes. InVision. This is also a prototyping tool that allows designers to create interactive wireframes, mockups, and prototypes. Figma. This is a cloud-based design tool that allows for collaboration among multiple team members and can be used for creating wireframes, mockups, and prototypes. User testing. This tool allows designers to conduct user research and testing to gather feedback on their designs. These are some common tools used in UI UX design, but the specific tools used will depend on the project and the designer's preference. Let's discuss what practices are needed for UI UX designers. Becoming a UI UX designer requires education and practical experience. A strong foundation in design is essential. To gain practical experience, designers can participate in internship or freelance projects. Additionally, it's important to stay up to date with the latest design trends, for example, the dark mode concept, tools and technologies to ensure you can deliver design that meets the need of the modern digital landscape. Participating in design communities, attending conferences and workshops, and taking online courses can keep your skills sharp. The ability to cooperate and communicate with cross-functional teams, such as developers, product managers, and stakeholders, is another requirement for UI UX designers. Next, we will see portfolio for UI UX design that needs to include. A UI UX design portfolio is a collection of a digitally made showcase of past designers' skills and abilities in designing user interfaces and user experience for various digital products, such as websites,
mobile apps, and software. It demonstrates a designer's design process, problem-solving skills, and ability to create user-centered designs. Having a portfolio is important because it helps designers to effectively communicate with their work and skills to potential clients or employers, and it allows them to stand out in a competitive job market. Example of your best UI or UX work should be included in your portfolio, along with a summary of your professional background and a landing page that makes it simple for hiring managers and recruiters to find what they are looking for. 3 main things your UI UX portfolio should include: an attractive landing page, a few case studies, and work history. Here is an example for you. Nia Watkins is a UX designer. Many of the obvious checkboxes are checked in her UX portfolio, including clear design, navigation, and well-organized case studies. However, Nia's About section is what really makes her UX portfolio stand out. Now, when someone is viewing your UX portfolio, they might not immediately look at your About Me page. However, if they manage to get that far, it is a crucial chance for you to share your story and say something noteworthy. Nia accomplishes this in just 4 condensed paragraphs. She begins by clearly stating who she is and what she does. Then she describes her previous work and how it influenced her decision to pursue a career in design. Nia talks about how she encountered ineffective, poorly designed websites while working in civil service and frequently had no use creative solution to save time, energy, and money. She expresses her view on what makes a good designer, understanding the human experience. Last but not least, Nia shares her hobbies and interests outside of design with us. Nia's About section is strong, unique, and impactful. It is an essential component of her brand and portfolio, not just an afterthought. You may not realize how important your About Me page is. You can definitely take a reference from Nia's portfolio and create a unique About section for yourself that relates a personal, meaningful story about your enthusiasm for user experience. Contains few brief paragraphs about your experience and inform the reader about the person who created the portfolio. Let's take a brief look at companies that hire UI UX designers: Google, Freelancer, Apple, Amazon, IBM, Microsoft, Facebook, Adobe, Salesforce, Tesla, and Oracle. It is important to research the companies you are interested in, their design philosophy, and the type of products they design to ensure a good match with your skills and interests. After looking at the companies that hire UI UX designer, we will see how to apply for this job. So you can follow these steps to apply for a job in UI UX design. Update your portfolio and resume to reflect your abilities better. Investigate potential employers and job posting in the industry. Personalize your cover letter and resume for each position you can apply, and network with others in the field to obtain recommendation or connections. By practicing and showcasing your design process and problem-solving abilities, you can get ready for the interview. Now at the last, we will discuss some tips for interview. Know the company and the role. Research the company, its product, and specific role you are interviewing for. Show your portfolio. Have a strong portfolio that showcases your design skills and process. Understand the design process. Be able to explain the design process you created and how you approach solving design problems. Be familiar with industry tools. Know the most commonly used design tool and be able to explain why you are using them. Know the user-centered design principle. Be familiar with user-centered design principle and be able to apply them to real-world scenarios. Stay up to date. Be knowledgeable about current design trends and technologies. Be yourself, show your personality, and let your passion for design shine through. Gathering user requirements, creating graphic elements, and creating navigational components are all duties of a UI UX designer. Therefore, in order to succeed in this role, you should have a prior experience using design software and wireframes tool.
Nowadays, a resume is an essential tool when looking for a new job. The resume has overtaken all other requirements on the modern job marketing regarding what prospective employers look for. Instead of taking interview first, the resume is what impresses employers. This article will show you how to create a stylish and catchy resume in Canva CV template that accurately convey your work's experience. So here we come with the steps to create the Canva CV templates. So the first step is to select the templates and go to the Canva first, and you have to sign in with it, and you have a template option over here next to home, and you have to click it. You will enter to the template page of Canva and you will write resume over the search bar. and select the desired resume according to your choice and find your ideal template for your resume by scrolling up. And once you search the resume, you will see a millions of resume templates available in this Canva, so you can choose according to your needs. So we are creating a Canva template, so we will choose a blank page. So first we will take a frame, circle frame, so that you can put your picture in this circle. So let's take a picture of a girl. Let's take this. Yeah. Now let's take an rectangle. Bring in front. We will change the color for this. Let's take an light color. Take a little big. So in this, you can keep your name and your designation to highlight it in the resume. So first, I have highlighted the name as Sam given, and she is a graphic designer. So I have highlighted this. We can make it bold and little bigger. We can change the color font. Okay. Now after selecting the picture and highlighting the name, we will customize the background. Now we are in the Canva home page with the selected template and we can customize it. Changing the background color is a good place to start with customization. To select the background of a template, you have to double click on it and you can have a small box on the left of the panel and you can select any of the color. Let's take this color, and you can pick any of them to include on your resume. And now we will see the header and the contact information. This section contains your name, designation with some personal information like email, date of birth, and any other social media links like LinkedIn, etc. So we will write it over here. So here I added the information with the header with the contact information of a user. So here I'm adding the contact number with the email ID and the location with the links of like LinkedIn or something, the websites that she is or the user is on. Next, we can add the summary statement or the career objects. Like this section contains a small description of your career objectives in this field. For example, your expectation towards the company. So we will design it over here. So here I have designed with the colors. Suppose we can change the color for this also. I have put it the light sky color, or you can keep any color. Let's take this color. Yeah. So after professional profiles, after adding this summary statement, now we have to add the additions, educations and the skills. This section contains the details of your educations and soft and hard skills. For example, BE, BSc, BTech or etc. So let's add it over here. So here I'm adding the educations and the skills of the expertise skills, that is web designing, creative thinking, Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator and etc. And for the education also I am putting the masters in arts and illustrations and BA in arts or illustrations. So next we will add the certification, hobbies, interests or projects. Like this section will contains additional information about your habits, projects, etc. For example, hobbies like playing cricket, etc. We will mention it with the stars, or we can mention it with the dots, or we can with the poll, how much the language you know. So here I have mentioned the certification or the hobbies, interests or the projects, like the language also, like how much she knows the language of English, like she knows. I have written it by, I have mentioned it by the dots, like how much out of 5 she knows, almost 4, or out of 5 she knows only 3 for the French and etc. And for the interest, she's interested in traveling or reading books. So this part is of the certification, hobbies and interests and the projects. So the next one is the work experience. This section contains the details of your previous work experience, like your role and responsibilities in that company. For example, system engineer and you having experience in that, so we will keep that in this section. So here I mentioned the experience for the users where she worked before, present, or before that also I have mentioned it over here. So that wraps up our tutorial on how to build a Canva CV templates, and the final output of the resume is this. Or we can make it more attractive with the different colors. We can use it like, as I have chosen the rectangle, we will keep it over here. 1 minute. Send backward. And we can change the color for this. Let's pick some colors like so let's bring it there. From this side also we will increase a bit. Yeah. Similarly, we can apply it to the right side also. We can copy them. Yeah. So this is the final output for our resume template in Canva that we have created, where we have wrap up with the profile picture of the user with the name and the designation in highlights. After that, we have come with the header with the contact information where we put all the information of the user. After that, we put the professional profile where we are putting what the expectation from the company and the expertise skills of the user and the educations of that users, masters or BA or something else, are with the interest and the language. And after that, we have mentioned the header with the contact information, and after that we have mentioned the summary statement and the career objects with the educations and skills. And after that, I have put it the work experience of that users, and the final I have mentioned the certifications if it have, or the hobbies and the interests and the projects. So to start off with, let's understand the top UI and UX tools to master in 2022. And the first one is Adobe XD. All the graphic designers are familiar with the Adobe industry's leading software, including Illustrators and the Photoshops. These Adobe XD cloud products are beneficial to the UI and UX designers. Photoshops can be used to modify, composite, and produce visual content such as arts and graphics. Some of its features are they can change the master component, then distribute it throughout the company. And it is perfect for designers in huge business and organizations with the necessity for asset uniformity. And it is good for prototyping and designing. And it works on Mac OS and Windows. Next one is Sketch. In order to create high-quality prototypes and the interfaces with just an intermediate preview on the mobile devices, Sketch has become a common UX tool. It has an icon that makes it easier to construct UI elements for reuse. With the help of these capabilities, it is possible to create design systems and uphold consistency in interface design. Some of its features are user can generate mockup using these design and prototype tools and share them with the group for the feedbacks. To get an accurate knowledge of the final product, they can add photographs and edit the text. And it is good for prototyping and designing, and it works on Mac. The third one is InVision Studio. It is a set of 3 UI and UX tools that offers user a centralized workspace for the collaboration and quick screen design prototyping. All the prototypes, sketches, and the designs are accessible in one place. So thanks to InVision Cloud. Communication is also made simpler through InVision Studio, and they can get intermediate input and stay informed about the document's modification at every stage. Some of its features are The Studio platform provides a simple method for quickly producing responsive design for any screen, as well as the ability to quickly test a user experience with the vector-based drawing capabilities. It mimics users' navigation by animating screen changes, and it is good for prototyping and UI designing, and it works on Mac OS. The next one is Figma. It is one of the top UI design programs. It features a drag and drop user interface designers that enables cross-organization collaboration. One of the few UX solutions that unites designers, developers, and project managers is Figma. Some of its features are: it takes pride in being an organization's single source of truth. You can upload approved reusable elements, icons, fonts, and style. Team members can check code as well as extract the key role. And it is good for designing, and it works on browser, macOS, and Windows. The next one is Framer X. One of the most powerful UX tool is Framer, which was formerly known as a Framer X. It provides demonstration of a future product's functionality and performs that are so close to reality as possible. Professional UI designers aiming to produce amazing prototypes that should consider using Framer. Some of its features are: it provides collaborative early stage creation input from the JavaScript, and it supports the development of complex and advanced prototypes, including the projects for augmented reality and virtual reality. It aids in the establishing minor yet important transitions, and it is good for prototyping, and it works on browser and macOS. And the sixth one is FlowMap. It is another specialized UX tool that makes it onto our list. The tool works best for IAS, sitemaps, user flow, and websites. Using FlowMap, several teams may see the workflows quickly. When creating a UX strategy, structure, flow, and the sitemaps need to receive a lot of considerations. There are several technologies available that integrate UI and UX tools in a single platform. Some of its features are: it is a straightforwarding sitemap tool that facilitates teamwork and the website page construction. Customer personas are created with the help of the persona tool. And it is good for wireframing and web designing. And it works on browser. The next one is Origami Studio. In contrast to other UX design tools like InVision, it is extremely advanced software that's specially for experts. It was originally developed for the Facebook designers, but it is now freely accessible. It has a steep learning curve that makes it a difficult prototyping tool for the new users. And it is one of the most advanced UX tools available, and it creates interaction that are realistic and offer easy sketch integrations. Some of its features are: it creates a prototype logic using the patch editors, and it has a substantial fixed library that can be accessed instantly, and the components from the sketch can be copied and pasted without any issues. And it is good for design missions, and it works on Android, macOS, and iOS devices. The next one is Balsamiq. Is among the greatest UI design software and a popular wireframing tool among designers, product managers, and innovators. And it was specially created to make low-fidelity wireframes. Despite its simplicity, this tool is recommended for the UX designers of all the levels to quickly demonstrate the usability of a given website or the applications. Any product manager or business owner trying to put an idea on paper will find Balsamiq to be very much helpful. Some of its features are: it helps in the creation of low-tech wireframes that focus on the utility and the user flow. A drag and drop editor is available to make design quick and easy. And it works on mockup and wireframe, and is good for browser, Mac OS, and Windows. The next one is Marvel. Another excellent UI and UX tool is Marvel, which can be used to create a variety of hi-fi and lo-fi wireframes, prototypes, HTML, and CSS handoffs. It is a fantastic tool for polishing the interface for the prototypes and giving it a finished look. The learning curve for this app design tool is quite minimal, and it makes the tool efficient and developing at the interface and creating prototypes. Some of its features are it provides testing, handoff, and fast prototyping, and it enables you to easily construct pages and even use a prototype to test your design. And it is good for wireframing, animations, and it works on web, Android, and iOS device. And the last one is Exure. The dynamic content, conditional logic, and the adaptable views capabilities of the Exure RP UI design tools allow you to quickly create the prototypes that function similarly to the real things. In order to exchange design with the stakeholders, you may also connect Exure to the well-known design software like Sketch. Some of its features are you may instantly distribute prototypes with the organization for the intermediate feedback using the built-in Exure cloud capability. It enables UX designers who don't frequently work with the coding to transfer a design to the development team with the full documentation. And it is good for prototyping, and it works on Windows and macOS. Now let's discuss what Figma is and proceed further for the same. Figma is an online tool for designing and editing users and graphics interfaces. It may be used for various graphic design tasks, including wireframe websites, creating users interfaces for the mobile applications, creating design prototypes, creating posts for the social medias, and everything in between. Compared to other graphics editor software, Figma is unique, mostly because it immediately works with your browser. Also, you can begin designing and getting your project from any computer or platform without installations of additional software or acquiring additional licenses. After discussing what is Figma, we will see how to use Figma. It is a web-based application, as we already explained. To begin using the app, you only need a desktop or laptop with a reliable browser and an internet connection. After that, you may sign up for a free account on the Figma websites. Additionally, you may immediately get to work on your designs. With Figma, you may design products from scratch or from pre-made templates using an editor that is incredibly user-friendly for the beginners. There are many sources that are available online to teach you how to use Figma, but learning will be much simpler if you use the lessons we provide below. In the tutorial, I'm going to show you the best way to start practicing designing apps and websites in Figma, and will give you step-by-step instruction you can literally follow click by click. I will only tell you the stuff that you need to get started designing interfaces. So let's get started. So we are going to look at the tool called Figma, and it has a few advantages. But most importantly for you, it's free to get started. If you are working by yourself, we like using it at Smart because it has also really good collaboration, so we can have multiple people working on the same design file at the same time, and it's really very fast. It works on any computers, whether you have a Mac, PC, Linux, whatever you have, it works right in the browser. As you're watching the video, if you have any questions about how to do a particular effect in Figma, or any comment or something that you want to recommend, please put it in the comment below. And if you want to find out more tips about UI and UX, make sure to subscribe our YouTube channel so you will never miss an update from Simplilearn. I wanted to start off with the templates. So what I want to do now is create a triangle for my own design, and it will called as frame. So the first tool you need to know about is the frame here, or you hit the F on your keyboard, or anything I press will show here in the bottom left corner. So you know exactly what I press to activate a particular tool, and then I can start drawing a size. But I know if I look at the frame here, I click on that, it shows. I can hit F again to go into the frame mode, and then I can select from here a bunch of templates, and I will select iPhone Pro Max. And then it automatically puts in the frame of a particular size, and I will just place here and I will start designing. So let's assume I want some
different color background, right? So the easiest way I could accomplish this is I could draw a rectangle. I could do from here, you can see that there is a rectangle tool and it already says like R next to it. So I'm going to hit R on the keyboard and draw a rectangle, right? So I don't want to take it up. I don't need to take up the whole screen. This is fine. Now I can see by default this is dark color, so I will click on it. And so here's, I say whatever, like I can select the color. Fine. To make it more attractive for the right under the position and the dimension. So if I want to change this, this is just in changing y coordinates, and this is for, sorry, this is for the y coordinates and this is for the x coordinates. You can see the dragging your cursor, see the cursor turns in just sideways arrows, and I can click and just drag left and right, change these values, or I can type them in the right. I can also change the width and the height. This is the width and this is the height. The right or the corners radius, right? So the rounding effect is there, so I can use that. So with the arrows, this is a rounding effect and corner radius effect. Suppose it must be 29 or 39. 39. And I will keep this also by 39. So we can see this and this corners are giving the round effect. So if I change 0, you will see there is no longer rounded, and if I want to keep the top rounded but not the bottom, then I can change the bottom ones, right? And now it looks good. Now the next thing I have to create is the circle. Is from the shape menu. You have an ellipse which you can do also use with the letter O on your keyboard. Now by default you will be able to draw any kind of circle with any aspects of ratio. Now let's change the color of the circle. You will often need when designing mobile interfaces, because you will want to have an icon for home screen or something like that, and you can literally Google free Figma icons. After searching, this page will open, and let's say I want to copy this one, and I come back to my file and I will paste the element. And Figma also helps you to with positioning. It automatically centers things, and let's say what I wanted to get an image here for the interesting instead of the blank color. So one good website is called Unsplash. Here I just write food and I will get the image. I'll save it. We will copy that and paste it over here. Yeah, I hit the command V to paste, and I just can reposition this. Now the thing that I need to text here that says non-contact deliveries, and the way I get the text is through the T icon here, and I can just hit the T on my keyboard and text no, none, that deliveries. So we will change the font by double clicking. We will change the font of the text in SF Pro text. Make it little small. So now we will write one paragraph here below. So I will hit the icon T again. We can write something related to our food. And we'll make this font as small. Food, something like, and we'll make it in the mid. Yeah. So now I'm gonna have a button for order now. So for that I will hit the keyboard again with the T. Repeat. have rectangle for. So now I'm gonna have a button for order now. For that I will have the rectangle. So I will hit R and I'll make one rectangle over here. And make it in the center. I will pick one color for that. If you can steal the corner radius, and so I said order now text. And I will make it in the mid. I will just center this. And make it and let it be white. And this is very easy. And now I will just write another text for dismiss. So starting with a template, we had make our splash first page for the food delivery app in Figma. If you are a web designer or UI UX designer, you may already be familiar with the Figma and all it can do for you. But did you know that some simple Figma tips and tricks are available to help you with your tasks? And it is a tool that are responsive, quick and simple. Although the tool is simple to use, there are many hidden yet effective features to find. Although if you feel comfortable using it daily, these additional 10 suggestions may improve your workflow. Let's get right to it. The first one is use a scale tool to avoid distortion. The second one, easiest progress ring. Third, drag objects outside of a frame while keeping them inside it. The fourth one is swap the position, tidy up and organize the grid. Fifth, duplicate the last action. The sixth one is preview a color with the eyedropper. 7. Fix the line height in seconds. 8th, create the square cells with ease. 9th, control the reels and unsplash. And the last one, more tricks with spacebar. Let's get into in details. So the first one is use the scale tool to avoid distortion. With the scale tool, you can keep your design pixel perfect, and to use it, choose what you want to scale, press K on the keyboard and drag. This tool is extremely flexible and has several benefits. Firstly, adjust an object size is simple without picking it up a key. Second, you may adjust the sizes of several items at once with the free transform tool. Third, you may rotate an item using the free transform tool. Among the most crucial design concern is scale, which needs to be given great thought in each project. And the next one is easiest progress ring. Figma is a great application for designing rings, since it has many tools and features that makes it simple to construct beautiful patterns. These are helpful for reminding users to carry out the desired action or for letting them know how much of a product or plan still they have left. And in Figma, you must first create a new file, and to begin, select Create New File from the screen upper left corner menu. In the menu or the left side of the screen, select the shapes. That will be the tool. Doing this will appear in the menu of several forms you may use in your design. We advise utilizing the circle from the rings. And the next one is drag objects outside of a frame while keeping them inside it. An object can be dragged so far Any object can attempt to drag off the canvas while immediately log back into the position. To keep an object inside a container while dragging it outside of a frame, hold down the spacebar. In order to view the object while it is outside of the container, you may also disable clip contents for the frame that includes the item. And the next one is swap position, tidy up and organize the grid. Organize your design by selecting numerous objects in an array and then clicking the grid symbols in the corner. As a result, every object spacing is equalized and you may drag items to rearrange them and change their spacing. And the fifth one is duplicate the last action. By choosing the item in Figma, hitting the keyword Ctrl+D, that is Windows or macOS, and then dragging the copy to the desired area, you can copy an object several times. Additionally, you can use the duplicate menu option under the edit menu. Use the replicate menu or the command to copy an item many times in the grid or the pattern. And the next one is preview a color with the eyedropper. You may paint over text, layers, strokes, and other vectors object with the color picker. The eyedropper tool allows you to add color samples from anywhere in a picture to your element panels. To acquire the desired effect, adjust the tool setting like sample size and sample using the option bar. Select the color you wish to view by clicking. Apply solid fills, gradients, or pictures using the color picker. In addition, you may use the blend modes to modify a color saturation or opacity. And the next one is fix line height in seconds. When you input auto or remove the current value from the line height box, your line height automatically adjusts if it appears weird and you don't have a specific value. Using the leading setting in the text section of the inspectors panel is a second technique to modify the line height in Figma. You may enter a number or a percentage to specify the distance between the line of a text in this option. And the next one is creating square cell with ease. Do you know how iOS app icons are shaped? They don't resemble typical rounded rectangles, they resemble squares. In between a square and a circle cell is a form. The term square cell has at least two meanings, the most popular among which is based just on the square ellipse, a combination of terms square and circle, the word squares. In UI design, this kind of form is becoming more and more common. How to make a shape like this in Figma? It is incredibly easy. The square cell is in between a circle and square. And the next one is control reels and unsplash. Two essential plugins to save the time are Content Reel and Unsplash. Avatars, names, and address and much more can be added to your design with just one click. And thanks to Content Reel. A free resource for high-quality graphics is Unsplash. When creating a new file in Figma, choose New from Unsplash to use Unsplash images. This will launch a photo library that you can look through and utilize it for your design. And the last one is more tricks with the spacebar. You may also set aside space as you sketch a form so that you can reposition the object afterward. Pressing the spacebar will cause Figma to immediately transfer the item into an auto frame or design if it is sufficient, and can be used in the place of nesting. A spacebar is a great tool. To expand the selection size of your pointer, drag a selection region and then hold down the spacebar. You may also hold down the spacebar while sketching a form to move the items around. And in addition, you may also use the spacebar to prevent the Figma from automatically nesting items inside the frames.
Figma is a great tool for prototyping in UI and UX design that allows you to create an interactive flow and that allows users to interact with your design. Prototyping is important for different reasons, setting the workflow for the new users and examine and getting feedback from users. So now we will see what is prototyping. Prototyping is important for many reasons, and you can examine new users' workflow. Prototyping is what allows designers to design. In the era of digital products, prototyping is the interactions between the users and the interface. Prototyping is the process of how the final product works, and this allows the product team to test their design. After understanding what is Figma and prototyping, we will see how prototyping works in Figma. So the first one is we can add prototype flows, add interaction, fix position, add overflow scrolling, and how to present and share prototype. So the first one is add prototype flows. In the Figma file, you can have one or more than one prototype flows on each page, and they should have their starting point and unique name. Select the first frame you want to appear in your flow and then click the add icon right to the flow starting point. And after adding, you can rename the flow by clicking on the name input, and can add a description by using the point by clicking the delete icon next to the flow starting point. And the next one is add interaction. Interactions are used to build a prototype and can be used to show a different behavior, a pattern of navigation, and outcomes. And they work by connecting two different layers, and then we'll examine how these two layers will interact with each other by adding animations, act, and triggers. Interactions can be simple and easy, but sometimes it's more complex too, as animated elements move and change their properties. Interactions can be done in 3 steps: instant interaction, animated interactions, and the smart animated interaction. So the first one is instant interaction. Use instant interaction animation to let the action to be taken and placed without movement or effect. It will be helpful to navigate between the pages or model. Example, navigation between the pages. With an instant animation, you can navigate by just tapping a button. The next one is animated interaction. Use animations to add movements in interaction that helps move in, move out, slide in, slide out, etc. Use different features that are available. And the last one is smart animated. Use smart animations to examine matching layers on different frames and animate their differences. These differences can include a change in color, size, and position. Fix position. Fix the position of an element in the prototype so that it will easy to stay in the same place while scrolling. And it is helpful for the element that wish to be in the view. Example, navigation for top and bottom, configure the design panel set. The next one is add overflow scrolling. It allows scrolling through each frame inside the prototype. It is very helpful for prototyping components or UI region that have their own property of scrolling. Example, menus, table, lists, etc. And it is important to have a frame with content overflow while using overflow scrolling. And the next one is how to present and share prototype. First, select the present icon near the top toolbar that presents the prototype. And if there are multiple flows on a single page, switch them between the sidebar. And here comments can be mentioned as notes, tasks, and questions, although you can leave feedback too. Prototyping can be shared by clicking on Shared Prototype in the presentation toolbar. After understanding how prototyping works in Figma, we will see how it is useful. Using prototype is a great method. We can use it in user flows and interaction in advance, idea sharing, and improvement. We can get the feedback from the users. And also we can test the users' interactions. And the last one, present your concept to the interested users. You may preview a user's journey and experience with your ideas by creating several flows for your prototype on a single page with Figma's prototyping features. So in this tutorial, we will look at how to create prototyping with Figma.
Figma is a powerful design and prototyping tool that you can use for both your UX and UI projects. If you are new to Figma, I recommend you to check out the tutorials I created on how to create mockups in Figma first, which I will link to it in the description below. In this tutorial, we will make some interactive prototype. So we will get started by opening up the Figma file with this wireframe. Here we have few static pages including the home page and the women's category page and the product page. And I will walk you through in this tutorial is how to connect these pages so users can click through just like they would on the real products. So the first thing we want to do is enter the prototype in the Figma. Yeah, and you can do that by clicking on the prototype tab in the top right corner. Now you will notice that nothing really changes except for the content in the right sidebar. Yes, the sidebar. So we will start there. And there are the settings for your prototype. These are the few things you want to change depending on your device or your design. So the first setting that you may want to change here is the device. And device refers to the device that your prototyping is presented in. So in this case, we are designing for the desktop. So we are probably would not want to present these design inside any additional device, I think. So, wait, let me do it in that. Yeah. But if you were designing for mobile instance, it would be nice to show these designs. These designs inside an iPhone. But for our case, we will design it for the desktop. So let me back with the none. Okay. Another setting that we can change is the background color, and this refers to the background color of our prototype that appears where you are presenting the mode or this present mode. So if I open up, present mode here is a top right hand corner, right? So I can see the design here. Yeah. I can see the design here. There are some few margins, these dark margins on the side that are currently look black, and that because here is the background. Another setting that we can have is the background color, and this refers to the background color of the prototype that will appear in your present mode. When you click it in this, and you can present it, and you can have that color of the background if you are suppose. Yeah, this is the color of the background, that is black, and you can change it. So yeah, so that if we'll do it as a white color, so it's lot more than a natural, feels like there is not that awkward cut or the sides of the design if it is a black color. So let it be white. So yeah, so now that we have set up our prototype and adjusted the settings, then we can actually start the connecting these different screens. And the way you do it is by just creating the connections. So to create the connection, we will actually have to go here to the home page. Yeah, this is the home page, for instance, right? So, and let's imagine that we want to connect this woman link to the women's category. This is the women's category, right? So page which is on here, like to do that, I would like to click on the women. You will see that the right of the woman, there is a little white, this one. There's a little white circle appears, and that's what known as a node. And nodes allow you to connect these links to other pages. So if I click on the node and the white circle, yeah, and I will drag it. 1 minute. Yeah, wait. If I'll drag it, yeah, I can now drag to many other pages in this file. So I can drag to this category page,
or I can drag to another page which is further on this file. So if I drag it to the category page of this women, you will see that there is a connection created, right? Wait, it's not created, I think. Let me connect it once more. Yeah, it's connected, right? So there is a line reveal here that shows that there when you click on in the women, see, when you click in the women, it's going to take you to the women category page. And another thing that pop up when I created that connection was the little arrow. Yeah, this one here in the top left, and this is known as the starting frame indicator and allows this. And all these indicators is which a frame of a prototype on, or which one of these screen will be the first screen that people see when they open their prototype, right? So right now it's set to the home page, but if I wanted to change as it, I would just click it on the arrow and drag and then change it to another screen. So in this case, when people open your prototype, they will start on the women category page. But in our case, we actually want users to start on the home page. So I will click that arrow again and drag it back to the home page. Yeah. So now let's create another connection. So currently we are having a connection from the home page to the women's category link, to the women's category page, right? But now let's create a way for users to get back from women's category page to the home page. So what we want to do is just select Nice Shoe, and then you can see the node appear right here. So the right, you will want to click in on that node and drag it over, 1 minute, and drag it over to the home page so that let me connect it with here. Yeah. So that way when the users on the same when the users on the Nice Shoes logo, it will take them to the back to the home page of the women's category. That will be this one. So before we create more connections here in our own prototype, let's make sure that the connections are already created, are working correctly. So to do that and to preview your prototype, what you do have to do, you have to go to the right of the corner and there is a play button. So it will open it up. Yeah, right. Present mode. This is known as the present mode, right? And you have already looked at the screen previously, and there is your actual prototype, and this is what you did. You want to share with your users, client, teammates, etc. So in this present mode, there are few things to know. We will see the present mode is just another tab, right, in your Figma file. So if you want to go back to your design, you just click on the tab to the left of you can go, yeah, this one, and to the another tab to the right side and enter present mode again, and you can do the present mode again, right? And what's really nice about this present mode is that it updates automatically as you update any of your prototype. Here in the left, this tab here just updates automatically. You don't have to keep opening up a new prototype every time you want to preview something. So in your case, you want to preview all of the connection we just created. So to do that, we just have to click anywhere. So you will see that the little a little rectangle appears overlaying in the women. So, and that's what are known as a hotspot, and that indicates that there is an interactive element that we have to click and we can click on. So if we go ahead and click, as we already clicked on the women elements, we can women, that takes us to the women's category page, and this is the category page, right? Scroll down and this page, check out the content like a normal website, and then we can also want to click again to see if there is any other hotspot in this page. So yeah, so if we click here, we will see there is a hotspot on the logo, which is we know as we created and that will take us back to the same page if we'll click on that. Yeah, so it's look like both our connections are working correctly, right? Let's create few more. Okay, the next connection we want to make is okay. Sorry. The next connection we'll want to make is from women's category page, right, to the product page, product details. And where we want to add the connection is here to the button. Suppose button in the top kicks for the women's as a specific product, right? Product name. Top kicks for women. So I could just go ahead and select the image and drag the node and bring it over to the product page, right? But what I actually want to do is to make this whole card clickable. So this image here or this block and then this title as well as. So to do that, what I want to do is select both the elements here and then hit the Control G. 1 minute. Yeah. On the window. Okay. You have to hit the Control G on the window, and what that does it that will group both the elements together and create one single node for this entire group. So now this whole card is clickable and uses just the rectangle, and now I can take this node, yeah, and this node and drag it over to the product detail page, right? And we will see that there is a connection now. And now when it go back into previous mode, I will go over to the women page, scroll down, let's wait, yeah. And when we scroll down, and if I click anywhere, yeah, here is the prototype. I will see that the hotspot is for the entire card. So I can go ahead and click that, and that takes it to the product, yeah, product page. This is the product page. So the next thing I want to do is give users way back to the women's category page. So actually I want to include a link right here. So yes, or connecting that link back to the women's category page. Or to do so that, I will go back to our design file and then I will select this women here by double clicking on that. Yeah, when I select the woman, the selection box or this boundary box is actually pretty large, and I will show you what that means when we go to our prototype. So if I click in on that node and will connect it to the women's category page, I will zoom out, see, yeah. So you can see what when we go back to the prototype, that the selection box is actually the same as our hotspot. Yeah, is actually pretty large, as well as it would be fine for the most cases that prototype fine in this cases, because it's just a couple of pages. And we are just linking back and forth. But if you had a more complex prototype where you want to include a link on women's and then another link on a sneakers, that's really wouldn't work. So to fix this and to make this hotspot slightly smaller, what you do, you have to go back to your design file, and then we have just click to drag the selection on women's here. You have to drag it slowly and make sure it only covers the women link. And now when you go, and now when you go back to our prototype, we can click anywhere. You can see that the prototyping, let's wait 1 minute. Yeah. Okay, 1 minute. Yeah, actually, yeah, after prototype, we click anywhere. We can see that the hotspot is exactly at the size of the women legs and the sneakers below, right? So last connection that I want to make here is a connection from the product page, this product page, which is page product page, which is the page where on the back on the home page. So to do that, I will create a connection here on the logo of nice shoe. Yeah, logo that links back to the home page. So we will go over this design file. Design file is this one. Yeah, I will just select the nice shoe logo, drag it over to the home page. But I'm actually going to show you a trick to speed up this process of creating connections, especially when it comes to navigation element. So what can I do is go to another page, and I can select this element and then simply paste it into another page. So first I will copy this. And now we will notice that when I paste it, it actually pastes the connection as well as see this one. And it keeps this one too, so you have a connection on the women's category page which made before. And we have this new one in the product page, and this is amazing, especially when you are working with things like menus, because when you have menus with 10 different links that you want to do that each page and create more connections, like to do on each one of your link. Instead, you can just copy, and you can copy the entire menu, paste it on the new page, and those connections will already be made. And now we will look at how to edit your prototype. In other words, edit some of the connection that you already made. Yeah. Doing this in Figma is super straightforwarding. All like you have to do is click on one of the connection. So in the first case, the connection from women's to women's category page, this one category page, I will click on that. Yeah, and now you have a few options or what call interaction details on this specific connection, and there appears a little pop-up here to the right called interactions details. And there are a few things that you can do here is one, you can manually change what screen you're navigating to. So for that, if you are for the instance, I could choose product page instead of women, right? Which I will touch on briefly, but few cool features that Figma has to offer. So first off, animations between the screens. So when I click on this link, and that makes me to the category of women's category page. This is the animation or the transition that happens between these two screens. So right now it's set to instance. So yeah, the animation, it sets to instance. So you can see when I click on the women, so instantly it's taking me to the women's category. But I could actually change that to something like dissolve. I want that is instead of but just flashing to the women's category page, there is actually a nice dissolve transitions. Let's click in on this. Yes, this one. That's a dissolve transitions between the screens, and this is just one basic animation style, but Figma has a few more advanced features that are really amazing actually. So if you choose smart animations, for instance, Let's see for the dissolve. Yeah, suddenly it dissolves, right? That effect. And actually, if you choose a smart animation, for instance, let's choose. Okay, so we set it as a smart animation. Let's play. And if I hit the women, there's a smart animations. For instance, if I hit the women, it will go with the smart animation of instance. And if you can see that some elements start to shift, and that was not very smooth because these were not a lot of common elements from page to page. But if I do something like that, takes so the women page, duplicate that, and then we'll actually make this duplicate. 1 minute. And if I change this, changes to the man, make it a little small, and then pen, repeat, then man to this page, and I will connect this. And if I link man to this new page, and now I preview this, let me connect it with this. And see, it's set to smart animate already. If I preview this, let's preview this one. Here what I looks like is, so as you can see that the line automatically animate. See, and its menu link in the case if it is also gets smaller, I mean that what smart animation can does, that's really basic example. And it gets a lot more complex when you are working with different elements, but it's really a quick way to create transitions between the screen, and it works especially when things like an app where you are pulling up sheets or pop-up. Yeah, Figma offers some amazing features when it comes to animations, and it's really powerful. So I definitely encourage you to play around with some of these features in the interaction details panel. So the next thing I want to talk about here is how to share your prototype. So you might want to share your prototype with a client or a teammate that involved on the project. And to do that in the Figma, it's actually super straightforward. And so the first thing you want to do is you open your present mode. If it is not open, then you can click it on the right side of this one, or otherwise we already opened the prototyping present mode. So you could know that when you open up this tab, you already open, then you have to hit the share prototype. Now you important note that you make sure you are not hitting share from the actual design file, because in this case you had to share a design file, not the prototype. So when you are sharing just prototype, make sure you are not doing it from present mode. So will you go ahead and hit the share, then repeat and hit share prototype, and that gives us a few options, right? So the first option is to invite access. And you can do that by entering email here or here, and just they will get an invitation to the prototype, and they will get open that up with that. That's one way to do it. But the way I actually prefer to share out your prototype is by hitting this copy link option, and then just open copies a link to your clipboard to this prototype that can share out in the message or the personal message, or by email or by FB or Facebook messages, or really whatever you want. Yeah, but just to mindful that if you are doing this copy link method, I guess you want to make sure that this is set to anyone with a link, because if it's set to only people invited to this file, when someone receiving that links, and they are not invited to this file, they may not be able to open it. So if you are sharing out your link, make sure you set it to anyone with a link. Hope you enjoyed this tutorial, and if you are interested to learning about more UX or becoming a UX designer, please check out the link below for the UX design, and we will cover the fundamentals of UX design. Let's say you are creating a poster for a school event. For that, you need to design a poster by choosing various assets. To edit an image, we need a Photoshop. For creating books, magazines, and brochures, InDesign is there. And if you require different pictures, then there are many stock photo sites with a collection of templates. Rather than navigation to so many platforms, for these tasks, we present you Canva, the one-stop solution that combines not only these editing but also publishing tools that provides an online design platform. So hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today in this video on Canva tutorial for beginners, we will showcase Canva tools for designing. But do you know that UI UX expert use Canva too? So if you want to learn UI UX expert in 5 months and attend masterclasses from the top faculty of IIT Bangalore, consider our advanced certifications in UI UX design course. Check out the link in the description for more details. And if you are a geek, here is a brain teaser for you. Which country uses Canva the most? Is it Australia, Japan, United States, or Russia? Let us know your answer below and get a heart from Simplilearn. Without any further delay, let's get started with the session by taking a quick look at what you are going to learn. We start by introducing what Canva is and what makes Canva so popular. We then take a deep dive into some of its features. Finally, we look at where Canva is used along with its pricing. And also, we will create a poster for the school. So let's take an overview about Canva. Canva is a platform with a graphic design that provides user with the tools and resources to create visually appealing design for various purposes. Canva users can create professional-looking graphics, social media posts, presentation, and marketing material, among other things. Canva is a popular graphic design tool where users can create visual content of a wide range of templates, customizable design, collaboration, and cost effective. Now that we have a good understanding of what Canva is and what makes Canva so popular, let's take a deep dive into some of its features. And we know Canva is a popular online graphic design tool that derives some of its key features include the first one is user-friendly interface, free and paid plans, social media integration, customization option, design elements, and it has inbuilt and comprehensive image library. Overall, Canva is a versatile and user-friendly tool ideal for creating professional-looking design quickly and easily. Moving ahead, a deep dive into where Canva is used. So Canva is used by businesses, marketers, educators, and bloggers, and individuals who need to create high-quality visual content for their brand or personal projects. With its user-friendly interface and extensive features, Canva has become a popular tool for creating visually appealing design for various purposes. Finally, the pricing for the Canva. Canva offers both free and free plans. Here are details of each plan. For the free plans, it includes access to Canva's basic features including thousands of templates, photos, and design elements. Users can also collaborate with others and share design. And for the Canva Pro, it is a paid subscription plan that offers for one person only. It is 3,999 rupees per annum. And some of its additional features are their advanced collaboration and team management feature, the ability to create and save brand kits for consistent branding, and the ability to schedule social media posts directly from Canva. And the third one is Canva Enterprise and for the team. It is a custom pricing plan for larger organization that is for 2+ people. It is 6,590 rupees per annum for the first 5 people. That requires additional features and support. Custom branding options, advanced security and compliance features, custom templates and design elements, and advanced analytics and reports are there. In today's tutorial, I'm going to share an in-depth Canva tutorial for beginners. And you will learn everything there is to know like to start designing your own graphics. And whether you would like to use it for YouTube, Instagram or other social media channels, it doesn't really matter because Canva offers a great variety of tools and it's free to use as well.
After watching this video, you will know how easy it is actually to design with it. So let's do this. So I am bringing you a comprehensive Canva tutorial, and if you have not heard about Canva, it's a free design tool, completely brilliant. It's got tons of different photos, elements and other graphics for you to use. So in other words, a complete lifesaver in the content marketing world. It's absolutely brilliant for any graphics that you want to design. Whether it's a social media, your website, and blogs, whether it's for any presentation card, invitation card, anything of that nature, Canva will sort you out. So without any further ado, let's do this. Okay, so we will start off with creating an account in Canva, and it's completely free to begin with. So you can sign up either with Google, with Facebook, or traditionally with an email address. Obviously, I have an account already, so I didn't need to do that. So just signing up, and it's super easy, and then we will start designing. All right, first. So in the top left, you have got the main navigation panel, and you have got the returning of the home page, of course, and then you have got the templates, and then obviously categorized into different types. You have got their social media templates, background, birthday, marketing, educators. So there are various different templates for you to browse, and whenever you need something, you can just glaze through it and see what they offer already in Canva. You have got the features. Let's see the features section as well with the photo icons, print, because Canva now offers printing as well. There are different apps you can have to connect it with Canva, and some of the use cases are there with different graphics, charts, video, teams. You can invite your teams, different templates are there. So there's also the learn section, which is super important, especially when you are a beginner. So after you watch this whole video, set up your account, kind of get a feel for what Canva is. I would highly recommend you actually go to the Learn tab and watch some of the kind of videos, like how to create top designs, logo maker, flyer maker, and then so that, as they say in here, you can see how to learn, how to connect and grow your community here. So they have give you quite few different features and tips for you. So the learn section is really important, and I will mention something at the very end of this video as well, a resource for you to learn even more in depth than this video is going to go. But stay tuned, I will explain at the very end. So this is what the Canva homepage looks like. There are quite a few different areas to help you navigate. So I will explain each and every one of those so that you can you know where to go, certain functionalities over there. So let's start off with the top right panel. You have got your account, so there's where you are, and you can find a change of your account settings. You can set up your profile photos as well and refer your friend, the things of that nature. Then there is a create design button, which I will explain in a moment. You have got the setting in here, the account setting, as well as there is a help center. So let's get back 1 minute. Yes. So, and one of the most important part is the search bar. You can, once you have signed up for the free Canva account, there are some different between the basic kind of free Canva and Canva Pro, which I will explain at the end of this video. So make sure to watch till the very end. But at this point, I'm just going to use the free Canva because this is what the majority of people will use and need. So we'll just stick with it, and then at the very end I will explain it or the details. So the first thing we want to start off with is in the middle. Here's the search bar, and I have to say it's one of the quickest way to find any template, any different design with specific dimensions that you need to look for. So for example, if I wanted to quickly create an school poster, so for that, I will go to create a design. We'll take a whiteboard, or we can select. Okay, I will select the whiteboard, portrait. Okay, then after that we will color the background first. To decorate it, first we will take one frame for that. Let's search more about it. Let's not to select a more designing, like let's select the simple one. Or we can choose another one. After this, we already taken the border, like it is not that designy but simple, and so not that much designy but simple. Let's take a picture. Let's find some pictures regarding school, say board. So as we know, this is a poster for a school. So let's write one heading, suppose maths Olympiad quiz. Let's change the font for this. Now let's add some elements, some images that I've already installed, I think, to decorate this poster for the school. Let's take this medal. You can download these pictures from Google and you can actually paste it over here. You can download the pictures regarding your topics, whatever you are going to create. So these are the collection that I have installed. Like this, you can add all the pictures, whatever you have downloaded. You can add elements according to your needs. So this is how it looks. This is the final design for the school poster for math Olympiad quiz. So you can add some, if you want, you can add some more pictures over here. You can edit the color for the background. You can pick any frame regarding your posters and your needs. And I have added the medal because it's an Olympiad quiz, and a bag as a design for the school, and some books with the specs and pencil, and it is a Olympiad quiz for the math. So I added the just to look attractive, I add this animation of math with the colors and poster over here. One globe is there and one pencil just to make it more beautiful, as it is a school poster. So this is the final poster for the school maths Olympiad quiz. So next we will create an advertisement in the Instagram, suppose. So just go to create a design once again, and let's take this. It's already open, so still Instagram poster for square or portrait. Let's see how does it look. What is the size for this? Okay, this is perfect. Let's change the background color. Let's take this and just go to file and show margins. Wait. Okay. So after this, choose some elements to make the design look, so repeat.
So now just choose some elements to make your design look more attractive and beautiful. So we'll add some elements, let's say circle. We did in the mid. Change the color for this. Let's take okay, I changed the color for the background. Let's add one element over here. Be little darker in color. Let's suppose this. Yes. Copy this. Make a design with this. Let's make it over here. You can add or adjust any elements according to your needs. So one line over here. Now and you can upload and choose any image. So as I have already downloaded one image of a man, let's fix it over here, fix it over here. Okay. Adjust the image and just make it look. Just the image and just added the image with the saturation. Let it be 0. Yeah. After that, just add a text to your design. Let's suppose. And always keep in mind that always you have to choose one font in all the design. So you can adjust your letter size with according to your design. Let's choose one. Take one font for all the text. Okay.
Let's add another text over here. Just adjust the size. Adjust the size. Let's change the font for this too. Okay. Okay, let's make it look more beautiful. Let's add a text as facts. And always keep the same font. Let's change the color for this. Let it be a little darker. It's fine. Now let's add another page. Copy this first. You can paste over here. You can write actually anything, but for the design, let's look. How does it look? Do you know? Then again, in paste. So actually, we will keep it little down over here. Copy and paste it at the down, as this is a fact 1. So we'll you can add design to carousel your effect. Let's pick an element again, or you can copy from here. Let's make a different color. So we have written over here about ChatGPT. We will write something about ChatGPT again over here. We'll adjust it. Let's size big and same font again. first page, so we will say this as just adjust the size and the alignments of the text. Similarly, you can add another page with the same design with different text. Second, two, and again. You can add any other text over here just for creating and just want to show you how does it work. I'm just making this. Change the color. You can add as many as you want. Change the color for this also. Yeah. So this is how does it looks. So this is the final output, how does it looks. So next we will create a web page. So let's create a web design for the game FIFA or the football. Let's create it. Let's take a whiteboard. Let's take site line. First we will choose a background color. Let's give a theme. So I have already installed or downloaded one theme for the football. Let's edit it and make it little. Let's see more if it is there. Yes. I want a background to be little lighter, so okay, this is fine a bit. It's good. So we'll add elements. First we will upload a picture of a man playing football. 1 minute. First, or let's just do this. and we'll create one boundary first. Let's give a background color as we have. After this, we will add some lines. Suppose home, align it over here. Before that, we'll add one rectangle. Just as a margin. Change the color for this. Will be about section. This will be setting, and let's add one more option. Log and one contact. Match. Pages. This will be contact. After this, we will write one text for as a heading. Best game. Let's change the font. Let's say always remember just to keep a same font. Let's change the color. Also, we will change the color. Let's add an element, suppose ball. Sorry. To highlight it, add some elements. So this is the basic web design. Let's try to change the color for this. No. Okay, this is fine only. So this is a basic idea to create a web design, a simple design, the basic design for a football or a game.
Introduction to Color Theory. Color theory is the cornerstone of effective UI design, influencing how users perceive and interact with digital interfaces. It encompasses the study of color relationships, harmonies, contrasts, and psychological effects. At its core is the color wheel, a visual representation of the primary, secondary, and tertiary colors and their relationships. Understanding the color wheel is vital for creating harmonious color schemes that resonate with users. Color harmony refers to the pleasing combination of colors in a design, achieved through various schemes such as complementary, analogous, and triadic. These schemes play a crucial role in establishing visual coherence and conveying the intended message or mood of the interface. Contrast, another key aspect of color theory, affects readability and accessibility. High contrast between elements enhances clarity, while low contrast offers subtlety and sophistication. Moreover, colors have psychological effects, evoking emotions and associations in users. For instance, red may convey energy or urgency, while blue might evoke calmness or trust. By leveraging the psychological impact of colors, designers can create interfaces that resonate with users on an emotional level. In summary, mastering color theory empowers UI designers to create visually appealing and user friendly interfaces that effectively communicate with and engage their audience. It serves as a powerful tool for crafting experiences that leave a lasting impression and drive user satisfaction. Understanding the color wheel. The color wheel is a fundamental tool in color theory, providing a visual representation of the relationships between colors. It consists of three primary colors red, blue, and yellow, which cannot be created by mixing other colors. Secondary colors, such as orange, green, and purple, are formed by mixing equal parts of two primary colors. Tertiary colors are further combinations of primary and secondary colors. The arrangement of colors on the wheel is circular, illustrating their relationships and helping designers create harmonious color schemes. One common scheme is complementary colors, which are positioned opposite each other on the wheel and create strong visual contrast when used together. Analogous colors sit adjacent to each other on the wheel and often produce harmonious and cohesive designs. Triadic colors are evenly spaced around the wheel and offer a balanced yet vibrant color palette. Understanding the color wheel enables designers to make informed choices about color combinations, ensuring visual balance and impact in their designs. By leveraging the relationships between colors, designers can create interfaces that are visually appealing and effectively communicate with users. Whether designing for websites, mobile apps, or other digital platforms, the color wheel serves as a valuable tool for achieving design excellence. Color harmony in UI design. Color harmony is essential in UI design as it ensures that the combination of colors used in an interface is visually pleasing and coherent. There are several harmony schemes that designers can employ to achieve this goal. 1. Complementary harmony. Complementary colors are located opposite each other on the color wheel, creating strong visual contrast. Example, a UI using blue and orange accents. These colors enhance each other when used together, creating a vibrant and dynamic look. 2. Analogous harmony. Analogous colors are adjacent to each other on the color wheel and share similar hues. Example, a UI featuring shades of green, yellow-green, and yellow. These colors create a harmonious and cohesive appearance, making the interface feel unified. 3. Triadic harmony. Triadic colors are evenly spaced around the color wheel, forming a triangle. Example, a UI incorporating red, yellow, and blue elements. This harmony scheme offers a balanced yet vibrant color palette, creating visual interest without overwhelming the user. 4. Split complementary harmony. Similar to complementary harmony, but instead of using the exact opposite color, it utilizes two adjacent colors to the complementary color. Example, a UI using red with yellow-green and blue-green. This scheme maintains the contrast of complementary colors while offering a more subtle and balanced look. 5. Tetradic harmony involves the use of two pairs of complementary colors, creating a rectangular shape on the color wheel. Example, a UI combining red and green with blue and orange accents. This harmony scheme provides a wide range of color options while maintaining balance and contrast. By applying these harmony schemes effectively, UI designers can create interfaces that are visually appealing, engaging, and easy to navigate. Each scheme offers its own unique advantages, allowing designers to tailor the color palette to suit the specific needs and objectives of the interface. Importance of color contrast. Color contrast plays a crucial role in UI design, impacting readability, accessibility, and overall user experience. Contrast refers to the difference in brightness, hue, or saturation between elements in a design. High contrast enhances readability by making text and other UI elements stand out sharply against their backgrounds. It also improves accessibility for users with visual impairments, as it ensures sufficient differentiation between foreground and background elements. For example, using black text on a white background provides high contrast and optimal readability for most users. Conversely, low contrast can hinder readability and accessibility, as it may cause text and other elements to blend into the background. This can strain the eyes and make it difficult for users, especially those with visual impairments, to perceive and interact with the interface effectively. For instance, light gray text on a white background or dark blue text on a black background may result in low contrast, making it challenging for users to read. Here are examples of high and low contrast designs. High contrast. Black text on a white background. White text on a black background. Brightly colored elements against a neutral background. Low contrast. Light gray text on a white background. Dark blue text on a black background. Pale yellow text on a light green background. By prioritizing high contrast in UI design, designers can improve readability and accessibility, ensuring that users can easily perceive and engage with the content. Additionally, maintaining appropriate levels of contrast enhances the visual hierarchy of the interface, guiding users' attention to key elements and facilitating smooth navigation. Psychological effects of color. Colors have profound psychological effects on individuals, influencing emotions, perceptions, and behaviors. Understanding these effects is crucial in UI design as colors can evoke specific feelings and associations, shaping the overall user experience. Here are some common psychological effects of colors. 1. Red. Associated with energy, passion, and urgency. Often used to evoke excitement or draw attention to important elements. Can also signify danger or warnings. 2. Blue. Symbolizes calmness, trust, and stability. Frequently used to create a sense of security and professionalism. Can evoke feelings of tranquility and relaxation. 3. Yellow. Represents optimism, happiness, and warmth. Often used to convey positivity and cheerfulness. Can stimulate mental activity and enhance creativity. 4. Green. Symbolizes nature, growth, and harmony. Associated with health, freshness, and environmental awareness. Often used to promote relaxation and balance. 5. Purple. Signifies luxury, creativity, and spirituality. Evokes a sense of sophistication and mystery. Can convey royalty and extravagance. 6. Orange. Represents enthusiasm, warmth, and vitality. Often used to create a sense of excitement and energy. Can stimulate appetite and draw attention. 7. Black. Symbolizes elegance, power, and formality. Often used to convey sophistication and authority. Can also evoke feelings of mystery or seriousness. 8. White. Represents purity, simplicity, and cleanliness. Creates a sense of spaciousness and openness. Often used as a background color to enhance clarity and contrast.
AI art and ChatGPT can be used to create unique and creative web design by combining the power of artificial intelligence and human input. With AI art, you can generate visually stunning graphics, patterns, and images, while ChatGPT can be used to generate text content and provide suggestions for website layouts and design elements. So hey everyone, you are already watching Simplilearn, and today we bring you this informative video on ChatGPT for UI and UX. Before we begin, if these are the videos you like to watch, then hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified every time we upload a new video. Without any further delay, to get started, you can experiment with different AI art tools to generate graphics and use ChatGPT to write website copy, create a content strategy, and provide feedback on design elements. It's important to keep in mind that while AI can help to generate ideas and create stunning visuals, I'm going to show you exactly how you can generate these yourself. Websites are going to be built with AI art as well as tools like ChatGPT in future. So in this video, I'm going to explain the whole process, and we are going to have it write the entire website layout for us, all the content, the hero section, and feature section, and much more. This means that we can build an entire website from the ground up without writing a single line of code. And this will be a pretty damn cool. Alright, we will start with the mid journey. In Google search, we will write mid journey. This is an AI tool that allows you to create the AI art that we are now seeing all over the web. To go to this, you just go to the midjourney.com and join the beta. It's easy to get started because all you really have to do is join the Discord. When you do this, it will open up the Discord community, which you can accept the terms and conditions and start creating your own AI arts. Let's do this now. Here I have got the Midjourney server and I'm going to head over to one of the newcomer room here and where everyone is creating different types of AI art. The first thing we need to do is to do a / and type in an imagine, give us prompt work. We can request the AI any type of art we are after. Here I'm going to type in a beautiful website for shoe. Then I'm going to pass in -- v4, which means the version 4 of the Midjourney of AI art tool. Finally, I'm going to pass it in stylize. I'll do -- stylize. It's basically how random we want to be in. It's in between 0 to 1000, and I'm just going to set it to about 500, which is average. So I will do the enter. It will take a little bit of time. Here this will start working in the background. It's going to generate a low fidelity version of the website and the design for this art. And this low fidelity version will be iteratively updated to be higher in resolution. These 4 examples then can be picked from and then we can upscale them as well as let's have a look at what kind of results we get now. One thing to notice here is that we do get a bit of a loading percentage bar, and this is how long it takes for the actual AI to generate the image. Usually it takes between 1 to 2 minutes, but it will essentially refresh and ping you once it's complete. So here it is complete, and here are the 4 versions that we got, which are not too bad, not that great either. They are a bit yeah, I suppose it's looking funny in a way. So this is a way we can start being more creative with our prompts. So what I mean that is by giving more context as to what we want to do. So here is a prompt that we have created. What I'm gonna do is to pass it in the imagine once more, and I paste this prompt in this, and I'm going to give some more context. I'm going to pass it to the word UI, choose UI UX website. This basically means that it's more or less focused on having good UI and good at UX and being more like a website rather than just a creative shoe or a design. And it's important to give these context clues to the AI if you want better outputs. Different types of context clues you can provide is to find a kind of style that you want. For example, how you want the design to look and feel, whether you want it to represent a certain brand or much more. Like, these are just simple examples, but let's take a look at the kind of results we will get just from making these small little changes to the design. Here you can already see wait a minute. Look, it's a little bit more interesting. We have a bit of our sliders and what looks more like a Nike shoes, and also have what looks like a menu at the top, and I really like this design that we have here on the bottom. And here it is, because it does look very much like a website that we have got a bit for a hero section or a hero set section. And what's not, so from here we can select the version 1. So from here we can select the version 1, 2, 3, 4 to upscale, and I'm going to upscale version 3 which is U3, and this will give us the higher resolution version of this one particular design that we can start to take to the market, or even you can use to build. This again will take a little bit of time. It's going to process this and to do, and you can upscale in data, and let's run this in the background so that you can see wait a minute. This again will takes a little bit time to process. It's going to process this and do an unscale or upscale in beta, and let's run this in the background so that you can guys see what's the look. So here's the final result, and this is looking pretty, and we have got the nice design here for a shoe. We have got a bit of a hero section, and we also have what looks like a two call to actions, and we got some option here to at the very bottom, and as well as at the top we have got these colors, and that essentially are looking like these shoes colors being used as a part of the website design. So not too shoppy. Let's select the another one. Let's see for but I think we can do a little bit more in terms of customization the design for this website, and I'm going to show you how you can do this. I'm going to copy over this prompt once, and for this prompt this time I'm going to pass a couple of extra things. So let me just maximize this. We are going to type as I have pasted that URL over here, so I'm gonna pass in the context clues of like clues of Nike, because Nike made obviously website shoes. So also so we'll write it here, Nike, not here. Repeat, and I also want it to be red, blue, green, and or maybe yellow. And I suppose we want else running person would be interesting. Person. It would be interesting to see how that gets designed, and I think that this should be enough. Let's actually improve the styling here. 1 minute. Let's change the styling. Let's have it 750 to make it a little bit more creative. And here are the results. I don't have a running person, but I do have a website that has definitely started using the colors that I recommended with Journey's AI art systems to use. So these website designs look way more creative than we had previously. Still, we have this slider design. These website designs look way more creative than we had previously. We still have this slider design here at the bottom section where we can pick out different shoes, but even these shoes look damn cool. I can see that the Nike logo on these, and these are actually ones that I would probably buy if I saw in the Nike store. But generally these also are website, because we have got the menus here at the top of the right. We got the text. So generally speaking, these are pretty interesting designs. So now I have another option here called version 1, 2, 3, 4. What this does is actually allow you to pick more generations based on actual image from these images or these designs. Now from these design, I actually like the 12, 3 and 4. I think it is most, I think 4, because it teals and red, or it's a bit yellow or blue. So I'm going to select the version 4, and that's going to create 4 more version based on the specific version for us. Let's take a look at the what those that we got, and here we have got our results where we have more examples of that. All of these looks very similar. I think the only difference here is blue line, red line, it seems to be shift and change, as well as a hero section. And you would normally have this menu at the top right, and something these shoes here are a little bit inverted, but generally speaking, this is the kind of variations you can expect. Now let's take a look at another way we can generate our generations for website. Now you can do is just jump into any website and select any image. So first we will go to an app and website, and you can select any image that you would like, and I will actually gone here and I'm going to pull in this image of this shoe. And but I do like the design aesthetics. Here we are going to here, and then we can copy the URL from here. But this time what I'm going to do is type the imagine. Then I'm going to pass in the URL what we have copied. We will paste it here. Again, I'm going to write we did it before. We'll copy this, paste it over here. So what's going to happen here? It's going to have a look at this image that we have defined in terms of the URL. It's going to use this as a reference point. Then it's going to take a look at the prompt we have put in, which is the shoe prompt using the colors, and it's going to try to design a website that has a similar aesthetics to that image, which is really cool. Let's see the result we get back. Looks like that's ready. Let's take a look at this. So here you can see that the design aesthetics. Wait a minute. Static that is similar to the page seen in this one. So this is more bubbly and colorful image, and now are represented very much so in this design aesthetics. We have these 4 elements here at the bottom, and if you have a look at the design originally, we had 4 elements here. So you can see that it's pulling in these design aesthetics to create a design based on that, and this is where you can really start using the air art. Repeat, using the air tool to your own benefits, trying to combine different styles, customizing them, and creating new and independent and unique ones from there. So in this 4, I'm really like the version of 4th one, or the second one is pretty. So what I'm thinking of doing is an upscale on this. So we are going to upscale V2, and we are going to wait for that. 1 minute is use ChatGPT to write out the most of the content for me, and then I could take this to a client to immediately start shading. So let's see the upscale version happen. If we take a closer look, we will see that it has all the main elements for a website, including a logo area, a menu area, a nice hero image, as well as a title tagline button, as well the feature section. So what I'm going to do is to save this image to my computer. I'm going to save it and then customize it a little bit. But before we do that, we are going to head over to GPT. Here we're going to prepare the outline for the website using some AI tools. So here I'm going to ask ChatGPT to give me the broad outline for a website for shoes, including hero title, tagline, call to action button and section for features and details about the shoe. So let's see what ChatGPT will comes back with. It's pretty quick. It's got a title here, call to action button, features and details section, and it's not really telling me what these are. These are where we might need to be a bit more specific as to what we wanted to do. It's giving me like broad outline of the website and what it needs. So please, I will write, please provide then for each one of these that I can copy paste straight to the website. Hero title is here, tagline, call to action buttons, features, okay, and the details. Okay, detail specification is there. Okay, reviews and rating. Okay, so I think I have got enough hairs to go by to simply copy paste in the website. So let's start beginning to design this. I have opened this design up in the Photoshop and I'm going to actually just crop it into the main element over here, and I really want to capture this image, and I will crop it and I will clear out the rest, and we can design each aspects or each part of this design bit by bit. I will save it over here. It's time to build our website, so I'm gonna head over to editor X and I'm going to build this a website in this, and I have login already, and then I will create to a new site, and here I will take an to a web dashboard, and I'm going to start by copy paste all the elements from ChatGPT as well as Midjourney straight in the first thing, and I want to jump back into the ChatGPT here and copy over our hero text. So I will just take it first. And I'm going to add title, and I'm going to paste it over here. And then I'm also going to grab the tagline, but before I will make it sure to keep it over here. But before that, I will put one image over here. I will change the image as I have already downloaded the image. Let's upload that image. We'll open it. Let's wait to get uploaded. Yeah, it's uploaded, and now we will update it. And let's make it big in size. Okay, so we will change the size, but first I will remove this. I will change the size for this. I will make it little small. Next, I will add the icon for the company of the shoes that I am going to make a website for. I will add this and I will update it. Make it small. And this will be the taskbar, but make the size small a bit, and we'll insert one more picture, and it will be the logo of the company that we are going to put over here. We will minimize it, we can resize it, we can keep the logo over here. Now next, then I'm also going to grab the tagline over here. So I'll pick this tag. I will add the text. Comes up over here. Okay, I'll make it small in size. And we will paste on. And finally, let's grab a call to action which says shop and create a button for that. So here we have all the workings of what we at least what we would need at least. So for the content, let's resize this first. Now we need to add the image itself. So instead of just having a browse to stock images or anything like that, we actually had our images either done inside of the photoshops that we have done before, as from the mid journey as well as. So I'm going to just drag the image and I'm going to change the image, and it should be here. I've already downloaded. No, I have to upload it. I have a collections of some shoes. Let's see. And I will just install one. I'll upload this picture. It will take a bit of time. Let's wait for a while. And once it's uploaded, we will update it. And we'll edit it. Let's keep it like this, or we can So we change our content place from that to make it a fix in a place. So here we can change this also pretty well. Okay. So basically have this text happening a little bit more everything here. We have seen how we can resize it from this scroll bar, and so now let's add one more picture over here to make it look more better. Let's take a picture from here. Change the image. Upload from computer. Have it from no. We will upload it again. Sorry. And we'll update it. Let's resize it. Let's turn it on. Let's make a taskbar for the top most of the screen. We will have a home page, so we will write a text over here. That will be let it make it small a bit in size. We'll add another text. It will show about us. It will show about us section, so we'll write it over here. Get a little small even though. let's make same size. Let's make more small. 11. Let's make it more small, like 11. Okay. The next session will be services. And the last one is context one section. One more option is there. That is a start button. Like we are keeping the start button over here, so we are keeping this here. So let it be here. Yeah. So next, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select add section, and I'm going to just have a blank section. Here I'm gonna do first, I will add a picture first as a background. Let's do it. I will add one picture. Let's see I have downloaded it or not. Yeah, I haven't downloaded. Wait a minute. Let it be upload. I will update it. Let it be a whole for a whole page. So let's add the pictures now for another shoes. Here's the picture. I'm going to reopen this. I'll put this. Okay, I'll update it to add it.
keep the pictures over here. Like similarly, we will upload 3 pictures over here. After this, let's keep it here. Let's keep this here. We are going to add another title over here. Delete to and we are making it a bit resizing it.
We will change the font for this. Let's make this after this. We will start editing the features of the shoes. Let's go to ChatGPT. Let's take this first paragraph. We'll make it small. We make it bold. We will add another paragraph over here. Similarly, we will make it for this also. And last, we will add a contact us. Last, we will add a contact us section over here again. So this is the final output of ChatGPT, or how we use ChatGPT and AI art for our UI and UX design to create a website or a web page or the land page for the shows.
Picture this. You are trying to open a door while carrying a bag of groceries in one hand and your phone in the other hand. A familiar situation, right? Well, human-centered design is all about making life easier in moments like these. Think of those automatic doors at the supermarket that magically slide open as you approach, freeing up your hands to handle your shopping. That's the power of designing with keeping people in mind. Human-centered design is like making stuff that fits people perfectly. You figure out what they like and need, using things like interviews and observations. Then, you use that information to make something that's easy and enjoyable for them to use. It's all about putting the user first and making sure what you create works great for them. So, in this video from Simplilearn, we will discuss about human-centered design process. We will give you a complete picture of all the aspects of HCD. From how it evolved to its principles, phases, and real-life applications, we got you covered.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
But before that, if you're interested in a career in UI UX, join our immersive UI UX certification program and become an expert in just 5 months. The course offers live online classes led by renowned faculty from IIIT Bangalore. Get hands-on with capstone projects, craft your portfolio on Dribbble, and receive personalized coaching on top designer tools. Enroll now and unlock endless possibilities in the realm of UI UX design. So let's get started. Human-centered design process. Human-centered design focuses on crafting solutions that align with people's needs and behaviors, making their lives simpler and more enjoyable. Let's first look into the history of human-centered design. Human-centered design has come a long way since its beginnings in the 1960s, when it was all about making military equipment safer and easier to use. This focus on understanding how people interact with the environment soon spread to consumer products. In the 1980s, pioneers like Donald Norman emphasized the need for designs that are intuitive and user-friendly, which gave rise to user-centered design. Today, HCD principles are essential across various fields including technology, healthcare, consumer products, public services, and education. Companies like Google and Apple prioritize user experience in their products, and sectors like healthcare and urban planning use HCD to create more accessible and inclusive services. This evolution highlights HCD's importance in crafting solutions that are not only effective and enjoyable, but also sustainable by keeping the needs and experiences of users at the forefront. So, what are some of the key principles to keep in mind while implementing a human-centered approach? Prioritize people. Always focus on individuals who will be using your product and consider their unique needs and circumstances. Remember, your goal is to create something that helps them achieve their objectives more effectively. Identify the core problem. It's essential to pinpoint the underlying issue rather than just addressing its symptoms. By tackling the root cause, you can prevent recurring issues and create more impactful solutions. Consider the whole system. Keep the broader user journey in mind, even when working on specific aspects. By understanding how each part fits into a larger picture, you can create more cohesive and seamless experience. Start small, iterate often. Instead of diving straight into complex solutions, start with simple interventions and continually refine them through iterative testing and prototyping. This approach allows for gradual improvement and ensures that your solutions truly meet the needs of your users. Now, there are 6 phases in the process of HCD, which are as follows. Empathize. This phase is about understanding the people you are designing for. It involves gathering insights into their lives, needs, and challenges. You can interview potential users to understand their experiences and needs. Observe users in their environment to see how they interact with existing solutions and uncover unarticulated needs. Collect quantitative data from a larger user base to identify patterns and common issues. Define. In this phase, the insights gathered during the first phase are synthesized to define the core problems and challenges. Create detailed profiles of typical users to represent different user types. Map out the user's journey to identify pain points and opportunities for improvement. Develop a clear problem statement that encapsulates the user needs and challenges to be addressed. Next, ideate. This phase involves generating a wide range of ideas and potential solutions. Conduct sessions to generate a large number of ideas. Draw simple sketches to visualize ideas quickly. Use mind maps to explore different aspects of the problem and potential solutions. Create storyboards to illustrate how solutions might be used in real-life scenarios. Next, we have prototype. Develop representations of the ideas to explore their viability. Create low-fidelity prototypes, which are simple and inexpensive versions of the product, like paper sketches, wireframes, etc. You can also create high-fidelity prototypes, which are more detailed and functional prototypes that closely resemble the final product. Build mockups like visual models to test look and feel. Use tools to build interactive versions of digital products. Test. Evaluate the prototypes with real users to gather feedback and insights. Observe users interacting with the prototypes to identify usability issues. Compare different versions of the prototype to see which performs better, and collect feedback through interviews, surveys, and observation. Refine the prototypes based on their feedback and test again. And the last, we have implement. Bring the final solution to life and ensure it meets user needs. Translate the final prototype into a finished product or service and deploy the product or service to the market. Then monitor user feedback and performance metrics to ensure the solution continues to meet user needs, and also make ongoing improvements based on user feedback and evolving needs. So, human-centered design approach can greatly improve our UI UX by focusing on the real needs and behaviors of the users. By understanding what users want and how they interact with the product through research and feedback, designers can create interfaces that are more intuitive and enjoyable to use. Regular testing and refining based on user input also ensure that the product continually meets their needs effectively. So we hope by now you got a clarity on what a human-centered design approach is and how the ways and processes to achieve it. Now, let's see some real-life examples of how brands applied HCD process to enhance their UI UX. First, let's see an example from IDEO, which is a global design and innovation company. So, IDEO was asked by a medical device company to design a data entry tool for nurses during a specific procedure. So, the client envisioned a sleek, futuristic gadget similar to iPad that required two hands to operate. However, when the IDEO team observed the medical procedure, they noticed a critical detail. Patients were anxious and scared as they were into surgery, and nurses would often hold their hands to comfort them, and an essential human interaction the client has overlooked. Realizing a two-handed device wouldn't work, IDEO brainstormed and developed a one-handed device with a thumb scroll, which looks like this, allowing nurses to input data while still holding the patient's hand. Although it wasn't as cool as the client's original idea, it was far more practical and empathetic. So IDEO's approach focused on understanding the end user's needs and using those insights to guide their design, resulting in a solution that was unexpected but ultimately created a more human and effective experience for everyone involved. So now let's talk about the role of HCD in digital products. So human-centered design profoundly influences the UI UX of software and digital products by placing the genuine needs and behaviors of users at the forefront of the design process. Through comprehensive user research and empathetic understanding, designers gain invaluable insights into users' preferences, challenges, and motivations. This deep understanding allows for the creation of interfaces that are intuitive, user-friendly, and emotionally resonant. Now, let's see how HCD impacts UI UX of a digital product through an example. Uber uses human-centered design to make sure the app meets users' needs. They started by researching what people didn't like about traditional taxis, such as long waits and unclear pricing. The Uber app has a simple, easy-to-use interface with clear visuals. It allows quick booking with one tap and shows where the driver is in real time. Users can save favorite places and ride preferences for a personalized experience. Also, the app is accessible with voice commands and adjustable text sizes. It provides fare estimates and real-time tracking to ensure transparency. So trust is built through driver ratings and safety features like an emergency button. Uber continuously improves the app based on user feedback and tests new features before releasing them widely. It supports multiple payment methods and also languages to be inclusive for all users. So these HCD principles make Uber a user-friendly, personalized, and safe ride-hailing app.
I think I heard a lot of great answers there. Um, and potentially just to elaborate on some of the responses that I received, it does seem like they may not have done enough research in terms of the user groups in different areas. When you launch a product, when you do testing, you're doing testing from like a small group, so potentially they only tested one area. um Coke is pretty much based in um the city that I live in. um they have a lot of headquarters here, at least. So or at least a lot of offices and warehouses here as far as distribution, I should say. Um, the so it is a very Coke city. However, I do believe that when people, I saw that BJ said something in the chat, as far as emotional attachment and brand identity, and people, when people do love a product already, they're not really willing to shift from it. However, I think it showed that the backlash from it was that people actually did like the product. Um, and it was just a matter of re-engaging the audience and knowing how passionate they were around the product. So it definitely was a similar situation that you may see with certain brands that may change their logo. For example, um, the Met in New York. It's a huge museum, um, and if anyone's ever heard of the Met Gala, it's where they host that at. And they changed their logo some years ago. And when it came out, it was a lot of like backlash and um conversation, if you will, around why they did that. And the association was not necessarily entirely the same, but it did modernize the logo. They did modernize the logo to, I guess, bring it more up to date. Um, so just some like brand attachment, some emotional attachment, some brand identity there too. Um, Joanna said Coca-Cola. So it's so big they did a test various age groups, different countries. How big was the group? Yes, exactly. Um, and testing in different age groups can experience different things. Testing in different demographics, as far as location, age, range. There's a different variables that you can, um, gender, um, occupation, economic. Income. You can test based on a lot of different variables, but it does make one wonder what their variables were then. Great. So today's learning objectives are: by the end of the lesson, you will be able to explain the role of user research in UI and UX design to enhance user experience. You'll also be able to analyze different user research methods to identify effective data sourcing strategies for design, and then design interactive surveys using the Gen AI tool Typeform to engage users to collect actionable data. Has anyone ever used Typeform or any other um, polling device, Google Forms, anything like that, to conduct a survey or a poll, perhaps for a class or project? The skill level or the experience that some people may have had, or someone has ever used Typeform before. Okay. So for the overview, user research user research in UX user experience involves systematically studying target users to understand their needs, behaviors, motivations, and pain points. It ensures that the product is designed with the user's perspective in mind. Why is user research essential in UI UX design? User research is essential for the following reasons. We want to understand user needs, of course. Um, Often identifying the needs of the user is why we're essentially trying what problem we're trying to solve for, what problem we've identified. Um, so understanding what the user needs is essentially the first pinpoint of that. And then you want to make informed decisions. By doing research, you're informing yourself on other, maybe other industries, other companies that may have experienced this issue, problem, or similar users, similar platforms that have similar users, that may be solving for this need already. And then, of course, you want to enhance the usability, and that's where you get into the I would say more the functionality design of things. Um, Improve user satisfaction, making sure that they are truly satisfied with your results, and then reducing cost and risk, if that is a potential variable. Oftentimes, cost and risk can be anything from fines to users leaving your platform. So you want to reduce that as well. And then gain a competitive advantage is also an huge aspect of doing user research because when something exists, it also gives the option to solve for it better, um, especially if you're in a similar lane, whether it be industry, business vertical, or project type. Understanding user needs. Scenario. Imagine you're designing a a grocery delivery app. For user research, you discover that customers want to easily add items from previous orders to their cart. The outcome is that by understanding this need, you can prioritize creating a feature that allows users to quickly reorder their favorite groceries, improving convenience and user satisfaction. A scenario for making informed decisions is that suppose you're designing a ride sharing app. Research shows that users often struggle to find the drop off location input field. By using this insight, you can redesign the interface to make the drop off location input more prominent, streamlining the booking process and reducing user frustration. And then enhancing usability goes the scenario is that imagine you're creating a fitness tracking app and where users say it's hard to find the start workout button because it's hidden in the settings. Suggest the outcome is the suggested outcome is placing the start workout button on the main screen. You can make the app easier to use. This helps users start their workouts quickly and enjoy the app more. And I myself have definitely not necessarily lost the start button, but experienced some interesting things as far as button placement or um, functionality of certain apps when it comes down to fitness apps, especially that I've just downloaded some and deleted them just to figure out which one worked best for me. So, and then improving user satisfaction. Suppose you're updating a music streaming app. Users have mentioned that they want to easily find and return to the playlist they've recently listened to. By adding a recently played section on the home screen, the app becomes more user friendly. This makes it easier for users to return to their favorite playlists, leading to higher user satisfaction. And then reducing cost and risk. Imagine you're designing a booking website for traveling accommodations. Early user testing shows that the filtering system is confusing and hard to use. By fixing this issue before launch, you avoid costly redesigns and customer service issues later on, reducing the risk of users abandoning the website due to frustration, and then gaining a competitive advantage. Imagine an online clothing store where customers have expressed interest in a feature that suggests outfit combinations based on their previous purchases. By launching a feature that the outcome is that by launching a feature that suggests personalized outfits based on purchase history, the store can boost customer satisfaction and set itself apart from competitors, thus attracting more fashion conscious shoppers. So for the quick check, Sarah is browsing an online store for gadgets and finds it frustrating to compare options. Based on UX research, what feature can make the comparison process more user friendly? A. Adding a quick view feature to display a brief summary of each gadget, reducing the amount of text in the gadget descriptions. implementing a side-by-side comparison tool for selected gadgets, or adding a rating system next to each gadget to highlight popular choices. In their answer of C, I also wanted to point out a couple of comments that I see. Um, as far as Olivia saying D, that she can also see D being helpful. I do as well. I do as well. I'm seeing D being very helpful. Oftentimes when people want to compare something, their other people's reviews, especially for example, if you're shopping on Amazon and you're looking for the same use case. Imagine Amazon is your shopping platform. Oftentimes, you may be comparing two products one to another, but Amazon does a great job of showing you how many people purchased it, how many people um, have left reviews, and what the review system is. And as far as even what the popular choice is. So I think, or even the Amazon choice, I believe they have that as well. So I think that is um, a great addition, but as it's not too intuitive on what she is looking for in that comparison. If she's looking for an opinion based comparison, then of course I could see D being helpful. But I think D definitely answer, the sure enough answer is definitely C. And then I also wanted to point out, call out what BJ said as far as it reducing cognitive load, making it quicker and more confident decisions. Yes, that side by side comparison also just lets you see something essentially for what it is. Read the specs side by side, details often side by side, and making the evaluation for yourself. Now we're going to get into exploring user research methods. So there are some different methods of user research involving various these various methods. So user research uses various methods to gain insights into user needs, behaviors, and experiences. Here are some common types. These two may switch up your L's and your M's, but the first one is qualitative, and the second one is quantitative, and the next is behavioral, and the last is attitudinal. Qualitative research involves collecting and analyzing non numerical data such as opinions, comments, feelings, and motivations. It focuses on understanding the why behind user behavior. Yes, and it definitely helps to identify specific perhaps specific pain points in that experience. I myself have done some user testing myself, and I've also been a part of certain focus groups just to help better certain products. One was even a facial recognition one that essentially I had to basically help expand on the types of facial or the positioning of the camera, the types of variations where people can sit, and then give my feedback on that experience as well. Um, so it wasn't necessarily um, a group setting, but I did have my own um, kind of like person or guide, if you will, helping me along the way. So it was a great experience. But those are both examples of qualitative research in ways that you can gather. And this is non-numerical data, of course, but in ways you can gather opinions, comments, feelings, and motivations behind using a certain product. And then qualitative is where you kind of get into the numbers. Uh, those Here are some popular methods used for quantitative. We'll get into that in a second. Qualitative data methods are interviews, focus groups, and observations. Just as we just recently discussed. And then quantitative is where you get into the numbers. It focuses on measuring and analyzing numerical data to identify patterns and trends. It analyzes large amounts of data to identify behavioral trends. For example, oftentimes people want to know how their website is performing or how their platform is performing. They want to know what users seem to favor, what aspects and features users seem to prefer over others. If you're, for example, if you're running a blog, you're going to look at more quantitative data to see how many people may look at certain articles, how many people may be interested in certain topics, potentially the times of day that people come to your site. So those are certain variables that you can incorporate into quantitative data. But it analyzes large amounts of data to identify behavioral trends. Some examples are surveys, A to B testing, and then usability testing. Qualitative versus quantitative. Here is the difference between the two essential research approaches. So from the left to the right, we're going to go over for the feature of focus. When it comes down to qualitative research, it's mainly focusing on insights and understanding. And then when it comes to quantitative, it's numbers and statistics. From methods, qualitative goes into interviews, focus groups, and observations, while quantitative incorporates surveys, experiments, and questionnaires. The outcome, as far as data, in terms of qualitative research, is unstructured and textual data. Meanwhile, quantitative is structural and numerical. The purpose of qualitative is to explore and understand, while quantitative is to measure and quantify. An example of qualitative is to ask users why they clicked the button and what they expected to happen. While quantitative focuses on the example of quantitative is counting how many times users click a button in your app. And now we get into behavioral research. It focuses on observing and measuring user action and behavior. It seeks to understand what users do rather than why they do it. Here are some popular methods used in behavioral research: eye tracking, heat maps, session recordings. And has anyone ever seen like a heat map on like a website or landing page just to see what users may prefer, what are the hot zones? It kind of looks like a weather map, if you will. At least some of the ones that I've seen or used, they look like weather maps in a way of just kind of showing you in the brightest color or darkest color red where the hot zones are, and then where people tend to not prefer, it won't necessarily give you expressions there, and it'll be lighter if depending on the preferences of the majority of your users. And then now attitudinal research aims to understand users' beliefs, opinions, and feelings about a product or service. It delves into the why behind user behavior, exploring the motivations, perceptions, and satisfaction levels. Some examples of attitudinal methods are card sorting, tree testing, and surveys. And then behavioral versus attitudinal. So for focus, as far as behavioral, it gets into user actions and interactions, while attitudinal is user beliefs, feelings, and intentions. Behavioral goes over the methods, observations. The methods are observation, analytics, and A to B testing, while attitudinal includes surveys, interviews, and focus groups. For behavioral research, the data goes over quantitative, for example, click rates, time on a page, while attitudinal is qualitative, for example, quotes and opinions. And the purpose of behavior research is to understand how users interact with the product, while the purpose of attitudinal research is to understand why users behave a certain way. Okay. So now we're going to get into a quick exercise. Everyone close your eyes. Not immediately, but first I want you to grab a piece of paper and a pen. Okay. And if anyone doesn't have paper, feel free to like open up a Figma page and just draw with the pen tool. So that could be fun as well. But okay. So everyone close your eyes and draw your favorite shape. For example, a circle, a triangle, or a square. More qualitative to determine the why. But then I wanted to figure out as far as like your behaviors, attitudes, as to like why you the reason as to not necessarily why, but the mental behind your decision. I heard the person that said that they picked a square, they felt more structured. The person who picked a triangle um, wanted more perfection. The person who picked a circle wanted a sense of ease or felt a sense of ease about it. And then the person who drew a star felt that it associated with standing out. And with this information, it does lend itself to the feelings that people often have around the shapes themselves. Um, so it does align with the feeling of what each shape tends to bring. So something to keep in mind as you use these shapes as well, how people tend to feel about them. Squares being more structured, triangles essentially showing stems of perfection, and then circles being easier or more adaptable, if you will, and then stars truly standing out. So some data from your peers. And then to get back into the lesson, what are mental modes? A mental modal is what the user thinks about how a system like a website, app, or product works. It helps users predict what will happen when they interact with it, shaping how they use the interface. Products designed on user mental models. For example, Gmail. Users often associate their email inbox with a physical mailbox where they receive messages. They expect to open an email to read its content and delete it when it's no longer needed, similar to throwing away a physical letter. How many people have Gmail as their primary email inbox or email platform? Yeah, pretty much everyone has a primary Gmail, so good to know. I have quite a few, so I guess I can raise my hand a few times. Now we're gonna get into Amazon, so shopping carts and e-commerce. Users think of online shopping similarly to in-store shopping. They expect to add items to a cart, review items in the cart, and check out at a virtual cashier. How many people have an Amazon account or use Amazon? Yeah, we got quite a few people. I'd say about the same people that use Gmail, about the same amount. And then Netflix. Netflix recommendations. Users expect entertainment services to suggest content based on the way based on their viewing history, similar to how a friend might recommend shows or movies they know you may like. Right? How many people have a Netflix or have used Netflix before? Oh wow, I think this is the most. More people use Netflix than Gmail and Amazon. So for today's group discussion, let's consider this scenario. You've launched the new app and want to understand user experiences. You conduct an in-depth interview with users, asking them to share their thoughts as they navigate the app. You explore what they like, what confuses them, and why they might abandon a task. This approach is akin to taking a guided tour, where you gather detailed, subjective insights from users' perspectives. Which research method are you using in this scenario? Provide a justification for your choice. But the definitive answer is definitely qualitative, because qualitative is an aspect of behavioral research, but it's like they kind of go hand in hand. Um, but when you are, for example, when I've done user testing where I hosted it virtually and essentially walked the user through my experience, or the experience that I had designed. And on each screen, as they got to each screen, we asked them to express their feelings about each screen, and how, not necessarily their feelings about each screen, but we asked them to certain questions when they got to each screen, and use their behaviors as to what prompted them to go next, or what they clicked on to go next, as far as how they navigated the app. Um, it was mainly to decide if, at least this research was mainly to decide why certain merchants were signing up for the platform, and we wanted to know as to where they got confused in the process. The process is pretty long as far as onboarding a merchant. So, and we were starting to require um, we had additional requirements and legal regulations that we had to incorporate into the design. So essentially, we did a lot of like qualitative research to decide what that experience should be, and then also test it out in um, behavioral ways to see how users navigated through that process and what their pain points may have been. But an example of, if I were to turn it into like an attitudinal, um, it would be more so how merchants felt going through the experience. I would have been more focused on that at that time. Um, and how merchants even feel as far as being on the platform with the changes. I would have dove into that more, but that was going into another project that I had coming up, where I was able to do some of that research, or at least find some of that insight out, especially with the changes that we were incorporating. So just some fun facts there. Now we're going to go into introduction to Gen AI tools for data collection. AI tools for user research. Gen AI tools help in user research by offering advanced capabilities that streamline the process, enhance insights, and improve decision making. Here are some integrated tools used for user research. The first being Google Analytics, Typeform, Hotjar, and an IBM Watson. Side note, we will use Typeform in our demos, as it is one of the most versatile and powerful survey tools. And then it uses, well, as far as Google Analytics, uses AI for advanced behavioral analysis, providing insights into user interactions and patterns on websites and apps. Hotjar employs AI to analyze heat maps, session recordings, and user feedback helping to understand user behavior and identify usability issues. And then Typeform uses AI to analyze survey responses, offering insights into user needs and preferences. While IBM Watson offers AI-driven sentiment analysis and natural language processing to interpret user feedback and surveys. So quick check. Nathan, just imagine that Nathan is conducting user research and wants to use AI tools to gain deeper insight into user behavior on his website. Which AI tool would Nathan use to analyze heat maps and session recordings? I feel like this is a pretty easy one here. Yeah, come on, everyone. I think everyone's getting this one right so far. So on this one, yes, of course, the answer is B, Hotjar. And to get into the demo for today, we're going to be exploring Typeform as the lesson suggested a moment ago, which is an interactive survey and forms. We'll explore their key features and capabilities to create interactive and engaging surveys. So I always like to start from the meat and potatoes of things. I'm gonna share my window so that you guys can see my sign up process as well. So we're gonna go to Typeform here. And then we're gonna sign up. I like to sign up using Google, it's just easier for me. And the email that I've used for this class is this one, at least for our demos. I agree. And then let me accept my cookies. Just want to hide that. And then let's access their platform. Does anyone need a couple moments to sign up? I know I did that pretty quickly, have my Gmail pretty loaded in. But okay, Miranda, some people need a couple moments. Okay. First question that they prompt you with is to figure out what kind of user you'll be. And that is to ask what the main thing you'd be using Typeform for. I'm gonna just say personal. Feel free to say school or work if you will, but I'll just say personal just for the type of account that I want it to show me. And then what I want to use Typeform to help with is to conduct research, get feedback, get more customers and sales, recruit talent, manage events, projects, and requests. I wanted to use it to conduct research. And then I'm going to submit that response. Then it starts with how you want to build your form. If you want to start from scratch, import questions, or create with AI. So the guided practice is to allow us to apply the skills that we are skills that we've learned and demonstrate them in Typeform by creating our own basic survey. This reinforces understanding of the features, focuses, and crafting interactive and engaging surveys. So without further ado, we're going to let's start with a multiple choice. And that's similar to the first question. You can ask someone, what is your age? And then that could be, say, 18 to 25, 25 to 35, 35 to 45, and then 45 to let's just say 65 plus. Oh, 45 to 55, and then 65 plus. Right. And so this is a required field. You can indicate based on the variable that you selected if it was required, if it's a multi-selection options. For example, if people can't be more than one age, so I wouldn't necessarily use that here, but that is an option that you can incorporate into your question, and then you can randomize the order of the poll as well, or the selections, as well as give the option for other, so it's more standardized. And then um, just making sure that if you want it to align horizontally or vertically, depending on that. And then if you have an image or a video to attach to the type form, you can also attach that as well, even add an icon. I want to talk about someone's age, so maybe I want to include a icon that says a birthday. Um, and I don't know, maybe I want to lay this out a lot differently, if you will. So there's some variations that you can include, and especially if it's on, depending on what device it's on, you can give some variation as to how that displays. Um, but by all means, have fun with it as well. Learning about the variations of components, if you want a long answer, if you want to take in someone's address. Also, pay attention to the type of fields that it populates with. Oftentimes, when you're building your own screens and systems and platforms, you want to make sure that you're collecting the right type of information. And this is a good way to just become familiar with what is potentially required of you or what can be required of you. If you're asking for an address, or if you're asking for certain contact info, or even if you're collecting payment information. These are important and usually systemized, consistent things that you should know or will need to know to include. And as those vary, this is a good, I guess, centralized starting place to figure that out. And then, of course, you can end your survey, whatever survey you happen to build, however many questions you wanted to include. You can then end your survey with some sort of CTA as well to say farewell to your users, thus linking them to either your social media or website link or something like that that can direct them back to the reason why they came. So, and here's a quick like workflow to show the process that your users or your users will go through, depending on what you include into this into your type form. And then you'll also be able to connect different plugins, different APIs that they have to make that process and make that type former better. Even point your data directly to certain systems. Like, for example, if I'm collecting users from here, I may want to connect my MailChimp to collect those emails. So I'm retargeting those users through newsletters. I may want to use HubSpot to do something similar, or Excel to import this data into an Excel sheet. So, just an example of some. Um, what are some other things I can show you guys about? I'm not going to get into that. Well, yeah, for the most part, I feel like that gives a brief overview as to what you can utilize or how you can utilize Typeform. But today we're going to go over a quick demo that just invites you all to create your own basic survey. And I would say try and make your survey about something realistic, whether you're trying to figure out how many people, or if you're trying to figure out how many people have, as to what aspects people enjoy certain foods at concession stands and baseball stadiums. You may want to build your questions around that, um, getting a more demographic approach as well. But feel free to take on the task and start building out your survey. Make it no more than 3 questions or variables, if you will. And that can be anything from long form, excuse me, short form answers, multiple choice, and even some core identity information. So, and then I'll share, get back into the lesson to close out this module. So, oh, I had more spaces in here in my design, but it didn't pan out that way. But I created an exclusive dinner party, um, and I wanted to invite people to essentially partake. Um, I asked their name and their like core identity information, essentially is what I'm calling it, is their name, first name, last name, their phone number, and their email, just to get their contact info. And then I'm asking for their availability. Um, I This is a kind of exclusive setting, so I select I have the option to select from either Wednesday or Friday or Saturday setting. Then I was thinking that what if um I wanted to see what if I wanted to test 2 surveys out and ask people what their availability was, and then um, maybe based on the common availability range, based that on what my multiple choice selections were. So that was just another idea that I had while I was creating this survey as to why this question is here. And then I asked, yeah, I thought I put short form answers in. That's just asking me for my email. But the last question that I asked was, do you have any food allergies? And that was, of course, to make sure that if it's an yeah, I definitely did not pick the right one. Um, yeah, so my last question, I asked if they had a food allergy, and that was just to make sure that I'm solving for users um, as they arrive and they may be allergic to certain ingredients. I want to make sure that if you're being invited to an exclusive dinner party, that you're able to eat what is actually being served. And then I don't have any allergies, so let's skip that. And then last but not least, my last question was um, if they would like to bring a plus one or a guest. And then they have the option to submit it and then see me there. And now I'm going to get back into the module, close out. So some key takeaways are doing user research that aligns with products, with user needs, with behaviors and pain points. And of course, doing qualitative and quantitative methods that reveal why users behave as they do and measure patterns. And then next, of course, behavioral and attitudinal methods, which provide a complete view of user actions and opinions, while typeform helps us to enhance research with advanced analytics and sentiment analysis for deeper insights. And here's some additional resources that Simplilearn has provided as to what is a UX researcher. I don't know if you all remember me saying that some organizations or companies may have a designated person or role carved out for user research, and this goes more in depth as to what that is, what is a user researcher, what is UX research, and of course, the methods and um, approaches that we discussed today. Learning objectives are that by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to select the best suited research method to conduct user research efficiently. You'll also be able to create interview questions using ChatGPT to gather meaningful user feedback on app usability and navigation. You'll be able to explore various qualitative and quantitative data collection tools to save time and effort. You'll also create a survey using the Typeform tool to collect quantitative data effectively. And it really depends because there's some companies that like they're screening your resume with AI. So that's why even recently I found that I've gotten more impressions from having my resume in an ATS format, whereas like as a designer, there's been times where I've had a horizontal like resume and it was received very well. Whereas I did find that as AI began to take over a lot of HR roles and recruitment roles, that having a like super unique or super well designed, or in my eyes, like a super like an extremely designed or resume that is not necessarily adaptable to AI is definitely harder to get a lot of impressions on. So that was just my personal feedback on that. Um, I don't necessarily, I didn't, I don't know if they use AI. I probably should check that. But the last resume that I worked on for myself, I had someone else write it. So, qualitative data collection methods. So, some qualitative data collection methods collect detailed, non numerical information to better understand people's thoughts, feelings, and experiences. Here are some methods: we have interviews, focus groups, ethnographics. I don't think I've worked with those myself too often, or at least at all. And then observations, and then usability testing. I think this is also to pick back up on last week's conversation. I did ask if anyone was a part of any focus groups. I do highly recommend, once again, highly recommend that you guys sign up for these things. You will be using them. If there's a college nearby in your area, 9 times out of 10, those students need research, um, or need help doing their research. If there's tech companies developing in your area or near your city or in a local city near to you, perhaps there's certain focus groups that are coming up that may help them to develop their products. Um, Even going on usertesting.com and doing some usability testing, answering some polls. You can even sign up for an interview version of a usability testing on usertesting.com. And those are longer form and you get paid for them. Sometimes those like $5 and $10 at a time add up, and or it can be some like gas money really quick, and you're, instead of scrolling on, whatever social media may be your practice or your preference, excuse me. Um, there's been times where I'm like, hey, instead of like scrolling on TikTok, I'm gonna scroll on user testing, and I literally did this, and I knocked out a couple surveys in like maybe an hour. I had like an extra $30. I know it's not much, but it's also the practice of gaining the experience as to how to structure your questions, what types of questions you should ask your audience, and when you may ask certain questions in terms of your flow and process. Sorry, I see the chat is there's quite a few people in the chat. I just want to make sure I'm addressing everyone. Um, some people use ChatGPT frequently. I did thumbs up the Perplexity user. I also use Perplexity, and I'm a newfound fan of it. I want to say I heard of it before, but VJ had a really nice presentation about the platform. So I was just like, hey, why not try it out? And I did, and I actually prompted it with the same prompt that I did for ChatGPT. And I like Perplexity more in terms of the amount of detail it can provide um, on a subject and the formats that you can have them put the data into. Yes, there are definitely ways to adjust AI to make it sound more human. And the more you work with your personal like AI voice, the better you use your prompts, the better your and more human your system sounds. And that's my only workaround with Perplexity right now. It is very systemized sounding because it doesn't sound like me yet. And that's because one, I'm not using the pro version. And then two, I have recently just started working with that particular AI, so it doesn't know me yet. Whereas my Chat GPT, I think it knows me a little too well. um, let's see what else we got here. Uh, can I provide the website? Yes, I will. Oh, somebody is this something else? Another website? Leader, Leaders of Awesomeness. Oh, this is cool. I'll definitely check this out in my own time. And then yeah, I've had some friends ask Chat GPT some very interesting questions. And I think if anyone's like ever dove into like the world of like Chat GPT via like TikTok or like YouTube or anything and the different things people prompt to it is very interesting, I think what you would find. But to get back into things, for an interview portion, an interview is a one-on-one conversation between a researcher and a participant, typically conducted face to face or remotely. The aim is to learn about the participant's experiences, thoughts, and feelings regarding a specific topic or issue. I myself had conducted an interview process um, through usertesting.com, and that was remote, a remote interview where I just asked the user how they felt regarding their different series of questions, of course, regarding how they felt about the platform sign up and onboarding. So, just a little background there. And then an example is after launching a new travel booking website, you conduct interviews with users who tried to book a flight. This qualitative feedback points to a UX problem that impacts the user's experience. The checkout process should be simpler, and it was confusing to enter personal details multiple times, says an older user. A lot of times when we're designing things, we think about our ideal user instead of all the users that can potentially interact with our platform. And that's why um, creating user personas and persona user journey maps through those personas are really important to understand the needs of everyone. Whereas this customer seems to be an older gentleman. Is saying that they wish the process was simpler and it was confusing to enter their details multiple times. And a lot of times, if anyone has helped an elder use a phone or use any sort of technical device, it's they don't like doing things more than once, especially when they're used to writing things down. What's written down, you don't have to write it again. No, 9 times out of 10, unless you messed up. So some advantages and disadvantages of interviews in UI and UX are: advantages help to gain a deep understanding of user needs. They also help to changing, su- adapt flexibility to changing circumstances. And then they also provide insight into user behavior and context, while it reveals emotions and motivations. Advantages also Some of the advantages of the interviews also are to enable open-minded exploration. And some of the disadvantages are that it consumes time as interviews can be lengthy. It involves a small sample size. So while sometimes you may have group interviews, excuse me, a lot of times they are one-to-one. And then another disadvantage is that they carry the risk of bias, um, and that could be for a number of reasons. And they also require skilled interviewing for unbiased data, meaning that the way you yourself prompt a person is also important. It's the similar way of if you've ever been on a job interview, and as you will also continuing in your careers, um, there's times where you may get an interview with someone and you may not want the role after you have that interview. Um, your perspective as a participant is just as important as the interviewers, and making sure that they're ethical, that they respect your time. Making that's also a really important thing, that they respect your time, that they are polite, that they are personable as well, just as well as you have to be. I think that's something that we should talk more about and balance out more in the industry. And then also the results are the results can tend to be subjective in their responses. Um, so meaning that being that you are collecting data one on one, you may have like some biased responses or some opinions that may be subjective to either the person asking it, or even I've seen times where the interviewer um may themselves like remit certain questions from the interview based on the user's type or demographic, or even um time that they may have run out of. So those are some of the disadvantages, as well as it is difficult to generalize some of that feedback in terms of when you're collecting people's natural human response. It's maybe difficult to paraphrase and summarize that into certain groups or buckets um, that allow them to like relate closely to each other. Some tips to overcome disadvantages in interviews in UX UI are that they're here are I'm reading that again. Is that one, you want to focus on behavior, not just opinion. That is, once the person is like giving an interview, if you're collecting an interview, you want to focus on how, if the person is one, if answering like honestly, truthfully, and not just about the actual product, and not necessarily an opinion that may be a bias about either the subject or the industry. Um, and then you also want to avoid leading questions, making sure that you're asking the questions that you've done your research enough to ask, um, and that you're not necessarily prompting the user to make a decision that you want them to make. You want them to make the decision that naturally best suits them. And then ask open-ended questions that allow the user to respond, and to format an opinion about the subject, not necessarily. A lot of times in interviews, you're conducting an interview to find out what the user really thinks, not necessarily to ask yes or no questions. Um, and then you can encourage specific examples. You can ask a user to elaborate more on a specific answer that they've already provided. If you feel like you may want or need more details from that response, and then use follow up questions to dive deeper. And this is a good practice, if you will. And it does take time to get more familiar with how to prompt users with additional questions without necessarily suggesting that they suggesting a response to them. It's more so getting them to elaborate further on the subject in different ways, and expand the vision that expand on their perspective without giving them insight as to, hey, we want your perspective on this specific thing, or we want your perspective in this specific lane. Similar to um similar to the way, like, if you were conducting or if you ever watched reality TV, let's just take this out of like computer science for a second. If you're watching like reality TV and you ever see like confessionals, a lot of times those are just one-on-one interviews with a producer and a participant on the show, and they are asking that participant a series of questions that some may be unique to that participant's experience, and then some are pretty standardized as to what everyone in the entire group on the show had experienced. So it's a way of but as a good interviewer, it is a way to that you can definitely dive deeper with your participants and get more out of them for the sake of doing your research. And then, of course, avoid jargon and assumptions. Try to make this as you're talking to people, you want a human centered response. So provide and use human centered language. I think that one's a little self explanatory. And then some tips to overcome the disadvantages is to prioritize key areas of interest, um, staying focused on the actual like topic of discussion, of course, and then start broad and then get specific. Um, for example, I've done an example of that. I've done some user testing interviews where they may ask me, "Do I own a car?" That's very broad. Like, yes, I own a car. And then they get really specific on, um, do you own this type of car? Then I may say no. Then they may say, what, select the year, not the year, select the make of your car. And that's a lot more specific and detailed as to what you're prompting the user. And then ask about emotions. We're not therapists. We don't always have to ask how does that make you feel? We can be more direct in terms of just engaging with the user's emotions. Um, and then, of course, end with opportunity for feedback. This is definitely a good sign that you prompted your user well and you allotted for enough time, because um, the opportunity to give for the user to give feedback to you um, is to also improve yourself and maybe your system, your company, your organization in different ways. So then also use neutral language that is kind of coincides with just using human-centered language and not using jargon. Similar to the way we were talking earlier about using AI to like do things for you, say things for you, and that kind of reading as like this kind of like robotic message. No one wants to like necessarily hear that during an interview. So just make sure you're being personable and being yourself. And then of course tailor your questions to the user's experience level. And this is part of what I was saying of like I've seen some interviewers say ask certain questions to um, or tailor their questions rather to certain users based on what they may have observed of their experience, or um, maybe certain users are deemed to ask these questions, and say you have a range of 12 questions and you're only able to ask 10 with each user, you may rotate in two of your questions depending on certain things that you may see about that particular user. And then now we're going to get into a demo, creating interview questions using ChatGPT. So I think this is probably the exciting part that for some people. Um, feel free. Does anybody need like a link, or is everybody cool with just finding their ChatGPT? I have an app as well. And pretty much use ChatGPT a little bit too much at times. We're going to this demonstration. We're going to use ChatGPT for today's demo. Similar to the way we used Figma and Typeform in past lessons. This demonstration shows how we can use Chat as a tool to quickly generate interview questions that gather meaningful user feedback on app usability and navigation. It will also show how we can customize the interview process by adjusting the questions for different features and users for more effective results. I just want everyone to give chat, like create their own prompt in chat. You can use, I think, remnants of this particular sentence of generate interview questions that gather meaningful user feedback on app usability and navigation, just to see some of the generalized questions that you can ask. And fun fact, one of my clients actually recently shared feedback with me through ChatGPT. Um, it was I don't know exactly what the reasoning for it was, but or I think it was just a matter of time to like write, and like maybe also like sometimes because some people aren't as like visual or technical in certain ways, they can even use something like this to communicate what they want to say without like either in a detailed way, as of course, without like leaving things out that they wouldn't necessarily think to say. So she prompted chat to give feedback on some work that we were doing. So I thought that was pretty cool, especially when it comes down to AI. The better your prompt, the more detailed your prompt, the more and then sometimes that could be done in a concise way depending on the platform that you're using, but the more detailed your prompt is, especially to get well the more detailed your prompt is, and the more and it doesn't have to be like a ton of words or anything like that, but providing certain like key details allows your the AI to generate more specific results. So even if you were generating like an image from this in some type of way, you would want the prompt to be as detailed as possible, just so that your results aren't in vain. And if you've ever used any other AI platforms, there are credits that you can run out of. So whereas chat is for the most part free, and I say for the most part because there is a paid version, and then you do run out of um, tokens, if you will. I've run out of like tokens on a conversation thread that I've had for a month, and I continuously have a certain conversation. I'm trying to gain, I'm working on a specific project, and I've been using chat for this specific project to help me with different things. And it's at the point where like I have no more, I've utilized all of the prompts that I can for this particular, um, in this particular conversation thread. So I would have to start a new thread. So it's annoying, but it's definitely worth paying the investments, because while I have it attached to a different for a different like my personal chat, I'm not doing that. But like work related things, I will use like a paid for chat. And at least I'm not doing that yet. But work related things, I will use a paid for chat, and that um I do find to be even better. And focus groups are to understand consumer attitudes towards a new product. A focus group is considered where participants discuss their opinions and experiences. In a focus group, a small group of participants, usually 6 to 10 people, are brought together to discuss a particular topic. The discussion is led by a moderator who guides the conversation with predetermined questions, ensuring everyone can speak and that the discussion stays on track. And why focus groups are useful in UI UX research. They allow us to understand group dynamics and shared user experiences. They also allow us to explore in depth user perceptions, uncover unspoken needs and frustrations, as well as facilitate early stage concept validation. They also allow us to achieve speed and efficiency compared to individual interviews. And once again, we have our advantages and our disadvantages of focus groups. Advantages are that they are quick, relative, rich, qualitative feedback, and it provides deep insights into user thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. It's also interactive discussions. It reveals richer insights through group dynamics as participants build on each other. And then it's cost effective. It saves time and resources by gathering multiple user feedback in a single session. I guess that's why I kept saying quick. Definitely saves you a lot of time as compared to one-on-one interviews. And then one of the disadvantages are that it's a group thought. Participants may conform to dominant opinions, which leads to limiting diverse feedback. And then dominating participants, which is also a factor in terms of having a focus group where some individuals may monopolize the discussion, reducing input from others, or some people just, tend to take over a conversation or experience, and um, whereas others may be a little bit more timid. And then you'll have limited sample sizes, like small groups that may not be representative, making it harder to generalize findings. And then a guide to help UI UX designers effectively run a focus group. Here's a step-by-step guide to help UI UX designers effectively run a focus group. One is by defining the goal of the focus group, selecting the participants for that focus group, and then preparing discussion questions for them, and then planning the structure of the session. A UI UX designer working for a popular e commerce app like Amazon, your task is to improve the checkout flow and you want to gather user feedback to better understand their experience and frustrations. You've decided to run a focus group to achieve this. Write down the specific goals of your focus group. What exactly are you trying to learn about the checkout process? How would you select the participants for your focus group? And then write down the criteria you would use. Write 5 to 7 open ended questions that will give the discussion in the focus group. Excuse me, that will guide the discussion in the focus group. And then these questions should help uncover insights about the checkout process. I completely agree. And having worked on some trust documents myself, I think that, and by all means, I highly recommend if anyone is doing research on like a specific industry, or maybe it's maybe a project, maybe a little broad. Um, I highly recommend, if you're sourcing a source of trust, a source of truth for trust. I would highly recommend the Edelman Trust Barometer. It's a global survey that they do annually. Um, and honestly, like having worked for Edelman at some point in my career, I've had to work on those and design certain collaterals that coincide with that trust barometer. So I think that, and I've also leveraged it afterwards just for insight as to a specific industry, or I've even passed it along to one of my interns who was really interested in like food and beverage, because I had a whole report that was specific to that industry. But I think sourcing a sense of trust is very important in the work that we do. Finding out what our users like, finding out if you really want to like solve for your users' needs as best as possible, understanding them from the moment that they wake up to the moment that they go to sleep. Understanding them better is best and important. Um, Similar to what I was discussing before about using certain things to create an ideal user journey or um, a ideal user profile, if you will, because those things essentially add to that perspective that you're able to leverage. I will say recently they started doing an emphasis box under the add to cart if an item is frequently returned, which I think for me has built more trust. Like they are doing, being honest with users. Yeah, even recently I opted to return an item that was like, it arrived and it didn't work. And they sent me a new one instead of giving me my money back. I don't know. But I wasn't really mad at it. It was just I guess maybe it was also a factor of, like, I had opened it already and it just didn't work. So they were like, "Hey, let's try and meet in the middle." But, I sent the other one back. I just wanted to make sure that I made sure I used it a couple times before I, sent the other one back that didn't work, and in case I had to, like, escalate my, claim there. Um How would you select the participants for your focus group? I think in a way, the only thing I would suggest about this question is more so like, do you feel it would be my only suggestion because you're kind of saying that one of these parts already felt confusing. So you're kind of like in a way condemning the product, but more so like leaving it up to the user to decide if they felt confused or frustrated. That would be my only suggestion. And then the last one was how clear and transparent were shipping costs, duties, and delivery times before purchase. Yeah, I think that's a good way of asking a good way of asking similarly to a similar question as to number two, just because it's asking if there was clarity there. Therefore, if someone says something is clear, that they may not have been confused about it. And then if they did make it to the purchase side of things, then 9 times out of 10 they weren't frustrated with their experience. So some good questions there as well. No more questions. Um, so that completes our activity. And then now we're going to get into the ethnographic study. So, ethnographic, the definition is defined by studies that observe users in their natural environments over time to understand their behaviors, challenges, and needs with a product or service. And then the purpose in UI UX is that the goal is to understand how users interact with a product within their daily lives, helping designers create more user centered solutions. And our favorite part, advantages and disadvantages for ethnographic research, is that one of the advantages is that it's contextual and it's a contextual understanding that provides insight into how the product fits into the user's natural environment. Another advantage is that it uncovers latent needs, reveals users reveals needs users may not explicitly articulate in surveys or interviews. And then last but not least, it's a deeper insight into user behavior, which shows how users behave versus how they report their behavior. And then one of the disadvantages are that it is time consuming and requires extended observation periods, making it unsuitable for tight deadlines. It's also costly. It's resource intensive due to travel, long observation periods, and qualitative data analysis. Another disadvantage is that it's limited in scalability, which means that it involves small sample sizes, making it harder to generate findings across a larger audience. I think this kind of coincides with a example, the Coca-Cola example, where people didn't necessarily like people liked the new Coke in the small sample size, but when it hit the larger audience, it did serve as a disadvantage to them, or at least to the investment, because it was not received well. So just an example there. And then how to conduct an ethnographic study in UI UX. It follows a series of steps below, which include identify the research goal. You have to know exactly why we're here. To kind of kick things off is to identify the goal, and then choose the environment. The environment that you have candidates in or participants in. So extremely important. And then, of course, observe and interact. Observe your participants and then interact with them, making sure that they are doing whatever task it is, or hitting that goal correctly. But just also to make sure that you're taking notes and to document. A part of that observation is to be able to take notes and to document what you find and what you see that a participant may be doing. So conducting an ethnographic study for a fitness tracker app is you're a UI UX designer working on a fitness tracker app. The goal is to understand how users incorporate the app into their daily exercise routine. You decide to conduct an ethnographic study to observe users as they go about their workouts, whether at home, in the gym, or outdoors. Step one is that you follow several users throughout their exercise routines, observing how they check the app for progress updates, heart rate monitoring, and goal tracking. And then step two, during this observation, you're going to note that many users struggle to interact with the app during their workout due to sweaty hands or bulky equipment. And then three, based on these observations, you suggest gesture-based controls that can be activated by a wave of a hand or reducing the need for touch interaction. A quick check for today is that which of the following is a helpful tip for overcoming the disadvantages of user interviews in UI UX research? Is it A, use leading questions to guide the user's response? B, prioritize key areas of interest before delving into specifics? C, focus only on the technical aspects and avoid discussing emotions? And then D, avoid offering users an opportunity for feedback at the end of the interview. Let's see what we get here today, guys. Yeah, I feel like this one is pretty self-explanatory. Yes, it is B, and agreed, and definitely correct. BJ definitely helps to structure the interview and keeps it efficient. The others were, I think, pretty clear giveaways as to why they don't apply. But just to reiterate, you don't want to lead. You want to guide the user, um, but at the same time, you don't want to lead their responses and dictate what they may say. And then C, the act of avoiding discussions around emotions. We want to encourage that. So we want to encourage the user to be empathetic with us and trust that we are an advocate for them. So we of course want to ask about their emotions and discuss that. And then feedback at the end of the interview is mainly how we get better and how we sharpen our swords. So avoiding that just means that you've lost the opportunity to hear more from that user as to how to improve your interviewing process. So just some insight there. Let me see where we are in time and completion. Okay, we're gonna keep going because we got a ways to go. So as far as observation in UI UX research, it is a qualitative research method that directly observes users as they interact with a product or service. It provides insights into how users behave, think, and feel in real world situations. In UI UX research are that there's direct, indirect, and then participant. With direct observation, researchers watch users interact with the product in real time, either in natural settings, for example, their home or workspace or a controlled environment. And then indirectly, instead of watching in real time, researchers gather data through screen recordings, user logs, or analytics to analyze how users interact with the product. And then last but not least, the participant observation as the researchers become part of the environment, participating in the same activities as the user while also observing their behaviors. The advantages of observation are that it provides real world context, um, authentic insights by observing users in their natural environments. It's unbiased data to show actual user behavior and then avoiding the biases of self-reported feedback. And then another, or last but not least, is discovering unspoken needs, where it helps reveal hidden issues or latent needs that may not surface in interviews. And some of the disadvantages are that its observer effect. Um, Users may modify their behavior because they know they are being observed. And then the time and intensive. It takes significant time and resources to observe multiple users. And then subjectivity. Last but not least, the researchers' interpretation of user behavior can introduce bias into their findings. An effective tip for conducting observation in UI UX research is that staying neutral, avoiding influencing users' behaviors or guiding them towards specific actions. Instead, observe how they naturally interact with the product. And this is kind of this stay neutral is kind of like a good rule of thumb for interviews and focus groups as well, just to not not inflict any bias on the user group, and then also just making sure that you're guiding them with the action, but not influencing the next action that they take. You want to record nonverbal cues, pay attention to body language, facial expressions, and pauses. Someone may not say if they're frustrated, but they may act like it. So this is a good way to catch that. And then these can indicate confusion, frustration, or satisfaction. And then next, you want to avoid interruptions, letting users complete tasks without interference, even if they struggle. Only offer help when necessary. And this is just a good rule of not showing any bias. For example, um, if you found like if you were putting people through a focus group and it was some sort of challenge aspect to it, you wouldn't necessarily help one team figure something out that you didn't give another team just so that they can catch up. That's creating like a bias results as well. And then focus on context is to observe users in their natural environment to understand how their surroundings affect their interaction with the product. And then last but not least, keep detailed notes. Is document everything, everything, everything. Note user actions, emotional responses, and moments of confusion. And then to get into usability testing is a crucial part of UX design. They it is a is it helps to evaluate how effectively efficiently users interact with a product or service. Once you identify the issues, you're able to detect usability problems and barriers that users encounter. You can also improve the experience by gathering feedback to refine and enhance the user experience. You can also validate the design, ensuring that the design meets user needs and expectations. And then to continue on, there are 3 types of usability testing. There are different ways to conduct usability testing where each offers unique insights into behaviors and product interaction. The first one being is a moderated usability test, whereas the next one could be an unmoderated usability test. And then last but not least, a remote usability test. Types of usability testing are the first one is moderated, which is it is conducted with a facilitator present, either in person or remotely. The facilitator guides users through tasks and observes their interactions to provide immediate feedback and clarification. Whereas unmoderated is where users complete tasks on their own, typically using online platforms without real-time facilitation. This approach is cost-effective and allows for a broader range. I don't know what's going on today. This approach is cost-effective and allows for a broader range of participants. And then last but not least, participants for the remote usability testing, participants are in their environment, interacting with the product while being observed remotely. This method helps to understand how the product performs in real world settings. And then one of the benefits of usability testing are that it's a user-centric design, which ensures the product is designed with the user's needs and preferences in mind. It's increased efficiency, which it identifies and resolves usability issues early, reducing the risk and costly post-launch fixes. And then you also have enhanced satisfaction, which improves overall user satisfaction by creating a more intuitive and user-friendly product. Thanks, guys. So Lookback.io gives you live feedback and has specific participants like your your own users. Whereas user testing, it is used for a broader sample of testers and prefers unmoderated testing. Some notes to just be aware of is Lookback.io doesn't offer a free plan, but a 14-day free trial for all new users, during which you can test the full suite of features. And then user testing doesn't have a free plan or a traditional free trial. However, you can request a demo, and they sometimes offer limited trials through sales reps and potential customers. And then Hotjar and Full Story. Hotjar gives you a visual overview of user engagement in with your product and gathers simple feedback. And then Full Story gives deep insights into individual user sessions and analyzes specific user behaviors. Some notes on that is that Hotjar offers a free plan with limited features suitable for small projects or individuals starting out, whereas Full Story offers a free plan with limited access for small teams or individuals. It is a usability testing tool that is particularly useful for content organization tasks. An optimal workshop is improves the content structure of a website for easy navigation. It also supports testing site structure for information hierarchy. So if you're ever, oftentimes I've seen even designers that I've mentored uh, kind of struggle at times. I may need some like brushing up to on just how to best optimize for that information hierarchy. So I think this is a great tool for that. And then note, while Optimal Workshop offers a free plan with basic access to their suite of tools. So definitely something you can utilize to improve your work. In addition, and then usability testing process. There's about 5 steps. The steps are conducted um, in Steps in conducting a usability test are as followed. Step 1 is to define the goals. Step 2 is to develop scenarios and tasks. And step 3 is to conduct the test. While step 4 is to analyze results. Step 5 is to implement the changes. Similar to what we discussed earlier, of like defining and identifying your goals, making sure you know why you're conducting this research, what problem are you trying to solve for through this research, and then develop scenarios and tasks that would allow the user, potential user, to go through the experience and gain the insight that you're looking for. And then, of course, deliver the test, analyze the results, and then, of course, last but not least, is implement those changes into your. Now you have informed design decisions to implement these changes in this research into. So this is just how we get that. And then a quick check for this segment is that which of the following is a recommended approach when conducting UI UX research observation? A, focus only on facial expressions when recording nonverbal cues. B, offer help to users immediately when they appear to struggle. Or C, observe users' natural behavior without influencing their action. And then you have D, only record notes when users show confusion or frustration. We never want to influence the behaviors or the actions of the users. We're not there to collect our own feedback, we're there to collect theirs. And then of course, we want to make sure that what we're collecting is not biased. So that's why you want to make sure you're recording notes on the good, the bad, and the ugly, essentially. And then if a user is struggling through something, let them struggle. I know it's like, oh my gosh, like, but they're taking so long, or they really are just not getting it. You have to let them figure it out. If there's a timed segment and they haven't figured out, then just okay, move on. You're out of time for this segment. I don't know what your rules or suggestion may be, either to remove the user or to just maybe just indicate that they have to move on to the next section. But by all means, don't help them through the experience that you want them to give feedback on. And then, of course, people's facial expressions are going to be what they're going to be. Sometimes while I do understand writing down these nonverbal cues, um, don't let that be the only nonverbal cue that you record is facial expressions. So don't just focus solely on that. And then next we have qualitative data collection methods. A quick summary on that. Qualitative data collection methods gather rich, detailed insights into user experiences, thoughts, and behaviors. Interviews, having one on one conversations to explore participants' thoughts and experience, while focus groups conduct group discussions to understand shared experiences and gather diverse perspectives on a topic, whereas ethnographic um, is observing users in their natural environments to see how they interact with the product. And then observations allow users to interact with the product in real time, to identify their behaviors, challenges, and preferences, while usability testing is asking users to complete tasks to see how they interact with the subject and identify usability issues and areas for improvement. Now we have some quantitative data collection methods. We may run out of time on this one, but I'm going to try and get through it as best as possible. Quantitative data collection methods involve gathering numerical data that can be analyzed statistically. And here are some methods. We have surveys, web analytics, heat maps, and A and B testing. A and B testing is kind of just testing two things, may have some differences side by side, essentially. And then to get things started, we're going to go over what is a survey. A survey is a sequence of questions used to determine a participants' preferences, reasons, qualities, and feelings about a certain issue. Surveys allow us to quantify notions as a research tool. It is decided to employ a sample of a bigger audience, and these are lessons learned from a larger group of people. Surveys can be used for a variety of purposes, which include collecting feedback on a working product, um, investigating the reasons why people visit specific websites, and then evaluating usability of a particular product. So just making sure that if you want to know more from your users about the updates that you may have made, or if you should take something down, you want to know essentially how they feel about it, essentially sometimes before you do it. And then some survey tools are, some of the popular ones at least, are SurveyMonkey, Woofu, and then Survey Gizmo. These tools offer multiple collection methods, including web link, email, Facebook, or website embedding. Has anyone ever used any of these tools to do a survey? Well, hopefully we get to use one in class. And then the AI tools for surveys are Monkey is a user-friendly machine learning platform that helps you to turn raw text into actionable insights. It simplifies the process of analyzing text so you can easily uncover valuable data. And then you have Survey Sparrow, which is a tool that turns feedback into a conversation. It offers customizable features and diverse question types to create engaging and personalized surveys. And then last but not least, you have Typeform, which we have used already, which is a versatile tool for creating surveys, forms, and quizzes designed to engage users with an interactive and conversational interface that will help them. There's a quick view of Monkey Learn. It integrates with survey tools to perform sentiment analysis and categorize open-ended responses, making it easier to identify key themes and insights. Whereas Survey Sparrow, it employs AI-powered chatbots to conduct surveys through conversational interfaces, making the process more engaging and user-friendly. Whereas Typeform uses AI to analyze survey responses, offering insights into user needs and experience and preferences as well. And then quickly, we're going to get into creating a survey to collect numerical data. Should be about, let's see if we have time to take the whole 15 minutes. We got 15 minutes for this, and then we got 15 minutes to get through about 13 slides and answer questions. So let's see. In this demo, you will learn how to generate interview questions using ChatGPT to gather feedback. I think this is supposed to say survey questions, so we'll just pretend. You're going to use this demo to generate survey questions using ChatGPT to gather feedback on the navigation and usability of a mobile app. I am going to make the executive decision to skip this section, just because I do feel like it may be very similar to what we already went over. But I think a greater challenge would be to utilize the interview survey, and then see how for you to test on your own, to see how you can expand your ChatGPT prompt to create a survey for you, or at least create a series of questions, and organize your series of questions for a survey versus an interview, based on, because it's the same thing. And then also tailor that survey to your fashion app. Maybe you want to figure out what is the best I don't know, maybe you want to do a survey that says that that is basically trying to understand how the user feels about receiving uh, coupons on the platform versus in their email. I don't know, but there's a few things you can probably test for there and utilize versus trying to reinvent the same wheel, because we already gathered that information for interview questions. So this is just a way to kind of like flip the assignment and pour it into creating a survey. For the lesson, we're going to go over what is web analytics. It refers to the process of collecting, measuring, analyzing, and reporting data related to web traffic and user behavior on websites. The goal is to gain insights into how users interact with a website, which can inform decisions about design improvements, content strategies, and marketing efforts. Some web analytic tools are Google Analytics, Matamo, I believe, and then Matamo, and then Hotjar. These are commonly used for web analytics and quantitative research in UI UX, and they track user interactions by adding a small snippet of code, often JavaScript, to each page of your website. How web analytics works. Here's a detailed breakdown of how web analytics works and what they can reveal. One being that they can track code by collecting data on user interactions through a snippet of code added to your website. They can also reveal the page views, which is a count on the number of times users view a page on your website. Sessions tracks each visit to your website and all interactions within that visit. How long essentially someone stayed on your site would be tracked through a session. And then bounce rate measures the percentage of visitors who leave after viewing only one page. And then traffic sources identifies where your website visitors are coming from, such as search engines or social media. This is also a good, and then click tracking is also monitors your user clicks to understand behavior and preferences on your website. And then now we're getting to heat maps. Heat maps are those things that look kind of like the Weather Channel in a way, but they are visual representations of user behaviors on a website or interface. They use color uh, gradients to indicate where users interact with a page and then where they click, scroll, or move their cursor. The hotter areas, usually in red or orange, show where most users focus their attention, while colder areas, blue or green, indicate less interaction. Heat maps use embedded tracking code to record user clicks, hovers, and scrolls, often displaying the data in a color-coded overlay. And last but not least, we'll have high interaction areas are shown in warm colors, red, orange, or yellow, while low interaction areas are in cool colors, blue and green. And then types of heat maps. Heat maps typically come in a few different types, each focusing on different aspects of user behavior. Uh, Click heat maps show where users click on a page. Scroll heat maps show how far users scroll down a page and where they stop. And then hover heat maps show where users move their cursor across the page. These are some of the most popular tools for visualizing user interactions through heat maps. You have one being Hotjar, uh, Matamo, and then Crazy Egg. And then what is A and B testing? It compares two versions of a web page or other digital asset to determine which version performs better. So it's like that side-by-side testing that I was telling you guys about. It involves randomly assigning visitors to 1 or 2 versions and monitoring their behavior to determine which version better achieves a specific goal. And how that works is here are the key steps involved in conducting an A and B test to optimize user experience and drive data-driven decisions. Step one being that to form a hypothesis to measure the changes, and then two, to create 2 versions of the page A and B, so that you have something to test. And then 3 is to assign users randomly to both versions. And then, of course, 4 is to measure user behavior. And then 5 is to analyze performance results to see if they coincide. And once you analyze the performance results, you're able to see which one coincides best with your hypothesis, or at least solves for your hypothesis best. And then some tools for A and B testing that are beginner friendly. Here are 4 tools to help optimize your website's performance and user experience, and that is Google Optimize, Unbounce, VWO, Visual Website Optimizer, and then Optimizely. So anyone want to take a quick screenshot or quick notes as to what these platforms are that you can leverage. And then hopefully this guided practice we can actually do. This guided practice helps you learn how to create a survey in Typeform using different question types to collect valuable feedback about Airbnb's user experience. All right, awesome. So you can either create your survey in ChatGPT and copy and paste, or import them via Google Forms or Perplexity, if you will. I find Perplexity being really cool at. I'm sure ChatGPT can do this as well, but I feel like when it comes down to formatting your content, they're not the best. But Perplexity will allow you to export a CSV that you can easily upload to something like this. But what I want everyone to do is to create their survey for their um you can choose to use feedback about to solicit feedback about Airbnb's user experience, or you can well, I feel like that's something you can actually test out, so let's just use the example that's suggested to us. But create a survey. You can use ChatGPT to prompt you with the questions for your survey, but essentially make it about Airbnb. So today we're gonna create the affinity map with Miro. It's a health and fitness app. Um, the scenario that we're giving is that the health and fitness app industry is highly competitive, with users expecting seamless experiences, personalized features, and reliable performance. Recently, the development team has gathered feedback from multiple sources, including app reviews, customer support, and user surveys. Your task is to analyze this feedback to identify key areas for improvement. The demo will demonstrate how affinity mapping can assist in organizing and analyzing this feedback. So without further ado, I'm going to share a new tab. So we're in Miro right now. I still can have participation, but I do want to sorry, I keep clicking the wrong thing. I do want to try and give you guys the opportunity to hop in here with me in some kind of way and at least view it and be me kind of moving around. So without further ado, we're going to organize the following sticky notes. Well, the following into sticky notes. We have 4 categories based on based on UI UX experience, on how the user felt the UI UX experience was. 2, we have performance issues. 3, we have feature requests. And then 4, we have user frustrations. So what I'm going to do is we're going to start with 1, and then just let me pull up the chat on the side of my screen so that I can see who may be answering to what. But for the first one, we have that the app crashes every time I try to track a workout. Where do you guys think this particular, what sticky note do you guys think this particular feedback belongs on? And then the second one, they would love interaction. I mean, excuse me, integration with their smartwatch. The fact that it is not necessarily um, something that has a it is something that the platform needs. However, it is something that is the platform needs ads essentially to garner certain revenue. So it's not something that um, is like a one solve fix. Like you can't necessarily remove them. However, maybe there's a way that the ads can be integrated differently so that the user's experience is not so distracting. I've seen this done on like Shein and I know Timu doesn't do the best job with it, but they make it a little bit more interactive, so it's not that they're putting an ad in your face, or it's filtered into your, if you're shopping or, if you're even on a fitness app, it's filtered into your, um, user experience better than, um giving you or taking over your entire screen or distracting you from your workout. Maybe it's in your list of workouts. Maybe you'll see an ad for some fitness gear or a new gym. But there's a way that you can massage it into uh, the user experience without it being distracting or as distracting, and letting the user choose to um, interact with it. So moving to the next one. UI feels outdated and cluttered. Where do you guys think this one falls? Is under that one was under frustrations. So, but I do understand it being a solve with the actual experience. So we can still, well, essentially a lot of these are suggesting um certain pain points. It's a matter of if it's a if it's indeed a frustration of that specific user, like maybe something that a personal could be a personal issue or something that that user may have a personal experience with, or something that can be that should be predefined in the app. So it should be predefined in the app where to find your settings, as it should be easily accessible. However, the app crashing is like a glitch in a way, where it's like a technical issue. The customer support is a customer service. The customer support not responding to an email is a customer service issue. Um, I did have it under frustrations, but I do see it being, and this is not necessarily like what I made up, but it's just kind of trying to place it where the key set to place it. But I do, that's why I've kind of put it in both, because I do agree it is a UX UI issue more so, because the settings should be easily accessible, and that's something that you can predefine before even getting into the actual user testing. So that's why I kind of like put it over there and put it in orange, because I do feel like it should be over there as well. So for push notifications are too frequent and annoying, where do you guys think this should go? And then a great app, but lacks community feature. You saw I was headed there, huh? They kind of gave that one away with the community feature part. And then the app freezes when switching between tabs. I'm also gonna highlight this one in orange, because I do feel like this is a potential frustration as well. So, and that may happen. Sometimes you may have, if you ever put together, I saw that I believe it was VJ put together a map that where there's different styles of analysis and ways you can analyze the feedback of users, and sometimes you'll see that certain things may overlap. So there may be certain diagrams, if I can like just quickly draw, um, just draw that out on screen. BJ's was like this, where he showcased the user feedback into the 4 categories and based it on grouped each the feedback in the categories as such. But sometimes you'll see that certain things overlap where they may also, for example, the one we were just discussing, while it is a user experience issue, it is a frustrating point, being hard to find your settings or hard to cancel a subscription you don't want anymore. Even a couple that I caught over here, the um, app crashing every time they try to track a workout. That's also a performance issue. So while it is a main frustration, like if you can't use the app and you're also subscribed to it, um, that is also a severe pain point, but it's also a performance issue. So that's where certain things can overlap. And perhaps we can lay out that this diagram once we do our first grouping. We can lay it out in this way as well to show that overlap. And then there's also, depending on the diagram that you're drawing, there's also the option for Venn diagrams that where you have certain elements that, of course, may still overlap based on 3 key categories. And this also coincides with the research methods that you decide to use. Just to keep going, um, they love the dark mode option. And then we only have a few left, but the suggestion was that the app feels laggy when entering meals manually. And then sometimes it logs me out for no reason. Let me quickly go back and check my key. Just to it is this one was also actually when I checked I was typing in to just like see if the others as well, and we were doing a good job of, like, even creating some subcategories in our main categories and seeing which ones may overlap, because this one is truly an overlap one. This one is categorized as a frustration, however, it is a very, much so a performance issue as well. Um, so I'm going to place it in both, as we've been doing the ones that were like super clear on it being indeed both. And then I'm gonna give these a slightly different color just so that we are pre-identifying the ones that have that duplicity, that aspect of being having that overlap. And then okay, we're almost done here. And then we have about 3 left. The onboarding experience was confusing. So we have quite a bit of overlap, but I think overall, this is some really good insight. If you were to name, I know Shoba suggested that we have a success category. So let's make that now. And then the ones that are both user experience and frustration, we're just gonna put these on the same overlap card, and then overlap our performance and user frustrations as well. And then just drag our features over because those were pretty clear and clean. Good job, guys. Did everyone enjoy that exercise? We have quite a bit today. That was the last one with the vote. Ryan, I'm not really sure if I'm following what you're saying in the chat. Where we left off with this particular demonstration was that we were supposed to be analyzing survey data using Typeform for quantitative insights with Google Sheets. We had a scenario at hand that involved us receiving a set of data collected from Typeform to evaluate app usability and performance. The survey includes questions such as app ratings, frequency of use, and overall user satisfaction. The goal is to analyze the data in Typeform to identify trends, measure user satisfaction, and pinpoint areas for improvement using the platform's built-in tools. To analyze data collected from Typeform and convert into raw data into actionable insights. So I took some of the steps, being that we already went into Typeform, created our surveys. So this is essentially making sure, yep. This is essentially what we've collected from Typeform and for this particular scenario. The data that we collected, um, it basically ranked what the user's input was based on how many users selected that particular item according to the selection. So let me get into that. I just want everyone to just start reading through the data, look at the comments, and see what they're asking in regards to the data. We're gonna just have a quick discussion. This demo is only 15 minutes. But where do you think was what do you think was the most common user pain point? Yeah, I think that overall there are a lot of feature requests and ways that they see that it's missing some features, but it works fine. Um, The smartwatch was one, as well as, the meditation, feature. That was another one that they wish they had. I wanna say they really wish, the users really seemed to provide a lot of feedback on the, fact that they wanted the meditation part and then the features being missing. So that was great, pulling that out. One of the ones that I was also looking for were that, it's not easy to use. I mean, sorry, it's easy to use, but it's not intuitive, excuse me. Meaning doesn't necessarily guide the user along the experience. And then to show how people's experiences in the platform and how much frequently they use the platform can have an effect on as to why, and also the learning curve. Like if you are willing to learn, if you are willing to invest time into something either daily or weekly, you may have a better experience. But if there are certain like key pain points like the app is crashing or it's lagging, that would provoke someone to barely use it or to not interact with something anymore. So that's a good analysis of the feedback that we received. Lesson 4 on UX research, where we'll be applying user research to design, this time crafting user insights with empathy, persona, and scenario mapping. So for today's Engage and Think, We are going to go back to 2017. Has everyone had Pepsi before? I know I live in a very Coke friendly city myself, but has everyone had Pepsi before? Pepsi. I'm from New York, so Pepsi was like more of a prevalent in the north than it is in Georgia in the south. In 2017, Pepsi launched an ad featuring Kendall Jenner to promote unity and peace. However, it received widespread criticism for trivializing social injustice issues. The mainstream market did not fully grasp their audience's emotions or context, leading to a disconnected and tone deaf campaign. Think about a recent product or campaign that missed its target, like the Pepsi ad. What did it fail to resonate with its audience? How could the audience insight have improved this outcome? Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna actually pull that up so that if you haven't seen it, I remember seeing it, and it wasn't a big hit on the in terms of people understanding I think a lot of times, especially when people use certain figures, they think that it's gonna actually sell to the audience, but it also has to be personable and emotionally sensitive at times. So I'm gonna ooh, let me mute until the ad goes off, and then I'll share my screen. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily hit the mark as far as like what they were trying to convey. Um, it She didn't necessarily seem engaged with the protest or what was at the social gathering that was going on um, until it was someone that she may have like either connected with visually or like kind of like pulled her into it. Um, Not saying it was like forcibly, but just in kind of inviting her into it. But I think whereas the other people they went because they essentially like saw it as like a thing that they wanted to be a part of, um, that they knew they wanted to be a part of versus like finishing your gig and going. So I think, yeah, it was kind of a missed mark there. I see a couple. And it definitely was a lot of that when it came down to like her presence being in the ad, just because one, there it was mainly to use her name, image, and likeness. Um, but also they tried to they tried to use her name, image, and likeness while also addressing social issues and saying that they um addressing some social issues or showing as an advocate to protesting for just causes or social issues. But I think the two things don't necessarily correlate, and they didn't do a good job of mending them together. Yes, I believe it definitely would have worked better if they used a celebrity that was also already promoting peace or associated with peace. I agree. I agree. Um, there are a lot of influential people who don't necessarily, they may not have the reach that Kendall Jenner has. However, they will be more associated with the context for the ad. So I think that would definitely be a good solve. And then let me share this tab. Our learning objectives are to analyze how empathy, persona, and scenario maps contribute to understanding user needs and UX design. We're going to create a detailed user persona to represent target users accurately, and then develop an empathy map for a specific user profile by synthesizing qualitative user data. And then we're going to design a scenario map outlining a user journey incorporating empathy and persona insights. And then last but not least, we'll apply empathy, persona, and scenario mapping techniques to a UX design process to enhance the overall user experience. So to get us started, we're going to go through empathy mapping, understanding user emotions and motivations. The process of organizing your user research in a way that helps you perceive your audience, your audience's perspective. It's an iterative practice that helps design teams better understand their users and foster a user first approach in all stages of product development. And this is similar to the quick little diagram that I drew in the last exercise, or even what VJ posted in the chat. And then there's a significance of empathy mapping. Empathy maps play a critical role in aligning the team by creating a shared understanding of users, identifying gaps in the team's existing knowledge about users, and then guiding the design process with a focus on real user needs and emotions. What is an empathy map? An empathy map is a simple but powerful visual tool for organizing insights about users. It helps teams better understand user emotions, thoughts, behaviors, and motivations. What someone thinks and feels, what they hear, what they see, and also what they say. It is widely used in UX design, product development, and research to ensure that user-centered designs align with real user experiences. 4 components of an empathy map. We're gonna imagine an empathy map as a simple yet powerful snapshot of your user's world. It helps you to break down what users say, given their actual words, feedback, and quotes. It also helps us to break down what they think, and that goes into what goes on in their mind, what if they're often feeling deeper emotions or concern, or even if they're satisfied with something, we want to know what that means. Um, and then it also breaks down how they feel, their emotional responses, like frustration, excitement, and then what they do, the actions they take, whether interacting with a product or navigating a website. Organizing these into 4 sections allows empathy maps to clearly show how users interact with your product or service. Empathy maps identify user behavior patterns. They may empathy maps also help Empathy maps help identify why users behave a certain way by connecting their emotions to their actions. For example, imagine a user who feels frustrated. That's an example of feeling. They may start clicking back repeatedly. That's an example of what they may be doing. And then when they cannot find what they're looking for on our website, the frustration leads to them making impulsive decisions, like leaving the site altogether. But when but when you as a designer can see this connection between what they feel and what they do, you now have the insight to fix the pain point causing this behavior. So let's just use this as an example. The user feels frustrated and then they may start clicking repeatedly. Say a user is using Instagram, right? And they're frustrated with trying to upload um they're frustrated with trying to create a subscription group and pour in their content there. What do you think a potential solve could be for this particular frustration? If it's an existing user that's trying to use a feature that is new to them on the platform. Design perspective. For example, I've seen Instagram walk users through, or at least myself, through how to monetize an account. And it was a series of like steps on the screen that kind of prompted me as to like what to do next and what to input. Um, However, I think when it comes down to features that you can use for monetization, it does get a little wonky at times. I personally haven't utilized the subscription feature for my Instagram to like gain subscribers. However, I think that you it's safe to say that we can like that's something that um could be implemented. Um If it's not, just as far as onboarding the user with that particular feature, introducing it to them, teaching them how to use it, and sort of like an on-screen quick step-by-step guide that may be at times no more than like 5 steps for the user to just click through and gain an understanding of what they should do in order to achieve their optimal outcome. And then to keep us going, um, designing with empathy. They ensure that one builds products, creates experiences that genuinely meet user needs. For example, think of designing with empathy as crafting a personalized gift. You would not just pick any gift, but carefully consider the person's likes, needs, and feelings. In the same way, when you use empathy maps, you get to know your users on a deeper level, like what they love, what frustrates them, and what motivates their actions. There are 5 steps to create an effective empathy map. One is set your goals. Setting clear goals for the project is essential before creating an empathy map. What you're hoping to achieve, you're going to determine what you're hoping to achieve. These design goals should guide your research and ensure that you collect the most relevant information to address them. And then, 2, collecting research findings. Research is the foundation of your empathy map. There is no requirement for a particular type of research, but user interviews and surveys are standard UX research methods that would prove useful. And then third, you'll gather data for each user group. you'll create a detailed profile or persona for each user group you are trying to design a product or service for, and then gather the UX research data you have collected for each user profile. And then 4, organize your UX research into 4 quadrants of the empathy map. One being says, one being think, does, and feels. And then last but not least, we're going to synthesize these insights. When you have created the empathy map, look for patterns and insights. You can then share this information with your stakeholders to guide design decisions. And this is also very helpful when you're trying to, especially when you're talking to stakeholders and trying to determine what the what features can be implemented now and which can be implemented later. For example, some things may be a matter of bandwidth for development and what they may already be working on. Other things may be a bandwidth of budget, depending on if you're in a part of like an agency or a firm. They may be like an agile shop where they're like doing updates and improvements like incrementally. But overall, um, it in the I guess real world, the insights that you gain and gather is the insights that you gain and gather just overall are useful in trying to assess what projects can be done, what you can solve for, and what things can be implemented on the platform. Some things are just, development. Sometimes we do research and we find out, of course, a glitch. We're not necessarily, if the app keeps crashing, we're not necessarily redesigning anything or adding design to anything. That's more of a development issue. If something freezes, same. That's more of a development issue. However, if someone is saying that like earlier, they would like to see a meditation app or a meditation, excuse me, feature, then that's something that design would have a hand in. Similar to the example that suggested that, oh gosh, it just left my brain. The example that suggested that a user would like to connect their fitness plan to their Apple Watch or smartwatch. That is an enhancement that design can play a role in, so that we are determining how the app or platform appears on a smartwatch. What does that look like? What screens are we designing for that? What messaging are we and then this depends on your organization as well. But what messaging are we adding to show that this app on your phone is communicating with your smartwatch, or at least transferring that information? What information? Transferring that information to your smartwatch. So there's a few ways in which we use that. We can utilize um, empathy mapping just to determine what to do when. That middle fuzzy ground, because you do want to be concerned with what they're doing, and as to like what their journey is, what the user journey is there. But this time we're more so concerned with how they're feeling, because they're frustrated and confused. So we want to know what their feelings are around like frustration, like what their we may then go into what they're doing to exactly to cause this frustration or confusion. However, we essentially need to first uncover why they feel that way. Um, because oftentimes things cannot be clear. Maybe the messaging cannot be clear. So it's not always essentially what the user is doing wrong. Sometimes the steps or the layout organization of things can be a bit difficult or not, as we keep saying, not intuitive of the what the user experience should be. think we all know, like, when you how to add something to a cart if we're on a shopping platform. So if it doesn't necessarily connect to the common audience, then it turns into a frustrating or a confusing pain point. Then that's the way we would essentially, or at least our first step is to how to solve for that. And then for the next module, we're going to get into persona mapping, creating detailed user personas. It is the representation of your target persona mapping. It is the representation of your target users that you will create based on actual data and insights. It is essential for guiding UX design decisions. Persona mapping benefits. User personas provide a deep understanding of your user needs, preferences, behaviors, and goals. By defining user personas, UX designers can create focused designs, thus making design decisions that address specific user needs, which ensure that the designs are relevant and effective. Can also improve communication, enhance team communication by fostering a shared understanding of the target users. And then you can identify priorities. Prioritize features and functionalities that align with the most important needs of users. Then now we'll get into data sources for persona creation. Effective persona creation relies on a blend of qualitative and quantitative data to capture a comprehensive view of the target users. We have interviews where we conduct in-depth conversations with users to learn about their motivations, pain points, and behaviors. And then we have user observations, which observe how users interact with products to identify behaviors and challenges that they may not express verbally. And that's just something. But sometimes you can see visibly maybe on someone's face, or if you have like the visibility to see how, for example, if I just shared the Fig Jam with you all, I can see you guys like hovering over things. So you can see when a user is potentially confused by something, or if something is a sequential step, you can see that if they take a little bit longer in one step than the other, you can see that they took more time, and begin to formulate hypothesis as to why they may have taken more time, even if they don't verbally express that. Verbally express as to what caused them to take more time. Um, and then last but not least, focus groups, where you organize group discussions to collect insights on user attitudes and experiences. And then some quantitative data sources for persona creation are effective. Effective persona creation relies on a blend of qualitative and quantitative data to capture this view. So this particular, sorry, I didn't know that was the same sentence. Quantitative data sources are analytics, collecting which collect data on user behavior, preferences, and usage patterns, such as page visits and time spent on a website or an app. There's also market research, which allows you to collect industry data to understand broader trends in specific user segments, providing insights into the market landscape and target users. And then last but not least, surveys, we use surveys to collect data on user demographics, preferences, and satisfaction, providing numerical insights into user opinions. Some of the steps toward creating detailed and accurate user personas are research and data collection. And the goal here is to understand user behaviors, needs, motivations, and pain points to create accurate and detailed personas. So, for example, every demonstration that we've done today, we've kind of done a lot so far. Usually, I think we do about two or three. I think we did about, because we are picking up from last class. We already did, I think, three, if I'm not mistaken. So in these demonstrations, we're always provided a ideal user scenario, or given an identity to kind of solve for, address. Sometimes we're provided these pain points. Sometimes I have to uncover some potential pain points for this intended scenario. But oftentimes, this is what we collect. Um, the goal is to always understand our user best. Sometimes we get into a project and we start to predict what we think the user's journey should be, but sometimes the and oftentimes how the user feels along that journey um is not necessarily what we have awareness of or we have knowledge of. Um, if this is an intuitive experience, is this a complicated experience, is this an overwhelming experience? And then also what motivates them to even want to use the platform. If someone wants to work out, they're going to figure out more how to use their fitness app. But if someone is like, oh, my trainer gave this to me and I'm supposed to use it once a week, and they're only interacting with the app when their trainer tells them to, they may have a harder learning curve or um, a not as positive experience with the app. And then to keep us going, identify patterns and segments. This involves analyzing data to find common trends and group users by similar behaviors, needs, and characteristics. This helps create distinct segments for building accurate user personas. So, for example, if we were all analyzing a platform together, which we may do today. If we were all analyzing a platform that we all use, say Netflix or um, on the mobile side, or Amazon, something, or Uber even, we would simply all have our respective opinions about the app, opinions about maybe if we were tell us if we were tasked as a group to provide our experience or provide our insight as to how we felt trying to request a ride on Uber at 5 p.m. on a Friday where everyone's getting off of work and either getting off of work or trying to go out after work. What that experience is like, then we would be able to essentially have our own individual personalized sticky notes and then group those sticky notes based on common themed themed common themes and common input. So that's essentially what that is kind of explaining. And then next, create persona profiles. This involves developing detailed profiles for each user segment, including demographics, behaviors, goals, and challenges. These personas guide design decisions to meet user needs. I just want to show a quick example of something of one that I came across the other day. I didn't create this, but it was I was looking for a web template, presentation template to coincide with something that I was making. And so I'm essentially making myself into um my own persona map, but I found this one that was based on a fitness app. So there's certain elements that I'm taking and using and certain elements that I'm changing to make it my own. But overall it doesn't have to be this stylized or this well designed. Um, you can use a template. Canva has many of them. The goal here is to be able to present your work as well. It's okay to have your notes and have things in a board, if you will, but the end goal is to get to this point where essentially all of your um, input fields here for your goals, pain points, brand values, favorite platforms, preferred devices, whatever you want to implement into your persona, user persona, you want to make sure you're addressing it here as well. So just a quick share, and now we're gonna get back into the lesson. Validate with real users. This involves testing the personas with actual users to ensure accuracy and relevance. Gather feedback to confirm that the personas truly represent your target audience. So those are sometimes you'll hear funny names like um, Careful Karen or Busy Bob, um, or Slow Sally. You may hear certain personas that like maybe a adjective or a word that's associated with the person's person that you're creating and a fake um, identity for, or if you created a user persona for, but you want to essentially make sure that you're addressing the potential issues of these personas with real users because only real people can give you real feedback. So even if you want to make a chat bot or something or chat with ChatGPT on what you think this user might um what the solve may be, you still want to validate that with real users because real humans think differently than even AI. So just making sure we're keeping that in mind. And then last but not least, we want to iterate and refine. We want to make sure that we're continuously improving the personas through feedback and new data to ensure that they remain relevant and accurate over time. One of the some common mistakes in persona creation. Um, Creating user personas is crucial, but a few errors can make them less effective. Here are some frequent pitfalls and how to avoid them. So one potential error is that um, it could be too generic of a persona. Focus on specific user groups and use detailed real-world data. Um, Also, assumptions, based personas on actual user research and not on assumptions. And then not updating personas, regularly review personas and update them with new data. So for example, um, you don't always want to just collect personas around who loves your platform or who um, has the most experience using your platform. Sometimes you want to know you want to learn from the users that don't use it as often. So thus creating a new a new perf- a new persona or updating the ones you have. Maybe you're elevating your users from one level um, from one experience to the next, and you're trying to essentially solve for that so that you're updating your user's profile to essentially give you that context as well of how they may feel about this upgraded experience or this elevated experience. So, um, regularly review personas and update them with the new data that you acquire. And then if there's too many personas, it could muddy the waters as to what you're trying to gain. You can create only a few key personas that represent the main user segments. And then we have a few tools that help us with persona mapping. There are AI tools that can improve persona mapping by automating various tasks. They help with data analysis, pattern identification, and persona generation. These are a few AI tools that are commonly used. We have Quoco, which assists in gathering and analyzing user data to identify key characteristics for persona creation. Then we have Extensio, which provides templates and collaborative tools to create detailed personas based on collected data. And then we have Crystal, which uses AI to analyze communication styles and preferences, helping to refine persona attributes based on behavior patterns. And this is a quick comparison map of the three platforms that I just read aloud, Quoquo, Extensio, and Crystal. Um, Quoquo seems to have it all. It's AI driven. It's real time updates, data driven insights, and customization options. Whereas Extensio is like the most limiting. It just allows you to customize. It doesn't have any AI or real time or data driven updates or insights. So, and then Crystal is like the happy medium where they allow you the AI driven persona creation and the data driven insights. Quoco excels in persona mapping with AI-driven creation, real-time updates, data insights, and customization, thus making it the top choice. Some key highlights of Quoco is that it enhances persona mapping with advanced AI features, including data integration. You can seamlessly connect with multiple data sources for efficient user analysis. You can use predictive insights, which anticipates user behavior changes to refine personas, and then uh, get into collaboration tools, which enables teams to collaborate in real time. Sometimes you may be a part of an organization that has a research team, and these may be some tools that they're using. And if you have a small organization where designers are doing research themselves, then you would essentially be using tools with your team to collaborate and organize the results. Then you have custom reports, which generates detailed and shareable persona reports. Quoquo is a paid tool or a plugin, and a subscription is required to access its advanced features. So for those looking to optimize persona map, a Quoquo subscription unlocks a full suite of functionalities. And then we're going to create a persona map. Did I let me just double check because I wanna make sure that I know I planned out actually, I'm gonna table this one for, I did the wrong one, um, just in terms of the exercise that I built out, and I realized that when we were doing the last exercise for empathy map, that we were, I even though I called it a, persona map, it was for the empathy. It was a empathy map. Um, the persona map, I will upload that FigJam after class just for us to like for us to go into. But well, I'll not upload it, excuse me. I will make that after class for our tomorrow session and we'll start there. But for this class, we're going to just continue on because there is still a scenario map that I would like us to get to. So, hold on the persona mapping, but just keep in mind the example that I did demonstrate. Excuse me, show you guys on screen of what the end goal after you persona map, you can create this identity or these character identities. So just give me a second on that, but continuing with the lesson. We have a quick check. Sarah is developing a user persona for a food delivery app. She must collect qualitative and quantitative data to ensure the persona is well rounded and accurate. Which combinations should Sarah use? Should she use interviews and analytics, focus groups and surveys, or user observations and market research? And last but not least, interviews and focus groups. So, some combinations here. It allows you to still gain insight as to like focus groups allow you to gain more insight from a large body of people versus like one-on-one interviews that may be harder to collect when someone is first starting to develop an app and you want to yes if you're developing a persona you want to have a perspective of ideal users and kind of pinpoint what multiple people may be saying so that you have a well-rounded approach in creating that user persona. Um, and then surveys are just, of course, that way of kind of ensuring that accuracy of you have data there that you've collected from multiple users or potential users that are giving you that feedback for you to incorporate into your persona identity. So um, that was my reasoning for agreeing with the folks that said B. While I do see interviews and analytics being um, applicable, I do feel like interviews are more so when you have identified who your persona is so that you can know who to target in a one-on-one scenario. And then analytics is kind of like the part that is a little fuzzy in this particular response, in this particular answer, because it doesn't necessarily tell us where we're getting the analytics from, if we're getting it from a different platform, if we're getting it from market research. And I can understand why C is also a good option, but um, user observations, if we don't necessarily know who our users are for this particular platform, how can we observe them? Unless we're analyzing others on different apps, but it's not necessarily clear that that's what we're doing here. So that's my reason for not suggesting that C was the answer. And then, of course, market research. Um, while that is great to include, you should always do market research, especially if you're going to go into a focus group or into your surveys, just so that you're able to implement questions that um, coincide with maybe common experiences or unique experiences on other platforms. This lesson, we went over analyzing how empathy, persona, and we will go over scenario maps uh, to continue and show how they contribute to understanding user needs in UX design. We also we will create a detailed user persona to represent target users accurately. And then what we did yesterday was we developed an empathy map for a specific user profile by synthesizing qualitative user data, and then we will also design a scenario map outlining a user journey incorporating empathy and persona insights, thus applying empathy, persona, and scenario mapping techniques to a UX design process to enhance the overall user experience. And then we'll see how we can use these maps to create potential solutions that enhance the user's experience. So without further ado, just gonna get straight to it. In this exercise, we'll create a persona map to understand the goals and behaviors of John Doe. He's a 30-year-old lawyer who frequently travels for work. He is planning a vacation with some friends. Some of you may remember it's the same scenario that we went through yesterday, but or the same use case that we went through yesterday, but for this time we're pulling out his some core identifying information about them and placing that into a user persona. Um, so, though he enjoys traveling, John finds booking stressful due to unfamiliar platforms and accommodation concerns. He's looking for a travel app that provides clear information to help him avoid booking issues and stay organized. So, let's hop in here. I pretty much just blanked out this template and with the information that we have, we should be able to estimate a profile about this particular user. So let me just make the screen a little smaller so I can see the insight as well. As far as location, do we know what John's location is? Based on, let me actually share the Okay, 36. Scenario mapping, visualizing user interactions and journeys. So, it is a process of creating detailed stories or scenarios that show how users interact with a product or service. It helps visualize the user's journey, identifying their goals, actions, and potential challenges so you can design user friendly experiences. Scenario and persona mapping, points of difference. Persona mapping defines who the users are, while scenario mapping shows how the users engage with the product in various situations. Oh, look what they're watching. Um, and this helps create more tailored and effective user experiences. For example, Netflix user Emily, persona mapping might define Emily as a 30-year-old professional who loves romantic comedies. Persona mapping might define Emily as a 30-year-old professional who loves romantic comedies, while scenario mapping would show Emily interacts with Netflix across different devices, browsing recommendations, or streaming with limited internet. Netflix has used scenario mapping to optimize recommendations and viewing experiences in various contexts. Benefits. The benefits of scenario mapping are to enhance user-centric design by helping designers focus on realistic user scenarios, enabling them to create experiences that align closely with user needs. It also helps to identify pain points, which highlight potential challenges the user might encounter, allowing teams to proactively address those issues. And then, last but not least, they help to align team vision and ensuring that all team members understand the user journey and objectives, promoting cohesive design decisions. And then a key element of scenario mapping are these key elements help in crafting detailed scenarios that provide valuable insights into user behavior and enhance design effectiveness. First, we have context, which describes which is used to describe the situation or environment in which the user interacts with the product. Then we have goals to define what the user aims to achieve in the scenario. Actions, which list the steps the user takes to reach their goal. And then outcomes, which specify the results of the user's actions, including any challenges or successes. Steps to create a scenario map. Define the context. Oh, sorry, that was two. One, identify the user persona. Understand who the user is and their needs. And then two, define the context. Establish the situation in which the scenario occurs. And then three, set clear goals. Determine what the user aims to achieve. Step four is to map out actions, outline the steps the user will take to reach their goals. And then predict outcomes. Anticipate possible results from the user's actions. And then, last but not least, we'll review and refine, evaluate the scenario map, and make necessary improvements. Then integrating scenarios in the UX design process. Integrating scenarios in the UX design process ensures that the user needs and experiences are consistently prioritized from start to finish. It is imperative to do so as user needs are central to every design decision, leading to a more intuitive and user-focused final product. Some practical tips for integrating scenarios in UX design are to start early, use cross functional teams, iterate and test, document and share, and then focus on key journeys. Some practical tips for integrating scenarios in UX design are one example is that imagine you are a part of a team designing a mobile app for a fitness company. Your goal is to help users track their workouts and nutrition. Let us see how you can apply these practical tips. By starting early, before designing, begin with user scenarios to ensure the interface suits real life situations like logging a workout after a long day. And then use cross-functional teams which involve designers, developers, product managers, and users to create realistic scenarios that meet all requirements. And then in terms of ideate and test designs with real users using scenarios to refine the interface based on feedback. And then you can document and share. Keep everyone aligned by documenting and sharing scenario updates with all stakeholders. And then for focus on key journeys, you can prioritize critical user journeys, ensuring that they are smooth and intuitive. Matt Murdock is looking, because we don't have John anymore, we have Matt. So Matt is looking to book a flight for his vacation. He visits a booking website to find the best flight for his budget and schedule. Matt uses filters to narrow his options and carefully checks the flight details, including baggage allowance, layovers, and arrival time to ensure everything goes smoothly. He also verifies if there are any travel restrictions or additional requirements for his destination, such as visa or health regulations. Very important to check if you're internationally traveling. I will definitely add that. I know some people that have had some scenarios, especially regarding health regulations that they weren't aware of in their destination country, and it really messed up their travel arrangements like super bad. And sometimes these things happen spare of the moment, not spare of the moment, but there's not a lot of notice but knowing the health regulations in your destination country is very important. So just think about these things, guys, and then we'll go into scenario mapping. The way I organized this one were so that we can essentially pull out what belongs where. And it's just an exercise of kind of pulling out what belongs where. And then after that, we do have another demonstration that's just essentially is allowing us to form some solutions for this user. So, do I need a visa? At what point do you think that actually let's do this in two parts. We're going to pull out all of the actions, the thoughts and the pain points, and then we're going to organize them according to the steps. So, the do I need a visa? What group do you think that belongs in? Action, thoughts or pain points? And then verifies visa health rules for destination. With the items. We're filling in those items. First, we organize them based on if they were a user action, a user thought, or pain point, in a list below each section. And now we're filling them in according to the steps that they coincide with. So I'm just having individual students organize that, whereas we had the group suggest where to place them. And then I'll just fill in the last one since it's pretty intuitive as to what the answer is. Um, and then checking travel restrictions, the user needs to verify their visa, health rules for destination. And their thought was, do I need a visa? And then info is buried or missing if what documentation or information they need to bring. So that was a potential pain point. And then to hop back into the lesson, as a quick check. As a quick check, your team is creating a scenario map for an e-commerce platform. After defining the user persona, the team debates whether to understand the user situation or set goals next. To ensure the scenario map effectively captures the user's experience, what should the team focus on next? So, just to read that again, after defining the user persona, the team debates whether to understand the user situation or set goals next. To ensure the scenario map effectively captures the user's experience, what should the team focus on next? And this one, it seems like most people are going with B, define in context. And I think that is, that's the answer, define in context. Um, just defining the user's situation, understanding more about the who the user is in terms of what they would like them to do, um, before determining more so what they would like them to do and setting those like clear goals. So I think that one's clear. Um, um, and then last but not least, we have a quick guided practice just to continue on the lesson that we were the scenario mapping that we were working on, and kind of like tie in this whole lesson in terms of the demonstrations that it entailed. So, in this exercise, you will explore and evaluate a user experience by creating and integrating persona, empathy, and scenario maps. This guided practice will help you understand and assess the user's needs, motivations, and challenges while visualizing their interactions with a digital product. After completing the task, you will provide detailed reflections on how well the persona, empathy, and scenario maps align to enhance centered design. So, with that being said, and to share my remembering to share my tab, we have a complete mapping system, if you will, of for our intended user, Matt here. And now that we know who they are, we know some core identifying information about them, um, even their sense of humor. And we also have an accessibility um, portion that we should be responsible for as designers, and for as far as making sure that we're catering to this particular user. Um, and that is something that we didn't include in the template, but let me click that and actually add it really quick, because I do feel like that is important to note in your work if you do have an accessible user, or you would like to make sure that your products are accessible to all users. How can we go about doing that when a user is potentially has a level of visual impairment, right? So, uh, so I'm just going back to the my spelling is usually terrible, but this user is visually impaired. And let me put these back into bullets for consistency. And then we're going to take another screenshot of this just to drop in the file. And that's all she wrote. But with that being said, we are at our like final stage essentially of creating solutions, developing solutions for this character, for this user. We know that they live in New York. We know they're a lawyer. We know their income range. We know that they're visually impaired. So we just want to be mindful of that. That's like a quick bonus we could add to our skill set in our tool bag. And then personality traits that they like to travel. They're anxious, nomadic, ambitious, organized, social, curious, and adventurous. Um, I wanna say we had social yeah, we have social there. And then preferred devices are laptop, smartphone, earphones, AirPods, and then a smartwatch, iPad, or a wireless charger. And then their favorite platforms are YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, WhatsApp, and then the digital library. Their digital behaviors are that they're anxious, want new things, new apps, cause stress, and they prefer simplicity, prefers intuitive experiences, and are simple to use and understand. Their goals are to for travel inspiration, make booking easy, reliable, reliable, and then confirm bookings, and then link to calendar, link to finance, bank for ease of purchase, affordable, random perks, points of points for trips, discounted trips, last minute deals. Some challenges are scheduling, group availability, too many travel platforms and options, language barriers, security issues, anxiety, currency exchange. Brand values are luxury, convenience, reliability, trust and transparency, simplicity, minimalism, personalization, and safety. So I think this really does describe this character based on what I know about Daredevil already, and what I can imagine Netflix incorporating into this character's personality. So with that being said, do we feel that the empathy map that we created aligns with this character, or there's some things that um are there some key things that we can tell about this character from what we've been able to gather so far? I think that was a clear one. Thank you for saying that. I was hoping somebody would say that. Um, I feel like for the most part, what we have um, does coincide with what that user is and what their pain points are. Um, do you feel um, that there are any additional pain points for based on this character's profile? Do you feel like they may have any additional pain points according to their steps or that they follow? So accessibility. Um, I guess we can say accessibility indication, just for the use, or I'll just say ability for the ability for user to identify as needing accessibility or needing help. Cool. Is there anything else that you feel like we need to add to either the empathy or scenario map about this user? Do you feel like they align with who the user persona that we develop? Do you feel like the empathy map based on the notes of what we're trying to achieve, the goals, how the user acts, and then even features or tools? Do you feel like that aligns with? So, with that being said, what are the some potential solutions that we can format based on, and we can use the scenario map more directly to I can drag this up so we can like clearly format a solution for each of these, and then we can move on to lesson 5. Um yeah, so for like searching for flights, if they if there are too many irrelevant features, too many irrelevant results, excuse me, and they need the ability to indicate needs for assistance. What are some possible solutions for that? Details on accommodations. Oh, and just to recap, to go back a little bit, the voice activation, is that for in the app or in the airport?
I would say both, but I don't know how would the airport be? Uh,
Got because I
both?
just wanted to call that out differently. I just wanted you to say that so I can, call that out differently because voice activation, we can control that on the phone. Um, we can control that in the app. However, in the airport, we can't necessarily control that, but we can provision for the user to indicate that they, yeah, that actually is a really good one that we didn't really talk too much about rebooking and cancellations, but I think that would be very important for this particular user, being that they have a pretty high profile job in terms of like needing to serve others, be of service to others. So um, you never know what could happen, and a lawyer may be needed. Um, so for applying filters, how can we solve for the fact that the filters don't update fast? And of course, they don't want to see long layovers. When someone has like a low vision spectrum, they have different there are different forms of vision. But there someone has a low vision spectrum, essentially they're not fully blind, but they may have loss in some areas of their sight or reduced vision in some areas. He may be able to see some things, but not all. And then just keep us moving. Um, review flight details. How can we potentially format a solution for baggage fees not clearly showing? I feel like that happens a lot, even on Google. Like flights, you can't really see the baggage. I think that was a great one. Um, you can say estimate price estimation as well. Price estimate, or price range. It's like price range slash estimate, because if something is not clearly shown, and oftentimes like price may have like be different for each flight, um, and depending on location, etc. So that's the reason for like sometimes keeping it separately. But I think if we could potentially give a range for what that airline may charge, that would be something um, that could potentially solve that problem of just knowing the range. To get into check travel restrictions, info is buried or missing. How can how can we solve this one? Um, link to destination countries. I agree. I think that would be a smart one. Um, even a notification of policy change. So far for this section, we have link to destination countries, embassy or website for travel restrictions, a notification to show the policy changes, health regulations, visa requirements in destination countries. All right, we did good on that one, guys. I feel like we have like a good amount of solutions that we could potentially solve for based on the, and I'll just drag this back down here so we have it in its own section. These are just the solutions that we essentially came up with based on the scenarios that we were given, and also with respect of the user persona and what they are most empathetic about. Um, yeah, I think we did a good job on this, guys. Some key takeaways were that mapping empathy mapping is a human-centered approach to understand user emotions and motivations by visually capturing their thoughts, feelings, actions, and influences. Persona mapping is the representation of your target users based on real data and insights essential for guiding UX design decisions. And then effective creation relies on a blend of qualitative and quantitative data to capture a comprehensive view of the user, while scenario mapping is a technique used in UX UI designed to visualize and understand how users will interact with a product in various contexts. So, to continue applying user research to design, today we're going to focus on building user journey maps like task flow, storyboarding, and competitor analysis. As a quick recap, empathy mapping is a human centered approach to understand user emotions and motivations by visually capturing their thoughts, feelings, actions, and influences. Persona mapping is the representation of your target users based on real data and insights essential for guiding UX design decisions. And then we'll also go over we also went over, effective persona creation, which relies on a blend of qualitative and quantitative data to capture a comprehensive view of the user. Last but not least, scenario mapping is a technique used in UI and UX design to visualize and understand how users will interact with a product in various contexts. A well-designed user journey map can improve customer satisfaction by up to 20% and increase revenue by up to 15%. However, only 44% of companies claim they are actively mapping their customer journeys. What do they think? What do you think are some of the main reasons companies don't use their journey maps despite the clear benefits? Also, just the time it would take to not only just develop that persona, but like create focus groups to see the different personas, updating those personas because you still have to continuously update them. So I think that could be a reason for the drop or at least the disconnect there is like having to create something and spending so much time to develop an identity, and then if you change a feature, your identity slightly changes as well, or your user profile should change a little bit too. At least maybe not all of your research, but the way your user engages with your platform may change. So I think that's something good to note. Today's learning objectives. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to create a user journey map to identify design improvements and enhance user satisfaction. You'll also be able to conduct a task flow diagram with decision points to streamline user interactions. And then third, you'll be able to design a user storyboard to visualize key scenarios and improve communication. And last but not least, you'll be able to analyze competitor data to extract insights and for enhancing UX and maintaining competitiveness. User journey maps, creating and analyzing user journeys. User journey mapping is the process of visualizing the steps a user takes while interacting with a product or service. This method helps designers and product teams understand the user experience from start to finish, identifying pain points, emotions, and opportunities for improvement. The user journey mapping benefits are that user journey maps provide essential insights into the user's experience, enabling better design decisions and improved user satisfaction. Below are the key benefits: enhance user understanding, identification of pain points, better decision making, and then opportunity discovery. Some components of a user journey mapping are: a user journey map simplifies the user's experience into key parts, offering a clear view of interactions. Its essential components are user persona, emotions, touch points, pain points, and user actions. Components of a user journey mapping, for example, are scenarios. The scenario is: Alex is a 28-year-old professional looking to upskill. They want to sign up for an online learning platform that offers courses in digital marketing. Alex seeks a platform with a user-friendly interface, a variety of course options, and straightforward enrollment process. Alex aims to start learning immediately after signing up without encountering any issues. Map each component. So for user persona, mapping each component. User persona, their emotions, their touch points, and their pain points, and their user actions. For example, for user persona, we have their name, they're 28 years old, and they're working in marketing. Their demographic is that they live in a suburban area, familiar with online learning tools. And then the goal is to learn new skills in digital marketing efficiently. And then needs are easy navigation, a broad selection of courses, clear pricing, and quick access to content after enrollment. Some of the emotions that coincide with this user journey are that they are browsing courses browsing courses feels excited when exploring a variety of courses, navigating the sign up process, experiences for navigating the sign up process. They experience frustration, and if required, all fields are unclear. If required fields are unclear or too many steps are involved. So they get upset about that. And then selecting a course, they feel confident after finding a course with positive reviews and relevant content. And then completing the enrollment is experiences relief and satisfaction when the sign up process is completed smoothly. And then starting the course, they feel motivated and ready to learn when immediately able to access course materials. Sorry. And for 3, we have touch points, the platform homepage. First interaction where Alex explores available courses. And then of course search and filters is where he uses the search bar and filters to find courses on digital marketing. The course details page is where he views detailed descriptions, course outlines, instructor profiles, and reviews. And then the sign up page completes the registration by providing personal information and creating an account. Whereas payment gateway enters payment details if required to enroll in a paid course. Last but not least, the dashboard accesses the course materials and tracks progress. On to part 4, which were pain points. Complex sign-up process, too many steps or unclear indications leading to frustration. And then some hidden costs is surprise fees discovered during checkout that were not initially disclosed. Confusing navigation, difficulty in finding relevant courses due to poor navigation or filter options. And then we have slow response times, which delays in loading pages or processing signups, causing impatience. And then technical issues, errors, or glitches during signup or payment, leading to a disrupted experience. And last but not least, we have user actions, where they explore the platform's course catalog. First interaction, where Alex browses digital marketing courses and then narrows down the course options by price, duration, and skill level. Read course descriptions and reviews. Check out course details to decide on the best fit. And then click sign up. Fills in the required details to create an account. Choose a course. Completes enrollment by entering payment details if necessary. And then begin the course immediately. Start with the first module right after enrollment. Here are some steps for us to create a user journey map. The following steps outline how to create a journey map that incorporates all the discussed components. For one, we have to define the user persona, identify the target user, including their goals, needs, and characteristics, and then map the user's journey, outline the main stages the user experiences when interacting with a product or service, and then identify touch points and actions, just like list key interactions and specific actions that users take at each stage. And then on step 4, we're going to capture emotions and pain points. Record the user's feelings and note where they encounter difficulties. Identify opportunities for improvement by finding ways to enhance the user experience and analyzing the journey map. Some tools that are helpful for user journey mapping are UX Persia, Figma, and then Smaply. Some key features of UX Persia that user journey maps, where they visualize user steps, thoughts, and feelings during interactions, whereas personas represent financial characters to focus on user needs and behaviors, whereas impact maps link product features to the user goals, prioritizing high value features. And then last but not least, real-time collaboration ensures simultaneous teamwork on tools for user journey mapping in Figma, which we will get into. Some key features of Figma are that real-time collaboration, where they enable teams to work together on projects simultaneously for easy idea sharing and quick updates. And then you have FigJam extension, which it is a digital whiteboard for brainstorming, mapping, and creating visual aids like journey maps and flowcharts. Um, and then plugins, they offer plugins to enhance functionality, allowing seamless integration of journey maps into the design process. Another tool is Smaply, where user user journey maps. They visualize user steps, thoughts, and feelings during interactions, whereas personas create friction, create fictional characters to represent your user types and focus on their needs, while emotional touch points map users' emotional experiences to identify key areas for improvement. And a quick side-by-side comparison of all three. The comparison highlights the strengths and limitations of UX Presea and Figma and Smaply, focusing on essential features. For the first one, UX Presea, they do not offer design integration, but they do offer real-time collaboration and touchpoint analysis, but they aren't cost-friendly. Whereas Figma is probably the most well-rounded you'll see here, offering three. They offer design integration, real-time collaboration, and touch. They don't offer touchpoint analysis, but they do offer cost efficiency. And then Smaply doesn't offer design integration or real-time collaboration. Um, or neither nor do they offer cost efficiency. So, but another touch point that they do offer is, well, excuse me, a feature that they do offer a touch point analysis. So it does seem like Figma is a leader in this space. We have about 15 minutes to create a user journey map, and visualize interactions, experiences, and improvement opportunities by using a provided sample data set. This is going to be our board for this particular lesson. And this template is like in FigJam, so feel free to interact with it on your own. But for now, we are creating a user persona. Have a data set. So I'm going to tell you a quick story about this particular character, and then we can hop into it. I don't mind pasting it in either. Emily is a 31-year-old marketing manager who lives in a busy part of the city. Between back-to-back meetings and never-ending deadlines, she's cooking. Cooking is the last thing on her mind during the week. It is, just to quickly read through certain things. We're going to start with that, and then I'll pull that information into the FigJam so we can decide what her age, occupation, location. Do we want to develop another Marvel character for this one, guys, or do we want to just stick with Emily? Because we're not this time we're not tasked with someone specific. I just caught the trend of these demonstrations myself, and I prompted to give me a story, so that was what I was like looking for, so I could read. I see a good amount of you guys in here. So we want to let's change her name. Her name is Emily. She's super busy, but she lives in a city. Do we know how old she is yet? And then do we know what she does? Do we know where she's located? Yeah. Let's come up with a location then. Last time we used New York. Do you guys want to use somewhere else? Chicago? Okay. And then, do we know anything else about her? So what do you feel like she may need? Favorite meals for easy ordering. Cool. And what is this user's mindset? What kind of mindset is the user in essentially when they're engaging with these with this I think we're good with their needs. We don't no, let's get into that mindset. Because I feel like there's certain things we can pull out about this person even from that little bit of information. We can say that they prioritize work. We can say you said they're practical, that they value time. They have extra money to spend, essentially. Like they have because what's the word I'm looking for? To we'll get into that later. But and I'll add a picture for Emily. Let's find. I'm actually just gonna ask chat to generate an image for me based on. Let me copy that description in there. And then while chat is generating an image for us, I'm actually gonna hold the rest of this exercise for next week because we have in this particular Fig Jam, we have quite a bit to go through as far as the user steps, actions, goals, experiences. I have statements for each of these that I'll read out loud. We will be able to determine the user's actions, considerations, acquisition, service, and loyalty, and we'll walk this through step by step. Try and make it quick so we're not taking like a good hour to get through it, but feel free to just read through the org chart, the chart itself to make sure that you understand it and how we may utilize it. And feel free to experiment with this within Figma itself. You can utilize different templates. There's an empathy map here. There's of course looks different. Um, there are I used the persona one, just a different persona one, but this one is another one you could use to find out more about your user, and it's a good way to uh, it's a good way to help you get started with your research. And as you grow as a designer, you'll be able to format your own style of how you collect this information, how it looks, how it feels, etc. But for now, we're just using templated versions. Even for example, I can my intern. I can I share that? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and see if I can share it out. I basically created a series of like templates for her to work through certain experiences. Like, for example, we went on a virtual field trip to something called Creative Morning. And if you guys are do need any resources to help just expand your mind in different ways, different creative ways, I would highly advise that you all check out Creative Mornings. Um, but I use this to kind of guide her to introduce herself and tell about her portfolio. Um, and I feel like it is a good way for using FigJam itself is a good way for you to just overall like format and be able to tell the story before getting into the wireframes. So just wanted to like give that heads up there. So scenario mapping, visualizing user interactions and journeys. It's a process of creating detailed stories and scenarios that show how users interact with a product or service. It helps visualize the user's journey, identifying their goals, actions, and potential challenges so you can design user friendly experiences. Scenario and persona mapping points of difference. Persona mapping defines who the users are, while scenario mapping shows how users engage with the product in various situations. This helps create more tailored and effective user experiences. Example: Netflix user Emily. Persona mapping might define Emily as a 30-year-old professional who loves romantic comedies. Persona mapping may define her that way. And then as far as scenario mapping, they would show Emily interacts with Netflix across different devices, browsing recommendations, or streaming with limited internet. Netflix has used scenario mapping to optimize recommendations and viewing experiences in various contexts. And some of the benefits that exist for scenario mapping are that it enhances user-centric design, which helps designers focus on realistic user scenarios, enabling them to create experiences that align closely with user needs. Next, followed up by identifying pain points. It highlights potential challenges users might encounter, allowing teams to proactively address these issues. Right. We definitely want to know their pain points and what's going on in their world or what problems they may be facing. And then next, we want to follow that up by aligning the team's vision to ensure that all team members understand the user journey and objectives, thus promoting cohesive design decisions. So key elements of scenario mapping. These key elements help in crafting detailed scenarios that provide valuable insights into user behavior and enhance design effectiveness. So some context there is that it describes the situation or environment in which the user interacts with the product. The goal is to define what the user aims to achieve in the scenario, and then the actions list the steps the user takes to reach their goals. And then we have some outcomes which specify the concerns of the user's actions, including any challenges or successes. And then some steps to create a scenario map are to define the context, which is that, excuse me, let me start with number one, which is to identify the user persona. First, we want to understand who the user is and their needs. That's first and foremost. At the start of pretty much any project, we want to understand what the user is thinking, what their pain points are, what they want, what features they may want anticipate. And then we want to define the context, establish the situation in which the scenario occurs. Essentially, paint a picture when they might be doing this. What else might they be doing during this scenario? And then followed by setting clear goals, determining what the user aims to achieve. What is their optimal goal? Next, we want to follow it up by mapping out actions, which outlines the steps the user will take to reach their goal, followed by predicted outcomes, which helps us to anticipate possible results from the user's actions. And then that leads us into the review and refine, where we evaluate the scenario map and make necessary improvements. That's synthesizing our data in a way. How we integrate scenarios in UX design process is by we integrate scenarios in UX design process ensures that users' needs and experiences are consistently prioritized from start to finish. It is imperative to do so as the user's needs and are central to every design decision, leading to a more intuitive and user-focused final product. So some practical tips for integrating scenarios are to start early. The earlier you start, the better, of course. Being able to grasp the final outcome versus starting in the middle of product development, or excuse me, design and iteration. So next, then we want to use cross-functional teams. We want to use our research teams, our development teams, to help us essentially make sure that we are creating a viable and functional product. And then followed by iterating and testing. Um, I think that one is pretty much uh, explanatory, doing more research, doing some user testing, and then continuing to refine and iterate. And then we want to document and share. Documenting our work definitely helps to pass it off to development, um, creating small annotations, if you will, in our documents, making sure that we're leaving detailed notes, not only for development, but for future designers. We may for example, you may be a part of an organization that you are you may be coming in as a entry level designer or an intern or a senior, excuse me, not a senior designer, but or a junior designer, and you may have had a project started by a senior designer. It would be very helpful to have some annotations as to what the details that coincide with that project, some of the interactions, even some details behind the design thinking. Those are all helpful, especially when leaving work behind or passing it off to a cross functional team. and then followed by focusing on key journeys. And that is essentially what process, what pathway we anticipate the user making, um, and what maybe potentially are the next steps after the journey that is done that we've created. Practical tips for integrating scenarios in UX design. One example is that imagine you are part of a team designing a mobile app for a fitness company. The goal is to help users track their workouts and nutrition. Let us see how you can apply these practical tips. First and foremost, we want to start early before designing begins with user scenarios to ensure the interface suits real life situations like logging a workout after a long day. Some cross functional teams involve designers, developers, product managers, and users to create realistic scenarios to meet all requirements. Then we want to iterate and test designs with real users using scenarios to refine the interface based on feedback. And then followed by document and share. Thus keeping everyone aligned by documenting and sharing scenario updates with all stakeholders. And then followed by focusing on key journeys to prioritize critical user journeys, ensuring that they are smooth and intuitive. So, creating a scenario map. Our scenario is that John, we remember our character John. He was booking a flight. Well, I think we changed him from John to Matt Murdock. He's looking to buy a flight for his vacation. He visits a booking site to find the best flight for his budget and schedule, and he uses filters to narrow his options and carefully check the flight details, including baggage allowance, layovers, and arrival time. To ensure everything goes smoothly, he also verifies if there are any travel restrictions or additional requirements for his destination, such as visa or health regulations. So give me 2 seconds and then we'll hop into that. So this one, I decided to treat it a little differently. Oh, no, hold on 1 second. So in our scenario mapping, we want to essentially start to tell the pathways, the story of John, and where he is in this journey. So step one, we want to define John as a user, who he is, his backgrounds, habits, motivations, what he wants. And that's what we did in the persona map. Well, actually, sorry, I skipped. Oh, don't touch that. I skipped. Apologies, guys. I skipped to the following exercise. So I see that someone was up here. The scenario map, sorry about that. We're gonna start with we're gonna go from context, learning what situation John is in, determining his goals, what is John trying to achieve, followed by his action. What steps does John take to reach his goal? And then pain points that he has. What challenges or frustrations might John face? Um, I have one example here. Of course, we can always add another card to expand on that, but I hid them just so we can have like a little fun and then reveal them. So, for some context, does someone want to unmute and say what type of situation John is in that we know? He wants to validate his for. There was some good answers there. I think they pretty much align with the optimal answer, which is John is looking to book a flight online for vacation. So, what are some goals that he's trying to achieve? I think one of the answers kind of falls in that category already. But stay on budget, convenient flight time, avoid issues, which I think if I'm not mistaken, that was Shoba that said one of the issues that we knew that he was aware of was that he wanted to validate his information, or at least make sure that his credentials were appropriate. He didn't need any vaccinations, any additional documentation for that travel, any visas, etc. So that's avoiding those issues. So good job there. And then actions. What steps does John take to reach his goal? I think we can move another answer that's already up here, but I think and then what are some of his pain points? What challenges or frustrations might John face? What are some of his pain points that may be directed to directly related towards booking travel? Um, so I think the optimal answer was that there are hidden fees. That's the price confusion. One of the main things that we identified about John earlier on in this lesson was that it was he doesn't really like long layovers, so that was like a personal dissatisfaction there. And then, of course, the confusing restrictions, thus the international regulations may be unclear or hard to find, wanting to know what restrictions may be in other countries or even with the airlines that you may be using. So, very helpful there. And then, last but not least, we have outcomes. What results does John want from this experience? Those are all very, very good answers, and I think definitely coincide with the optimal answer, which is he wanted smooth trip planning, confidence in booking, and we essentially know who this person is already. I mean, I did say John in the example, just using the person that we have in the actual demo. But where we kind of made our own identity there, but I think this definitely sums up what and coincides with the research and the insight that we've already synthesized. So good job, guys. So for I'll just do our quick check while we're in here and then switch back to the screen with it visually written, but I copied it in here. The so For scenario mapping and visualizing user interactions and journeys, imagine your team is creating a scenario map for an e commerce platform. After defining the user persona, the team debates whether to understand the user's situation or set goals next to ensure the scenario map effectively captures the user's experience. What should the team focus on next? Is it A, set clear goals? B, define the context? C, predict outcomes? Or D, review and refine? So, do a little review here. The answer is B, define the context. And here's why. In a scenario map, after establishing the user persona, the next logic step is to understand the user's situation. This means identifying the context in which the user is interacting with the product, the context that covers the environment, motivations, pain points, and circumstances that drive their action. Without clearly defining this, and setting goals or predicting outcomes would be less effective since you wouldn't have grounded insight as to the why behind the user's behavior. So, um, good job, guys, on that. Um, and just some explanation as to why the answer is B. I hope to like provide a bit more context going forward as to, and this is just me like wanting to do better as well, but just provide more context as to, especially during, I think it seems like you guys enjoy this particular portion of the course, and I just want to make sure we're you're capitalizing on that understanding there, especially when we have different answers. So, getting back to sharing my other. So, in our last guided practice for lesson 4, we'll explore and evaluate the user experience by creating and integrating persona, empathy, and scenario maps. This guided practice will help us to understand and assess the user's needs, motivations, and challenges while visualizing their interactions with a digital product. After completing the task, we'll provide detailed reflections on how well the persona, empathy, and scenario maps align to enhance the user-centered design. So I don't know if you guys recall last week, where we essentially created all the maps and journeys that, as far as persona, empathy, um, and it's the scenario map, and then we was tasked with essentially um, providing a solution. So that's pretty much, or at least hypothesizing um, our potential solutions. So let me share back with my Figma screen. This is just to reiterate. In step one, we did the persona. I don't know why I put the time there. We want to define John as a user, who he is, his background, habits, motivations, what does he want from this experience, and what frustrations might he face when booking flights. What frustrations might he face with booking flights? So for this particular exercise, I want us to look at what we have above in his persona map, right? And just pull a few key things out that we feel coincide with who he is, his background, habits, motivations. Like I want 3 cards. So if anyone wants to unmute, I can write that out. One for his background, habits, and motivations, and then one for what does he want from this experience, and then one to just summarize his frustrations that he might be facing when booking flights. So let's just change this to Matt just for the sake of the party. So Matt's background and habits and motivations. Background, lawyer. That's important, at least lawyer. Habits. Do we want to include his disability just so we carry the accessibility component to that? And then his motivation is to book travel, correct? So followed by what does he want from this experience? Travel experience, vacation. What about that travel experience and vacation does he optimally want? I think we just said one earlier as far as his pain point. International regulations unclear was another one. And then we could just copy these since we just literally just did it. Unclear filter options and categorization. And then in the empathy map, we were able to capture his mindset. So what are some things that let's pull from here, let's pull one primary goal, one behavior. Well, actually, let's pull our goals down. I don't think we need to go through behaviors, pain points, and needs necessarily because it kind of embodies throughout the exercise. But as far as what he's thinking and feeling, um, let me just read actually. What he's thinking, feeling, he's saying and doing while searching, and what worries or excites him. So we've already determined that. So let's just pick one actually from each. Yeah, let's pick one from each category and just drag it on down. Let's see who's in here. Antonio, do you want to select one from the goal section and for us to drag down? I'll copy it over. Okay, call someone else. Emily, do you want to unmute and suggest one that we drag down? So we pulled one of our goals down. Next, let's pull down one of the behaviors so we can get down to what he's thinking and doing and feeling. So how does he act? What do we feel the strongest one is here? Does someone want to raise their hand and take this one on? 'Cause there was some hesitancy within his overall adaptation. And then let's take one of our direct pain points and frustrations. Um, hey, Shelba, do you want to take that one on to identify what you feel his strongest pain point is? Especially given that this this user, we know that he travels a lot. We know that sometimes they may book travel at the last minute and they wanted certain deals and stuff, so at least incentives. Um, just making sure I have the category right. So just some avoiding certain things and last minute surprises like needing a visa. Because he did, we did identify that he wanted everything in one place, not to have to hunt down for information or search excessively for things. And then during step 3, we did the scenario map. So we identified what context, goals, action, pain points, and outcomes that he was essentially feeling. So I'm just going to drag down or copy over these, and then we can drag them down here. So we have his context, we have his goals, we have actions, another pain point, and then the outcome. And then reflection. So here's where we essentially sum it all up. So I'm not going to write, but we're going to just explain a short reflection on how do the persona, empathy, and scenario maps align to tell Matt's story, excuse me. And then how can these tools help to improve the design of a flight booking website? So first things first, how just one person, how do the maps align to tell John's story? So I'll just try and zoom in as much as I can on those without cutting them off, just so we can try and like, if we have good eyesight, we can try and just see what is a consistent thing. Um, it seemed like I see hidden fees a couple times. Does anyone want to call out anything else that they see a couple of times on these particular, like draw out some consistencies as to what his experience is? Matt is a professional individual who enjoys and is explorative in his spare time, um, who enjoys traveling with ease and comfort, and however, he lacks some digital skills, and for the sake of his accessibility, he prefers platforms that are intuitive and convenient, and also assist with next steps in the process. Would that be a good summary? Just kind of trying to like piece things together and pull from some of these white cards. Um, How can these tools help to improve the design of the flight booking website? So, like empathy map, persona map, a scenario map. How can we use these tools to improve our design? And to elaborate on that, it's more so like making sure that we are creating like a frictionless a path with the least amount of friction for this particular user, as far as like making sure that the steps are intuitive, um, making sure that we have certain features there to make his experience easy. We know, especially from our persona map, we already know that we have to incorporate certain audio capabilities as far as accessibility. So just things like that that we are able to directly pull from the maps that we've created and essentially align to the optimal goal. So the last question was what insights stand out about designing with empathy? And I guess we want to know who we're designing for and make sure that we're catering to them. Not necessarily that it may be one person, but we're addressing their optimal needs and pain points there, and essentially making sure that the process is easier for them. Uh, Shobha said that she would definitely give priority to accessibility here because the user is visually impaired, and that is a priority. Absolutely, absolutely. Um, some audio features to come into play, and then Joanna said that she would to essentially see yourself in their shoes. So all great responses, and I think definitely coincide with um, what the goal is here. Of we aren't are we while we may not be the actual end user and we're not designing for ourselves, we still want to empathize with our users in the best way is to know directly um, what their what's going on with them, what their behaviors naturally are, what disabilities they may have, what may be and seem intuitive to them, what their technical capabilities are, age, gender, demographic, um, location. I think what all coincide to allowing us to be and to design for towards empathy. And then Shobha said second priority would be to make the website application or mobile application easy with clearly defined filter options for pricing, baggage, and health regulations. Yes. And I definitely think that, and this is me also throwing in my personal experience too. Um, Pricing, baggage, and health regulations are very important when you travel internationally, and sometimes, especially in today's political climate, things are changing left and right. So it would be helpful, especially when you're booking travel, if there was some sort of indicator, like an alert that would tell you, "Hey, we there is a vaccination needed in this country from if you're flying in or out of the following countries." And not necessarily a label when you like pop up when you book because most people like close them out, think they're selling something else. But something like directly in line, like you can hover over and see, hey, here's the price for this, here's the baggage for this, here's the health regulations for flying into this country during this time. Um, Here are also the travel restrictions, um, what you can't bring. And I've seen that on certain platforms, but I also have had to look for it. So having that information pulled out would definitely help when booking and saving time doing so. And all right. So creating and analyzing task flows for effective user experience. A task flow is it for task flow, it is a visual diagram that shows the steps a user takes to complete a specific task within a product or system. It outlines each action the user performs in sequence, helping to map out the entire process. Task flows are crucial for designing intuitive and effective user experiences. Below the key components of a task flow, that below are the key components that make up a task flow, helping to visualize user actions and outcomes. The steps are that individual outcomes or task a user completes to achieve a specific goal. There are decision points, points in the task flow where the user must make a choice or make a specific action, and then outcomes, the result or goal achieved at the end of the task flow based on the user actions and decisions. For example, you have a scenario where imagine you are designing a learning management system, LMS, where users can switch between multiple accounts to access different courses. The task flow demonstrates how users manage accounts, switch users, and access courses. The starting point is the user begins on the courses page and opts to switch accounts. Next, they manage their account by navigating to settings, enable password protection for switching accounts, followed by selecting a user, where the user selects that an account the and enters the password if required, or switches directly. In an alternate flow, if adding a new account, the user either signs in or creates one, triggering the onboarding process. And then the end result is that after switching or adding an account, the user returns to the courses page and resumes learning. Task flow, for example, is that we have successfully mapped the user's journey and managing and switching accounts in the LMS. The workflow outlines each step from adjusting settings to adding accounts, ensuring a smooth return to the courses page. Mapping task flows requires tools that, sorry, just to revisit this, I wanted to zoom in a little bit more on what that looks like. So you have your course page, your settings, switch accounts, then maybe in your course page, like what would it entail into your, what would be what courses you would have. Then when you switch accounts, you go into your settings, your manage account, the menu items there. Then if you select user or add a user, what your journey, how that would differentiate your journey. If you're selecting a user, if you have a password required, what action you may be taking. Um, and then if that is a yes, then you enter your password. If that a no, you go back to the course page. And then just kind of like just essentially gives you a rhyme and reason as to where you're going. Mapping task flows requires tools that allow a clear visualization and easy collaboration. Here are some commonly used tools for creating task flows. So you have Miro. We've used Miro before during user research to do some mapping, and it's a real-time collaboration. Enables multiple users to work simultaneously, ideal for remote teams and quick decisions. They have templates, which we've seen that help with task flows, journey mapping, and brainstorming to add to aid in ease of organization, and then ease of use. They provide user-friendly drag and drop interface that requires no technical expertise. See, we just jumped right in and we're able to use it pretty easily. So it's pretty intuitive. And then integration, it connects seamlessly with tools like Slack, Google Drive, and Jira for efficient workflows. And then we've been using FigJam a lot throughout this course. So we pretty much know what it does and what it has, especially if you've taken some time to explore it on your own. There's real-time collaboration, enables simultaneous teamwork for live brainstorming and diagramming, which is ideal for remote teams. A user-friendly interface. It is simple and intuitive. with easy tools for creating task flows for diagrams. And then Figma integration. It links diagrams seamlessly to design projects for organized workflows. Where next you have templates and tools, which help to include. It includes sticky notes, voting tools, and timers for effective collaboration. And then, last but not least, you have Microsoft Visio. The diagrams variety it provides templates for various diagram types, including task flows and flowcharts. Office integration easily integrates with Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. It has customization, which offers advanced options for precise professional diagrams. And then the ease of use, it provides an intuitive drag and drop interface accessible to beginners. And this is how they stack up against each other. So Miro has real-time collaboration as well as FigJam, while Microsoft Visio doesn't. And it's advanced flowchart options. As far as advanced flowchart options, only Microsoft Visio has advanced flowchart options. And that seems to be the only component that they have, while um, integration with design tools is only a capability of Figma. And then a free tier of availability where Miro and FigJam definitely aid itself to beginners and small teams or small individual designers and having that free tier. So for a quick example of task flow in real world projects, task flow for the e-commerce checkout process illustrates how users are guided from selecting products to completing their purchases, creating a seamless and efficient shopping experience. Here's a breakdown of the key steps involved. So first you have your product selection, and then you navigate to your cart view, followed by shipping and payment, and then your order summary, and then you go into your order confirmation. So it's a natural chain of events when you're purchasing something. You buy a product, you pick a product, put it in your cart. You even in the real world, you would go to the counter, you go to shipping and pay, and then you would get your receipt, and then um, thus your order summary, um, and then order confirmation because you are then shipping your product. So quickly, we are going to go into a demonstration on how to create a login flow of a travel application in Figma to visualize the user journey from registration to successful login. So here is our demonstration I pre-started this in just in the hopes that I knew we were backtracking a little bit from lesson 4, and I also pre-started this one just to give us a quick head start as to how things should go and flow. So for starters, we have our yellow squares uh, to indicate screens or steps, and then we have our diamonds for decisions or points, for example, yes or no, and then we have our lines to kind of connect us and show the process. I am also going to add another shape. So that next shape is to coincide. I'm going to color that. I guess we can color this one pink. And just to backtrack a little bit, the reason why I'm adding this particular step is this particular indicator is to coincide for the components of that step. So I pulled mine out of, if anyone scrolled down here earlier, I pulled mine out of the um, yellow area just to have it be separate and indicate that we also have to later on design expressions for each of these steps. So I just wanted to make sure that we are embodying what that process would actually look like, because even these steps have sometimes their own processes as we begin to expand and build upon them. But the journey that we're designing for currently is just for this user to be able to log in. So here are our steps, nice and tidy. So we start with opening the app, and the app/registration screen is what you see first. Um, Next, then we had to add these steps, and that was just what I was separating out just now. And the steps are to enter an email/phone number, set a password, and to confirm your password. And then the decision, um, we're asking the user next to make a decision. Is this information valid? Yes or no? If yes, of course, they get to proceed to the next step. If error, they have to retry. So does someone want to raise their hand to unmute and suggest what component we use to mock up the no area for the error message? So for this one, the actual next step would be to indicate a screen. For every positive, we also have a negative expression, right? So we still need to visualize that error message and that retry. So that's the reasoning for it being still a screen. If you're saying screen, like I hope you guys are, we would use another screen to then indicate the login screen, and then followed by our steps, right? Then we would enter the username. That's one step. We would also add a password. What is something else that we can potentially do with that password? And then from there is a decision, right? Where we're asking the user, or an action, I should say, where we're asking the user to essentially confirm that their credentials are valid, right? To validate their credentials. Just so my uh, journey doesn't get too out of frame. Do it this way. So we have a decision, right? Where we're then asking to validate the credentials. So, and then to apply that same rhyme and reason to the login screen, we have our credentials are asking if the credentials are valid. And then if the answer is yes, so I like to create consistency, at least try to, especially even if I'm on the fly. So if the answer is yes, we go to the next step. And if the answer is no, we get an error message, and then we ask the user to retry, right? So to apply that same rhyme and reason that we did with the last time we told a user no, we provide them some context or insight as to like an error message to retry. Same error message to retry. So that's a consistent um, experience for a user that may not be um, going on to the next step. The following, I'm just going to drag this out a little bit to continue our yes portion. So if the credentials are valid, then we have to indicate take the user into the travel app dashboard, right? The highlight of this is the happy path. Um, and then also, let me just draw that out. So just to drag this down and hopefully connect these things a little bit better too. It's a little rough, but essentially this is the journey map that we are essentially creating for and of course it would be cleaned up if you were like presenting this, right? But essentially this is our journey map. We're taking our user from opening the app, and these are our requirements for the registration screen to set a password, right? um, Enter your email and phone number. If there are other credentials that we will require of that individual, like for example, some other core identifying information is like to provide your name or your date of birth. Some platforms do require that to essentially sign up, in addition to setting your password. Um, then there's also the option of confirming your password via email. Um, I didn't mean to put that there. Um, Confirming your password via email. So that could potentially be an extra step or a sub step in this portion of confirm email. I guess I cannot spell today. Cool. Up to confirm the email address, and then you would have other wings of screen of you wouldn't necessarily design your screen, but you would more so like maybe include this as a step because it could be a template, an email template. Um, and indicate that through a step. But essentially, the meat and potatoes is here as to what a happy or frictionless pathway is for a user to log into a travel app. If they say no, they get an error message to retry. That's still creating inviting a user to have a positive experience because it's giving them the option to try again. It's also giving them a reasoning. Sometimes you may include the reason as to why they got that error. Um, if they maybe entered an invalid email address, if maybe they are too young, if this requires a date of birth, if they're too young for the platform, then that could require an error message. Of course, you could maybe not try again, that maybe provision that depending on the optimal, depending on the use case and the situation. For example, my name is Onisha, and my in between the O and the N on some platforms, I'm not able to enter an apostrophe in my name. There in between the O and the N, there's an apostrophe. Sometimes I'm not able to enter that. So it I often get error messages to retry and try and to redo or resubmit my registration if I can't submit it. Some platforms I am able to submit it. So it's just depends on the use case and how that platform's data capture is kind of set up and what unique characters you're able to include. But most likely than not, I can't include my apostrophe. But sometimes you type fast and you're used to spelling your name a certain way, so it just makes a better user experience when you're able to indicate what your reasoning is for that error message, and then allowing your user to retry again. Is that clear? Hopefully, the next uh, I know we likely won't get to that today, but hopefully the next time that we meet and go through an exercise, we can actually like get in here together and actually move some things around. But for the sake of time, I just kind of wanted you guys to see what it would look like to, in a rough way, everything is not lined up the way it should be, but to plan out a journey map and how to potentially like connect your components and pieces. During the design of an onboarding process for a mobile app, it is important to identify where the task flow ends and what the user ultimately achieves. What part of the task flow provides this information? Is it A, steps, B, decision points, or C, outcomes? I think this one is pretty clear. Yep, those of you that said C, um, which I feel like everyone did. The answer is outcomes, and that is pretty clear that especially when it indicates where the task flow ends. When something ends, essentially we're getting this the outcome. So I think that is pretty. That was an easy one. So next we're going to go into visualizing user journeys and storyboarding. And while we won't have enough time to get to the actual demo. In this one, we're just gonna go through the lesson and get as far as we can before this session ends. So without further ado, storyboarding. It is a technique used in UI UX design to represent a user's journey through a product or service. It involves creating a series of sketches or images that depict the steps a user takes, illustrating interactions and experiences. It it presents the user's experience as a sequence of scenes similar to a film, allowing designers to visualize how users interact with a product over time. Some key elements of a storyboard are that a storyboard typically includes several key elements that together depict the user's journey. The help the individuals frames are individual scenes or steps in the user journey, while annotations are notes or captions explaining each frame. User actions depictions of what the user does at each step, while interface elements are visual representations of the UI components the user interacts with. Um, the emotional journey are indicators of user emotions or reactions at each stage. And then the stages in creating a storyboard, they follow an outline that process of creating this the following stages outline the process of creating a storyboard. They help you to effectively visualize key scenarios and refine your ideas for clear communication. First is to define your objectives, right? You want to clarify the purpose and goals of the storyboard, identify your take your user pain points and all that, and begin to identify like your key purposes and goals, optimal outcomes that you anticipate for the storyboard. And then two is identify your key scenarios, and then Select the main scenarios of the user journeys to be illustrated. Sketch frames, create rough sketches of each frame in the scenario, and then add detail by including annotations, user actions, and interface elements. Thus giving your sketch some life, essentially. And then review and refine. Iterate based on feedback from team members and stakeholders. And this essentially is where you're still keeping your project internal. You're getting that feedback and being so rough with your designs, essentially, so that you're not wasting design time developing a low fidelity or high fidelity wireframe before you even know if you're in the right direction, right? So making sure that you're aligned, and having those checkpoints with your or conversations with your team members and stakeholders definitely helps to make sure you're aligned. And then integrating storyboarding into the design process. By incorporating and storyboarding, it enables designers to adopt a more user focused and collaborative approach, continuously refining the experience as it develops. FigJam is a tool designed for collaborative storyboarding, real-time user flow visualization, feedback collection, and design iteration with a interactive workspace. Demonstrate how to create a storyboard illustrating the user's travel experience, focusing on key interactions, emotions, and challenges during the journey. I know we're gonna use FigJam, but I want to see how we can, like, in a way, make this a collaborative experience. So I'm aware that Figma has some templates in terms of creating a storyboard. So let me share my screen here on FigJam and just kind of like help you all navigate to that. Because I do feel like this will be a great exercise for everyone to. So, for the sake of time and ease of understanding, we're gonna leverage some things that are built into Figma. Just making sure I'm sharing the right screen. Yes. Okay. And I'll expand that so it's a little bit wider. Um, we are essentially going to, I want you all to create your own page on Figma and essentially utilize a template. We need to demonstrate how to create a storyboard illustrating the user's travel experience, focusing on key interactions, emotions, and challenges during the journey. So I'm gonna share my Figma screen now. I used the storyboard template in FigJam just to kind of like lay things out. And just for some context, we're using the open app registration screen. That's the one I did to start things off. And then today we're going to go through the login screen as well as well, we're just going to go over it and then move them to where they need to be because they're all on one screen right now, on one storyboard. But I basically did make the registration screen and the login screen. And then we can later on in the lesson, we're going to use those screens to expand on for lesson 6. So without further ado, I'm going to zoom in here. So I broke it down a little bit further into 5 phases because the screens, we still have to annotate the expression in steps. So if a user needs to confirm their password, what that looks like, or verify, and nowadays, usually you have to verify via email or with a phone number, and then confirming that your information is correct was also a valid reason to separate that out into a different phase. So bringing that back down to here, we have in phase 1, open the app and registration. In phase 2, enter email, phone, and set password. And then in phase 3, we have to confirm the password. Thus, is this information correct? And then in phase 4, we're doing the login screen and credentials confirmed. And then in phase 5, we're getting into the dashboard. So this is just a low level, just to kind of simulate how many fields you may need, what may be free text, and at a low level, gauge the expressions on that as well. So I think it's pretty clear just the way they're labeled. But does anyone want to suggest what phase goes in, which phases go in the first screen of the first board? In the you can't while you can condense phase 2 and 3, um, and usually it is condensed, the first screen being like the opening screen or registration, that's just to simulate some sort of like interaction or animation. Going from when you open an app, sometimes you don't necessarily see the create your password or enter your email. Sometimes you have to like select that you want to either sign up or log in like, to represent that. I believe we have a quick check right after. So, in this quick check, our question is, you have been tasked with creating a storyboard for a new onboarding tutorial for an app. After defining the objective of the storyboard and identifying key scenarios, what should your next step be? Is it A, add detailed annotations to explain user actions? B, review and refine based on feedback? C, create rough sketches of each frame in the scenario? Or D, finalize the storyboard for presentation to stakeholders? So the reason why, if anyone had any other answer or maybe thought about putting another answer, the reason why it's C is because when building a storyboard, you want to first define the objective, determine why you're making it. Two, identify key scenarios, what moments you need to capture. And then three, create rough sketches of each frame, visualizing the flow quickly in low fidelity. And then four, you want to add annotations, details to clarify actions, emotions, or system responses. And then five, review and refine with feedback to finalize for presentation. So before we get into our next demo, I'm gonna go back into the lesson and go over SWOT and what a SWOT analysis is. So for competitor analysis, we're going to be preparing for our stakeholder presentation. Why is competitor analysis critical before your presentation? So before presenting, it's crucial to conduct a competitor analysis to see how your design compares in the market. This helps identify trends, missing features, and new opportunities. If your analysis reveals gaps, focus on design improvements by explaining necessary changes based on real data, and then supporting suggestions with analysis, not just intuition. And what is competitor analysis? No one's ever done like a compare and contrast chart where you're like, you have things side by side and you're comparing one thing to another or left to right. And then you maybe have another column with their differences. You got a couple people. Yeah. That's I would say usually a common thing you do for some projects in school, even book reports. So it's similar to that, I would say, but more so structured around companies or organizations that you would more so find in your industry, or um, maybe leveraging for from a business perspective. So back into it. This process helps UX designers enhance user interactions and find unique ways to stand out with innovative features and strengthen their UX strategy, leading to more engaging and effective designs. It ensures products meet user needs while staying competitive in the market and fostering continuous improvement in the design process. Some key steps to conduct competitor analysis are to conduct an effective competitor analysis. You need to identify competitors first. That can be people, definitely at least one or two, but sometimes it's good to do a couple more just to truly determine the differences. And then two, you want to define key metrics, followed by gathering data and then doing a SWOT analysis. So an example of a competitor analysis is as a UI UX researcher, developing a new e-commerce platform, it's crucial to study leading competitors such as Amazon, Shopify, and niche stores. This analysis will help ensure your platform delivers a smooth and efficient user experience. So one, you want to identify your competitors. The action is to focus on major platforms and smaller stores with unique UX features like simple checkouts, personalized recommendations. Like for example, most marketplaces have definitely shifted with the rise of Amazon and being that their checkout process is so easy, and has gotten easier over the years. They've also adapted to their surroundings as well, implementing um, more ways to pay, breaking down your payments in cycles as well. So just some food for thought there. And then consideration, explore large platforms for current UI, UX trends, and examine niche stores for unique and innovative solutions. This approach will help identify opportunities to enhance your platform's usability and overall customer experience. As far as defining key metrics, we want to identify the most relevant UX performance indicators such as navigation simplicity, loading speed, checkout process, product search efficiency, and user satisfaction. And for consideration, we want to tailor metrics to what matters most for your users. For instance, if quick purchasing is key, focus on checkout process and loading times. This ensures you're tracking metrics that directly impact user experience and business goals. When you get to gather when you start to gather data, you want to test competitor websites, review user feedback, and gather insights from online UX reports. Analyze competitor designs, user flows, and any common pain points. So firsthand usage of competitor platforms provides deeper insights into their strengths and weaknesses, such as how easy their product search is or how intuitive the overall experience feels to users. And then when you get to your SWOT analysis, you want to begin analyzing the strengths with intuitive design, for example, and your weaknesses, if there is any confusion in navigation, or your opportunities as far as a faster checkout. You also want to be aware of your threats, new players in the market for each competitor. And then for consideration, you want to look for gaps where your design can excel, like offering a more engaging product discovery experience or simplifying common pain points like returns. This will help differentiate your platform and capitalize on competitor weaknesses. So some tools for doing a SWOT analysis is that you can use ChatGPT to generate a SWOT analysis for a company, product, or service, focusing on key strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats by considering current market trends, customer feedback, and competitor strategies. You can also use Perplexity to prompt and analyze the complexity and predictability of company product, service, and strategies while providing a SWOT analysis considering the unpredictability in the market. competitor actions, and potential areas for gaining an edge. Some examples of competitor analysis influencing design decisions. Through competitor analysis, services like Spotify and Apple Music identify key opportunities to enhance user experiences, thus driving innovation and increased loyalty. So, a quick show of hands. How many people use Spotify? Someone else is a YouTube music lover. I haven't tried their music library, so. And then Varesh says he doesn't own the Apple product. That's fair game, fair game. So do you use Spotify? Or do you use any other music platforms, Varesh? So just to get back into it, Spotify analyzed Apple Music's approach and enhanced personalization with Discover Weekly. And I'm sure everyone that does use Spotify enjoys their Discover Weekly or the customized playlist that they provide, thus improving user engagement through personalized playlists. And that was definitely the result as to why they were able to leverage some of the users from Apple Music. As far as Uber and Lyft, they use competitive insights to refine their offerings, boost customer satisfaction, and build trust through transparent pricing models. So I feel like for the most part, I don't necessarily going to do a survey on this one, but I feel like for the most part, people usually when they're looking for a ride, they check both apps to see whichever one's cheaper. That's what I've discovered, even with friends. So Uber introduced upfront pricing after monitoring competitive trends, which Lyft adopted soon after. That's adapting to their market, right? And increasing user trust and transparency in ride costs. Another one is Amazon and Walmart. Amazon and Walmart use competitive strategies to enhance customer loyalty by offering faster shipping options, exclusive benefits through their subscription services. So their competitor analysis, Amazon introduced Prime membership for fast free shipping, which Walmart later countered with its own subscription service, Walmart Plus. Both companies boosted customer loyalty by offering faster shipping and exclusive perks. And then for our next demo, we're going to get into our SWOT analysis and deriving insights. I'm going to demonstrate how to organize a SWOT board and how to derive actionable insights to guide design strategies. So, getting back into my other screen. All right. So now we're a little bit lower in that board where we're going over the SWOT analysis. We're examining Expedia, Kayak, and Airbnb because we're building a travel app, right? So while Airbnb doesn't have the opportunity or leverage the opportunity for you to book flights, they do have a great opportunity for you to book experiences and kind of carrying you the rest of the way as well. And they also have a great customer service model. So we just want to leverage them as well. So the SWOT is basically an acronym. S stands for strengths, W stands for weaknesses, O stands for opportunities, and T stands for threats. So quickly, let me see how long this is supposed to be. Points system. Okay. They have a large inventory, um, as well as bundling flight and hotel, and then they seem to be a trusted brand. Like those answers as well, so I that's why I still wrote them on the card. Has anyone identified any weaknesses? It's okay if we don't have any, if we don't know necessarily. But has anyone identified any weaknesses with Expedia?
I
No?
think for me, maybe I don't think it's a weakness, but
And then for opportunities, is that what do you think is an opportunity, Meg, that the that Expedia can carry over? I had here to simplify the checkout, um, and then a mobile first redesign because the mobile is not as friendly as the desktop version in terms of just the ease of use and finding things. Any potential threats, maybe? Now, this one may be a little bit out of um, what we can imagine, but I guess I'll reveal the answer first and then we could like build off of that. So niche apps offer more smoother experiences like Hopper or Scanner. Um, I agree with that. I use Hopper more than I use Expedia, as far as comparing pricing and finding like the best price. So I can definitely understand that. Um, I guess their threats are also experience apps because I feel like Expedia has a portion of that built into their platform, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I saw. So I'll note that one as well. Yeah, I think that's an overall threat as well. For a lot of these platforms, especially Airbnb took a huge hit during COVID. And we are out of time for this, but I do want to reveal what I had for Kayak and Airbnb as far as the SWOT analysis as well, just to show some variations of what strengths and some variations of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for different platforms. So for Kayak, we had powerful filters, their price alerts, multiple travel models, and then for weaknesses, we had it was overwhelming in comparisons or cluttered with results. And then for opportunities, we saw that it was personalized recommendations streamlined by mobile flow. And then for threats, direct airline apps offer cheaper rates. So just some insight there as far as like highest platform and what was found. And then for Airbnb, their strengths is that they offer unique stays, strong community reviews, and brand loyalty. And then weaknesses are the rising fees, inconsistent quality, and safety concerns, and which I feel like a few people have seen with Airbnb. And then opportunities, add verified host, and then transparent pricing. And then some threats are competitors expanding into alternative stays, like Verbo and Booking.com. So overall, we were tasked with simplifying complex flows, booking comparisons for checkout, and then increasing transparency with fees and restrictions. We found that we the need for added personalization, recommendations and alerts, and then emphasizing trust and safety signals. So it does leverage some of what we discovered with Expedia and certain things, while niche to Kayak or niche to Airbnb, or specific, excuse me, to Kayak or Airbnb. Um, the essence or the tone of what we discovered was essentially the same, or had similarities in it as well. And that's because they've also done a SWOT and competitor analysis to determine how they can either align with their market and as well as differentiate themselves from their market and expand. And then next we have another quick check. So this quick check. You are tasked with improving your company's market position. What is the first step you should take according to the key steps in competitor analysis? Should you 1, conduct a SWOT analysis of your product? B, identify your main competitors in the market? C, gather as much data as possible on the market? Or D, define the key performance metrics to track? Yeah, we got pretty consistent answers in the chat. And this one is B. 2 for 2, guys. Let's go. So, quick explanation on that one. When building oh, I think I copied this text, but the answer is still right. Competitor analysis follows a structured sequence. First, you want to identify your main competitors, know who you're analyzing, and then gather your data, understanding their products, positioning, and strategies. Analyze it using SWOT, or feature comparison pricing, or some pricing and user experience, and then defining KPIs, your key performance indicators, to track performance against competitors, and then derive insights to inform strategy. So before analyzing strengths and weaknesses or tracking metrics, you must first know who your competitors are. We had another guided practice, which essentially, in this exercise, we will engage in both crafting a user journey map and a task flow in Figma, where we'll start to visualize the strategies of a typical customer interaction from initial contact through to purchase completion. Following this, we'll develop a detailed task flow that outlines every decision and action within the user experience. This guided practice will enhance your ability to use Figma to create insightful, visually appealing diagrams that can effectively communicate user interactions dynamics in any UI/UX design project. So we have another board here where our across we have um, awareness, consideration, selection, purchase, and post-purchase. Those are kind of like representing our stages, essentially. And then we are creating some insight around actions, thoughts and feelings, pain points, and opportunities. So just gonna reveal the first one just so we see the rhyme and reason. So for based on the action that coincides with awareness is that the user sees an ad or social media post about cheap flights, right? And then for awareness, their thoughts and feelings are they're excited, inspired to start planning a trip. Some pain points that they may be aware of at that time are that they're unsure if the app is trustworthy or legit. And then an opportunity with under awareness is that you can begin to highlight verified reviews, trust badges, and secure booking. You want to display your wins essentially at a high level. What can validate uh, your company or your business? And then next, under consideration, what is a potential when you're considering making a selection? What is a potential action excuse me, when you're considering signing up for an app, what is your potential action that you may do? And then opportunities, what do you feel like? Um, I know this one may be a little harder to answer, but do you feel like there's any opportunities at this stage when you're considering and when you're browsing? And then in regards to selection, who else do we have browsing around in here? So for selection, if once you're making a selection as far as where you want to go, what do you feel is what was your natural action to be?
Yeah.
And then where do you feel like an opportunity is here based on your actions, thoughts, feelings, and pain points? Um, nice, nice, nice. And we have a couple left, so I'm just gonna like read through these. But I feel like for the most part, we get the gist of this. Um, we're essentially providing at a more concise level. Um, we're simulating the user experience at each step, essentially. So during the purchase phase, the action is that the user would be proceeding to checkout, entering travelers and payment details. So your name, your date of birth, if you have to use your passport or visa, like that information, and then of course your payment details. And then as far as thoughts and feelings during that purchase time, can be a little nervous. Worried about booking errors or double charges. Had that happen to me on a couple platforms where there were some booking errors, and it's just, unbeknownst to me at least, I was able to rectify some of it, but sometimes it does become a little bit difficult in dealing with potential booking errors when it comes down to travel. So a potential pain point during purchase is that the forms can be complicated, and then there are surprise service fees or failed payments. And then an opportunity during that time is that you can simplify the checkout flow, show pricing breakdown before payment so that people know exactly what they're paying to the down to the taxes and fees before they actually start to enter their card and while they're still browsing. So that's just some insight there. And then post purchase, once you are done, usually in most expressions, after you complete a task successfully, you have to inform the user of what they've done, whether it's on the screen, a modal saying that they successfully done something or completed a task, for example, a download, or if you're purchasing concert tickets, making sure those tickets land in your inbox, some sort of follow up. So, post purchase, you receive a booking confirmation and trip itinerary in the app. And then your thoughts and feelings at that time is that the stress is all over. You are happy, relieved, and excited about the upcoming trip. And then a potential pain point there is that the the app doesn't update delays. It's a confusing itinerary and then management. Has anyone ever seen that before when booking a flight that maybe you got your ticket, but the app may not have update delays and you get to the airport and your flight is delayed, so now you're there extended amount of time? Okay, we got a couple people that's happened to. I'm like, I know that's a pretty common issue. But I think some airlines have gotten better with it, but it's still kind of like touch and go when it gets down to letting someone know in enough time. Maybe they've already arrived at the airport if you're one of those people like myself most times, where try and get to the airport in, I would say, an efficient time, a couple hours early or an hour and a half at least. So, and some opportunities there are to provide real time updates, easy access to tickets, and boarding passes. So some key takeaways from lesson 5 was that user journey mapping is the process of visualizing the steps a user takes while interacting with a product or service. A task flow is a visual representation of the user's path to complete a specific task within a product or system. And then storyboarding is a visual representation of a user's journey through a product or service. And it's used in UI UX design to plan and communicate user interactions and experiences. A competitor analysis is the process of identifying your competitors and researching their products, services, strengths, weaknesses, and market position. For lesson 6, to continue UX research, applying user research to design, we're going to now get into presenting our findings, presenting our UX research findings. So, a quick recap of what we learned in lesson 5 overall. We just finished it. The user journey mapping visualizes the steps a user takes when interacting with a product or service. Task flow shows the user's path to complete a task within a product or system, while storyboarding represents a user's journey through a product, planning and communicating interactions in UI UX design. And then last but not least, we have competitive analysis, which we did today, which identified competitors and examines their product strengths, weaknesses, and market position. And then for our engage and think today, in 2012, Google introduced Google Glass, a wearable device that promised to change how people interacted with technology, showcasing features like voice commands and real-time information displays. Despite its initial excitement, the product struggled to gain traction and acceptance among the market. Why did Google Glass fail to gain acceptance despite being an innovative product? Getting back into it, today's learning objectives is that by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to apply the 7 Ps framework to efficiently communicate UX research findings to stakeholders. You utilize tools like FigJam and Miro to document UX research findings efficiently or effectively, and then modify presentation styles to suit the needs of various stakeholder audiences. And then you'll be able to create Figma slides to present UX research findings clearly and engagingly. So let's get into the 7 Ps of effective presentation. The importance of presenting UX research is that presenting UX research is important because it helps designers, developers, and stakeholders understand user needs and behaviors. It outlines key steps from setting the purpose to gathering feedback and ensuring presentations are organized, engaging, and impactful for the audience. The steps to follow are purpose, planning, preparation, practice, presentation, poise, and post evaluation. And then defining these steps. It outlines key steps of the 7 Ps outline key steps from setting the purpose to gathering feedback and sharing presentations. Oh, I just read that. The steps are for purpose, we want to define the goal clearly and set presentation objectives. For planning, we want to organize the content and structure for audience engagement. And then 3, for preparation, we want to gather materials and gather everything that is needed and ready and get it ready beforehand. And then we want to rehearse thoroughly to improve delivery and reduce anxiety. And then the next step is during the presentation, we want to deliver the content confidently and connect with the audience. And then poise, maintain control and confidence throughout the presentation. And then last but not least, post evaluation is to collect feedback and identify areas to improve next time. Similar to the way we conduct our presentations here, I myself I do practice and make sure that I'm prepared, especially with our guided practices and quick checks, making sure that I'm improving along the way as well. So that's giving some thought and some improvement to the feedback that you guys may provide. And then for the case study, Google's UX research presentation for Google Maps redesign. The background is that Google Maps is one of the most widely used navigation apps globally, and the team at Google constantly conducts UX research to improve the product. In 2018, Google conducted extensive UX research to understand user pain points, focusing on enhancing features like public transit, updates, location sharing, and offline maps. The problem was that UX research, the UX research team faced challenges in presenting their findings to key stakeholders. Initial presentations were data heavy and failed to convey the user's needs clearly. The key issues included overwhelming data, presentations were overloaded with statistics and technical jargon, making it hard for stakeholders to see the key insights. And then stakeholders felt disconnected from the actual user problems. The presentation didn't translate the data into a relatable story. It lacked connection. And then the low engagement, the presentation style was static with minimal interaction, leading to passive listening rather than active participation. Going into applying the 7 Ps in Google's UX research presentation, we want to start with purpose, where the team sets a clear goal to show how UX improvements could enhance user experience and drive engagement, and then get into planning, where the team tailors content to each group's interests, recognizing the varied audience of engineers, product managers, and and executives. Followed by preparation, where the team prepared the presentation as a user journey, highlighting Google Maps shortcomings through heat maps, user flow diagrams, and data visualizations. And then practicing, the team conducted several practice sessions, refining their delivery to maintain a smooth flow. They anticipated potential questions. Questions from stakeholders and prepared. And then next, they continue to present. During the presentation, the team used live demonstrations to showcase how proposed changes would look and function in the app. And then they stayed poised. The team coached presenters to maintain a confident demeanor and use clear language and make eye contact to engage the audience. And then post evaluation, the team collected feedback after the presentation through surveys and follow up meetings with key stakeholders. The results of that was that they were able to increase stakeholder buy in. The engaging presentation boosted stakeholder support, leading to additional resources for design. And sometimes when you're a part of larger organizations, you may have something that you're pitching as an enhancement or improvement, and essentially you're trying to get that support from your stakeholders, then in order to further develop it. If you don't necessarily pass that point, your project is kind of like shelved or on the back burner, or until it's ready, or at least until there is a better optimal time to implement it. So just some food for thought there. And then it was a faster decision making, clearer links between pay points and solutions, sped up decision making by 30%. The product improvements were that recommendations led to Google Maps updates, enhancing transit updates, offline maps, and routes. And then it enhanced user experience. Changes increase active users by 15% and improve satisfaction with navigation and transit updates. So for today's quick check, we have which step of the 7 Ps framework is essential for setting a clear direction, and aligning your presentation with stakeholder expectations and needs. Okay, we got a mixed review here. I did put this one in Figma, but just to not switch back and forth because I don't believe there's a guided practice directly after this quick check. It seems like a lot of people chose A, a few people chose B, and the answer is A. So here's why. In the 7Ps framework, purpose, people, preparation, process, practice, presence, and poise, the very first step is purpose, as it's critical, defines why you are presenting. Ensures your message aligns with stakeholder expectations and needs. And then without a clear purpose, even a polished presentation can miss the mark. So just some insight there. And then getting back into the lesson. Our next segment is communicating your research findings to stakeholders. So for UX researchers and designers, the real impact comes from effectively communicating research findings and design concepts to stakeholders. Tailoring presentations for different stakeholders. So answering these questions will help you tailor your presentation for different stakeholder groups. How can you keep stakeholders engaged and informed as the project progresses? How will your presentation or concepts resonate with the varied interests and roles of each stakeholder? How can you encourage decision making among diverse stakeholders? And should you conduct separate presentations due to the broad range of stakeholders involved? How will you prioritize the information you present? So, for example, you may be a part of an organization where you have a design manager and you have other people that are part of your other design leads that are part of your design organization. And those may be considered your design stakeholders, while there are business operation leads, and they have a different scope in mind. You may have a representative that has a legal perspective, and they can be one or a few of your stakeholders. Development can bring some members to the table and some higher ups to the table to determine if this is a smart development tool, this is a smart um, implementation for development. So I think the overall just is to maybe refine your groups or your key stakeholders, one, identifying who they are, especially who you need to get the project done, and then presenting first in your org and then to your higher ups if it's requires their resources and input as well to get the needle to move. So an example of tailoring presentations for different stakeholders is that imagine you conducted UX research for a mobile banking app, and your stakeholders consist of designers, developers, and product managers. So, for example, your designers care about how things look and feel. Their focus is on design related findings such as user interface preferences, navigation issues, and visual design suggestions. You want to communicate using visuals like heat maps and user journeys, maps to highlight design challenges and how improvements can enhance the user experience. And then next, you want developers that care about the technical side of things. So their focus is more on the technical issues, including performance problems, bugs, and challenges in app development. And also at this stage, when you're presenting, they may also want to, they also would be concerned or focused more so on like what potential integrations you may need, where APIs may be able to support your task at hand. So you want to communicate with code snippets and technical details that if you have identified some options as to what API may help ease this process or how best to integrate it. You may want to share that with them at this time, because it's about identifying issues and then proposing feasible solutions. They would much rather consider the workload and potential for for a minimum viable product, which is an MVP. What's the leanest version you can um, get out to then start testing and getting feedback? So that's essentially what an MVP will give you. And then for product managers, they care about the business goals. Essentially, yes, we are all here to make money. While we do care and care about and empathize with our users, um, we still have, to live and support ourselves and our families. So their focus is on the insight related to user engagement, retention, and alignment with business goals. The best ways to communicate with them are by using data to demonstrate how UX improvements can benefit the business and explain how the research aligns with the product roadmap and strategic outcome objectives. So a quick group discussion. If you're presenting to the CEO, the scenario there is that imagine you have to present your UX research findings for a mobile banking app to your organization CEO. The CEO is responsible for setting the overall strategic direction and making high-level decisions that affect the entire company. What should we focus on when presenting to the CEO? How should we communicate our findings and recommendations to align with the CEO's perspective? So, who wants to take on one and unmute? Uh, in the previous slide, we did say that while the product managers are um, concerned with how it aligns with the business and the business goals and creating like a product roadmap or strategic objectives, identifying those, using data. The CEOs are also interested in those things too, at a high level, of course. Just knowing what the outcomes may be, what information we potentially can be obtaining, because a lot of times the proprietary information is stored in companies and apps and platforms is also valuable. So just to like give some food for thought there. And then our next quick check is that we are presenting UX research findings for a mobile app redesign to your team. In previous meetings, stakeholders lost interest because the data was too complex. What should you improve? Should you do to improve engagement? A, add more technical details to show the research depth. B, provide a brief story or example to relate findings to real world scenarios. Or C, use simple visuals to highlight key insights. Or option D, keep the presentation short. So the answer is B, provide a brief story or example to relate findings to real world scenarios. You want to, and here's why. The stakeholders that lost interest because the data felt too complex is because essentially they are more visual focused as well. You're presenting to your team, your design team. So then adding stories or relatable examples make findings human and easier to connect with. And then while simple visuals and keeping it short also help, the storytelling is the most effective way to turn complex research into engaging insights that really stick with people. Back into the lesson. We're going to go over tools. Just want to see what slide I'm on. Okay, great. We're going to go over some tools for documenting and presenting UX research findings. So first and foremost, we have Figma. And these are pretty much ones that we've used before, FigJam and Miro. I believe what I discovered, even though I still left our guided practices in FigJam, while FigJam has an easier user experience, I feel Miro does lend itself to being a little bit more collaborative in the free version. So just some like food for thought there. FigJam is an online collaboration tool that lets you and your team brainstorm, develop, and organize ideas. There's no prior experience. This with design tools is needed to start using it. Essentially, it's a whiteboard in an app, and we're able to add sticky notes, create simulations, create exercises, create different diagrams. They also have different templates inside to essentially help you with your team brainstorms and development and organization ideas. Let's just get right into it. As far as we're going to do a quick demo for documenting and collaborating UX research findings using FigJam. The demo showcases how to document and collaborate on UX research findings using FigJam, a versatile digital whiteboard tool, as it highlights ways to organize insights visually, streamline team discussions, and create engaging research documentation. These skills enhance collaborative workflows and improve the clarity and impact of presenting research findings. So we have 5 boards here. First, we are starting with our research goals, which is the test goal is to evaluate booking and flow, and then our key insights, which are to what users prefer, like filters at the top, and then followed by our pain points, which can be confusing error messages, and then our user quotes, which is I don't know if my payment went through, and then opportunities like simplifying checkout steps. So to continue, started with the first 3 on each board and then left 2 so we could fill in during this guided practice with the idea that we still have to get through some more. We have a couple more exercises to get through today too, so just want to be mindful of that. First one that I have is to evaluate the clarity of the flight and hotel booking flow. Um, Next, followed by assesses the ease of using filters, dates, budgets, airline destination, and then identifying friction points during payment and checkout. Are there any other test goals that we can use to evaluate the booking flow? Clarity, we have filters, and we have friction points of payment and checkout. Sorry, I had another screen with some other options I was trying to pull up, but sorry, what was the one before the cancellations? Someone said? So maybe we can move verifications under there because that's where you would more so verify. And then for cancellations, that's a good one as well. I was definitely looking for that answer in regards to sorry, just pulling up my notes here. In regards to the user and their expectations as far as post booking, what happens if there's an issue, that's something that we definitely want to be able to give some insight on. And then let's move on to key insights. For example, the user prefers filters at top. The user prefers filters placed at the top of the page, um, of the top of the results page. They prefer price transparency is critical because hidden fees reduce trust. And then mobile users value quick actions like book now shortcuts. Um, what I feel like they were just named in the previous slide, but like what else can we provide for as key insights or we can implement at this time? Um, think about when you're looking for a, um, for example, like you're looking for a hotel. or you're looking for like a place to stay, um, or even an excursion, what are some other factors that you may look for? Right, good one there. And then for pain points, like confusing error messages during checkout, right? Or too many irrelevant search results can overwhelm users, or even slow loading times for flight and hotel results. What other potential pain points have we already identified? And I had another one, difficulty navigating back without losing your search filters. I feel like that's a common one that I've experienced on other apps, travel or not. It's like when you go back, where's my options? Kind of like you're starting a new search over, and that can be pretty frustrating, especially if you're trying to book pretty quickly. Um,
Sold out.
I haven't seen that with travel, but I'll take your word for it. I haven't necessarily seen that infrastructure with travel though, as far as I understand deals would be like a limited time, but I haven't seen them like sell out based on the amount of users that purchase them. So like how Hopper, I don't know if you guys ever use Hopper. They do tell you, well, on that platform, they'll tell you like this price is likely to go up on this day. This price is likely to go down on this day. So but it's a little weird. Like I'll go to Hopper to like figure out the deals, but I do feel like they have quite a few fees oftentimes depending. But I'll simulate up to check out there, and then I'll also go on Google Flights to check, and then whichever one comes out to like the dollar sign. Excuse me, whichever one has like the cheapest rate or like the best rate for me. Um, at that point, that's the one I actually purchase on. But most likely they have the same flights, I would say, except for like I think Google doesn't list every airline, whereas and even Hopper you still have to purchase through the airline, so it's kind of weird. You may get a discount though through Hopper, so it depends. Um, but feel free to do your own exploring on that. Don't just take my word for it. And when we get down to user quotes, someone says, I don't know my payment. I don't know if my payment went through. Or if they say, why do I see so many options that don't match my filters? Or if they even want to say that it took forever for results to load. What are some additional things that someone may say about like or being confused about something in along this process? Mhm. Yeah. And I think we just kind of went through this one as well. Extra fees at the very last step. No one likes that. And we kind of just said that the last one too. So I just wanted to like paste that one for us to keep moving on. hmm So would you say like I can't find the policies?
Rules, policies, yeah.
And then this can also apply for, remember our user was Matt Murdock, right? And he really wanted to know what the policies were in certain countries or restrictions in certain countries. So that would be helpful to even include upfront there, or mention there, like, hey, I don't understand the um, travel requirements to travel to this country from my country. So just some insight there. Good. And then some opportunities, right? So if you want to simplify checkout steps with progress indicators, to show like you're almost done actually checking out, so that way the user knows like when they are close to getting their payment information ready. If you need to provide clear or plain language or error messages, letting someone know, hey, your payment didn't go through, or your payment was successful. Um, Clear language around the details that coincide with the selection that you've made. So even down to saying, hey, you've selected this item, or you have one option selected, or maybe you have two options selected. So then you can narrow down your decisions. And then, of course, showing all fees up front to build trust. Um, Showing an itemized list, even down to taxes and fees, is the best way, or the best shopping experiences that I've found, because it's like saying your price is $50 when it's really 53.08, but maybe you only have $50. So it's like very helpful to include transparent pricing. What other two can we add here? Good, good, good. I'm gonna paste a couple more in, and if anybody else has a couple that they want to share or include, feel free to let me know. Improve filter logic and save preferences, and then of course optimize performance for faster search results. And then we're all done with that one. And I believe after this we have a quick check. No. We're getting back into the lesson, and then we have a quick check probably soon after that. So I'm going to go back into that. Miro is an innovation workspace where teams design products and collaborate with their peers. And we're going to take a quick, but this demo explores the UX research templates available in Miro, a collaborative online whiteboard platform, and it demonstrates how to search and use templates to organize research data, map user journeys, and visualize findings effectively. These tools simplify the research process and enhance team collaboration, and help present insights in a clear and structured manner. Let's see. I feel like we're essentially doing the same thing that we just did in Miro. So, what I can do, just for the sake of conversation, is just pull up a template that we can leverage and just show you guys what that may look like in Miro, as opposed to what it looks like in Figma. So, do you guys remember when we did that kind of square diagram, or at least research method, where we had essentially 4 themes? It's not copying into this board, so I'll just share the lesson 6. See. So essentially, we would be doing like a similar thing here. Miro's is a bit more, their template is a bit more detailed than the one that we created in Figma, where we can use that insight to identify the problems, um, separating out the user problems versus the business problems, uh, also separating out the research goals, which we clearly identified in the previous section, and then some research questions. A lot of the quotes were things that we essentially would pour into here, and then the user profile is like what we know about the user as well, um, and what information, what data would we be requesting from them. So this is just what that particular template would look like. And just to match things up here, let me similar colors, but not exactly the same as what we used. Um, some user problems are that um, could be ease of use slash understanding, um, indecisive. Does anybody else have another one? Does anyone else have like a user problem or a business problem that they can identify for the travel app?
Maybe.
Okay. And then for a business problem, do you want to take a stab at that one too? I'm just pasting these in from the Notion board that we just did, because essentially just showing you guys that it essentially matches up with what you've done in Notion. Is just using Miro to communicate it differently. I'll just summarize it as payment clarity, because there were some feedback around making sure that not only did it go through, but that the user was also aware of hidden fees and like baggage prices or service fees, taxes, etc. Which never happens when you're booking a flight. For some reason, it's always you see one price, and then when you get to actually paying, it's a totally different price. And I'm sure there are more research questions. Miro just kind of goes a little bit more in depth by also making space for not only the user problems but also the business problems as well. And sometimes, a lot of times, but even more often than not, what the user's problem is by way what the user has problems because of, excuse me, the user and the business problems, they coincide with each other in some sort of like rhyme or reason, if you will. And then for our opportunities, well, we have opportunities, but for the user profile, I think it is safe to say that we would need their name, we would need their email. What else would we need, guys? Well, I live in Atlanta, and Delta is a pretty big airline here. So, what if you have like Delta Sky Miles, any rewards programs or insight? What would you say, loyalty information? And then what else might we It's not always required, but what else might we want to know about our user? We have that. Good. And then you want to essentially use all of this is in an effort to gather and to consolidate your research findings, um, seeing what your most common issues are to then build your presentation. So getting back into the lesson, just because we're running out of time. Yep, it switched back. Great. So that is a quick example of how we do some research templates, use research templates in Miro and just organize our research data. We didn't necessarily map, well, we did map well, we didn't necessarily map the journey, but we just organized our data. And then we could begin, if you guys see on the far right side, you'll see a documentation sheet where we can begin organizing that journey out specifically. So just continuing. Tools to present research findings. How many of you have, quick show of hands, how many people have ever done a presentation before? I actually used to be a presentation designer. That was one of my first jobs in design. So these are tools to help you present your findings. First, we have Google Slides, Microsoft PowerPoint, and then Figma Slides. Figma Slides is widely used by industry UX researchers. And then for our next demo, we're going to go into exploring Figma Slides for presentations. This demo explores Figma Slides, a presentation tool integrated with Figma, designed to create and showcase UX research findings. It demonstrates how to build visually engaging slides directly linked to enhance presentations by keeping all design and presentation tasks in one platform, making collaboration and feedback more efficient. So without further ado, I'm just going to pull up my Figma screen here. Does someone want to pick a theme? All right, so I just added all the slides and we can move it around based on where we are. But I'm also going to, those of you that may still be in FigJam, I did start this in FigJam as well, just so for ease of time. I know we had quite a bit to get through today, so I wanted to make sure we get through all of lesson 6. So I did start it. So feel free to, I saw someone had a different font in there. Feel free to like change the font, make it a little funky. Or scale it down, something. Yeah. I don't know is this block on top or below? And then we can just say like stakeholder presentation, right? So our hierarchy isn't competing. All right. So moving on to the next slide. This one is more so like we're only going to build 4 slides today. So let me drag up this one. Hey, does someone want to find a visual for this one? Let's see who's in here. Let's see. Catherine, do you want to find a visual that you feel represents key insights? Okay, cool. And you can just replace the header with that. Um, I'll paste them in, or how would I do this? I'll paste a screenshot in of what our key insights are, and then you could work on, okay? And then let's see. Who else do we have in here? We may not have time for the full action, but I did, I guess I'll paste the visual in, but let me see what's the best layout for this one. We don't really have a great layout for this one. However, we can leverage this. Just give me 2 seconds to like switch it up a little bit. And then you're gonna work on base image style. You're gonna work on our prototype demo slide, and I'll paste that. I'll paste the visual in, but you'll work on the content. So the goal here is to, yes, we're all working on different slides, but we are essentially collaborating. And sometimes it gets like that where, it's late nights, early mornings, and your team. Sorry, I think I took your header out. Uh-oh. Hold on, Joanna. Especially with me, I have some of my background is in presentation design. So at times I've been a cheat code on my team as far as like knowing how to like clean up everyone's slides after everyone's pasted in their findings or their insight. So it definitely gets a pretty nitty gritty at times where we are. Here you go, Joanna. You can paste this over. Oh, I'm gonna move your bullets back down here, and then you can get going on those. But yeah, it does happen where we're all working simultaneously, and that's why we use Figma. But it definitely helps to, here you go. And then, but it definitely helps to be collaborative, and then also having some like experience and knowing how information hierarchy goes, so that if you're transferring your slide to your team, yeah, while there may be some cleanup to keep things consistent, you don't want necessarily your team to have to like redesign your slide. We're all designers here, so just some food for thought there. And then cool beans. I just made the text a little bigger, just so our information hierarchy is pretty concise. And then let me check on. Good job. Good job so far on slide 1. Okay. Yeah, we're almost done. So 30 more seconds there, guys. But I think we overall are getting the gist of what we needed to deliver. We have a quick check. So for this quick check is that you need to document UX research findings efficiently without starting from scratch. Which feature in Miro would you use to streamline this process? Is it recent boards, templates, or starred boards, or new boards? I don't think we necessarily went as in depth into Miro as maybe we should have. But if anyone's able to answer this question, feel free. We may have a few Miro users here after all. So, yes, the answer is B, templates. And the reason for that is that uh, recent boards just shows boards you've opened recently. Star boards is a quick access to favorites, while new board starts a new search. Starts you from scratch. And then templates gives you a pre-built structure like research boards, like what we use today, journey maps, affinity maps, so you can quickly document UX research findings without building everything manually. So just some food for thought there. And then getting back into the lesson. Some tips for creating an effective presentation. So, some tips for creating an effective presentation are that the best practices are as follows. Know your audience. Tailor your presentation to the needs, interests, and knowledge level of your audience. So, you remember we went over who your stakeholder audience may consist of. Um, Sometimes, if you're working for a software development firm like myself, you may be communicating with your clients. There's certain things I'll show my stakeholders, like my boss or my colleagues, that I won't show clients, depending on the stage of design that we're in. And then you want to define your goals, clearly state the purpose and objectives of your research to provide context. Providing context is key. People essentially won't necessarily guess the reason. You have to inform them. And then explain your methods. Briefly outline the research methods used to validate the credibility of your findings, and then highlight the most impactful insights that directly address the research questions. And then we've made it to I believe this is our final quick check. Um, so on this quick check, Lena successfully addressed all stakeholder inquiries, delivering her presentation by anticipating their questions in advance. Which best practice contributed to her effective preparation? Is it A, explain your methods, B, focus on key findings, C, define your goals, or D, know your audience? And the correct answer is D. So the reason for that being, if anyone else had any other thoughts or was, on the fence about things, the reason for D is that by anticipating stakeholder questions in advance, Lena showed that she understood their priorities, concerns, and expectations. This reflects the best practice of knowing your audience, which ensures presentations are relevant, engaging, and aligned with what stakeholders care about most. And then to get back into, so we have our nice cover here. I just made the text on the just increase the hierarchy. You want to make sure that your titles are big and it's kind of guiding even your stakeholders through the information as you want them to read it. And then getting into our key insights, we clearly laid out our key insights, and in the version that I'll show in a second, well, we even have the opportunity to like leverage icons, emojis, to call things out, even on pain points. It's the opportunity to, you don't necessarily want to show someone just like looking upset in an app. That's a bit cheesy, but we can use icons and some images, icons and emojis at times to uh, call out the specifics of our pain points and key insights. And then, as far as the proposed solution and outcome, we really want to give a clear, upfront solution. And while this was leveraged from a previous exercise that we did with the storyboards, essentially we do want to make this a bit more. I wouldn't say high fidelity, but like a medium fidelity, if you will. So we would display like a price or at least like a dollar sign to represent that. Maybe some text that says no hidden fees, just some key indicators as to what we're doing, but still keeping it low fidelity so that we're demonstrating to our stakeholders in a concise way. This doesn't animate, so just kind of like representing where you could also start your prototype at in your presentation at least. So feel free to, if you do decide to take on those 2 additional slides of user quotes and opportunities, feel free to duplicate the report and paste it into Slack. And then some key takeaways from today's lesson are the 7 Ps framework that provides a structured approach for organizing and presenting UX research findings effectively to stakeholders, thus ensuring insights are clear and actionable, and then having adapting the presentation style to match the preferences and needs of different stakeholder audiences, ensuring that research findings are communicated effectively. Then followed by like tools like FigJam and Miro are essential for documenting and visualizing UX research findings, and even facilitating collaborative discussions and enhancing understanding among team members. Last but not least, we we leverage Figma Slides as it offers a flexible and engaging platform for presenting UX research findings and allowing for clear visual representation and interactive storytelling. So Figma's just overall just done a great job of making sure that we stay on their platform as their primary user. No worries, and then feel free to look back in the presentation, because there are some additional resources here, like to inform you, that Simplilearn does provide us to inform you as to what stakeholder management is, the definition, giving you a precise definition and overview of that, as well as how to control stakeholders effectively, just making sure you're managing them and their feedback effectively, and then ways you can create effective communication plans and examples behind that, and then mastering keys, a master key to your project's grand success. So feel free to leverage these resources and articles to be able to understand and not necessarily um, not necessarily to step on your stakeholders' toes, but to essentially think like them and look out for what their best interests are.
We are diving into the top 20 Figma plugins that will take your design workflow to the next level. Whether you are new to Figma or a pro, these plugins are going to save you tons of time, boost your creativity, and make the entire design process way smoother. So what exactly is a Figma plugin? Figma is already an incredible design tool, but plugins are like superpowers that make it even better. So they are little add-ons you can install directly in Figma to help you do things faster and more efficiently. Need to automate repetitive tasks like aligning elements, creating mockups, or exporting assets? There's a plugin for that. Or want to generate dummy text, icons, or images for a quick mockup? There's a plugin for that too. Or do you want to add cool animations or try out different styles without starting from scratch? Plugins can handle that. So essentially, they fill in the gaps that Figma doesn't cover by default, and they're really easy to use. So let's dive straight into the video. Okay, so let's start with AI rename layers. So have you ever looked at your Figma project and seen a mess of layers, all called as frame 1, group 2, and so on? So it can get really confusing, especially when you're working on big projects. But with this particular plugin, you don't have to worry about renaming layers yourself anymore. Here's how it works. You select a bunch of layers, go to plugins, and run it. You can also describe the context if you want, rename the layers, and boom, it renamed your layers. It understood that this is the content areas, these are the content areas, and this is the main shape, and this is the image. Pretty cool, isn't it? So like for example, if there is a button inside a frame, it might rename it a primary button or main frame, making it much easier to navigate your file. And the best part is you can do this for hundreds of layers at once, and it saves you a ton of time, especially when you have a big project with lots of elements. And it's super handy and keeps your layers organized without any extra effort on your part. Now, if you have ever worked in Photoshop and wanted to switch over to Figma without losing any of your design work, then you're going to love this next plugin that we are talking about. It's called Codia AI PSD to Figma. So basically, it lets you import your Photoshop files directly into Figma. And here's the best part, everything stays editable. The layers, groups, masks, it's all preserved. So let's just run this. So here you can just drag and drop, or you can, upload your image from your file. So as you can see, it's scanning the image. And as you can see, in just a few seconds, the plugin is importing the whole file into Figma. Yes, it's done. Let's see. Wow. As you can see that I can click any layers in this particular frame and it's editable. And I can change the color, resize it, or move it around like this, just like I would do in Photoshop. So it's convenient, especially if you have old designs in PSD format that you want to update in Figma. And don't worry about the file size. This plugin works with files up to 1 GB, so even large projects are of no problem. Now next, let's talk about an awesome creator who's called Double Glitch, and he's developed some really impressive advanced prototyping techniques. Now, one standard project is his cursor tracking tutorial. So this basically lets you track your mouse movements directly within Figma. So this means you can showcase how users interact with your design, like hovering over buttons or navigating across different elements, making your project feel more dynamic and realistic. So let's just see a few examples of his. Let's just run this. Wow, as you can see in action how the cursor follows along as you move it across the design. It's a great way to make your prototype more engaging, especially when you're presenting to clients or testing out user flows. Wow, this is just amazing. So instead of just showing the static screens, this adds a layer of interactivity that makes your design feel closer to a fully functional product. This is super cool. But that's not all. Double Glitch has also created a technique for parallax effects like this right inside Figma. So if you're unfamiliar, parallax scrolling gives your design a sense of depth by having different elements move at varying speeds as you scroll. So let's just play this and see how it works. Wow, pretty cool. So it's typically something you'd need advanced animation software for, but now you can do directly right inside Figma. Let's see some more examples. Okay, this is one kind of example. See, so all these type of animations, advanced animations, can be done with this particular plugin. So you can bring your designs to life with these smooth animations and transitions, adding a whole new level to your presentation. Now, next plugin that we have is HTML to Design. So this plugin is a game changer for anyone looking to convert a website into a fully editable Figma design. So it's pretty simple. Let's just see how. So you basically just have to type your URL over here, like whichever website's design you want to introspect, and then just import it. It will take a few seconds. You can see the magic happening in the background. So you just had to simply input the URL of the site you want to replicate and hit the import button and boom. And you have this, the editable Apple website. So you will have a customizable design right in your Figma workspace. Now you might wonder why you would want to convert a website to a design rather than the other way around. So the thing is, if you're just starting out in UI, the plugin is a perfect tool for learning. So it basically lets you explore how different websites are structured. So what design elements they use and how they achieve the aesthetics, so that you can get inspiration from them and also get a clear idea on how they have done it and then use it for your project. So analyzing existing projects is a great way to build your design skills, and this plugin helps you so much for that purpose. As you can see, all the layers is editable. All the layers are editable. So this is pretty cool. This is pretty helpful. Now next up is a plugin that's going to be super useful for anyone who loves Google Fonts. So it's called Google Fonts Unofficial and gives you direct access to the full Google Fonts library right inside Figma. So here's how the trick works. Let's say I have a text block in my design that I want to style. So I can open the plugin, search for any Google font and apply it to my text instantly, just like this. How easy was that? Now you can also, filter the style or even find fonts that fit a certain vibe or look. Plus, if you want to download the font for use outside Figma, it gives you a link for that too. So you can save the font over here. You can preview the font. Now there are some super tools inside this itself. As you can see, there are color palettes, color gradients. So this is Google Fonts, which we already saw. Then we have illustrations. You have image picker, gradients, mesh gradient. So it's super convenient to keep all your font choices consistent across your projects. And the best part is that you don't have to, go out of Figma and search for fonts or styles anymore. So this is pretty convenient. Now, if you're looking for a plugin that gives you massive library of UI elements, then you have got to try Slide UI. So it has over 10,000 premium UI assets that you can drag and drop into your design. So basically like buttons, forms, cards, navigation bars, you name it, we can just drag and drop. So let's see how this works. So let's just run it. And the cool thing is everything is organized by theme. So like you can select from light mode, dark mode. If you want a dashboard, you can select that. If you want a testimonial selection, you can select that. There are tons of features like menu, services, about us, pricing. So for example, if I like this particular design, what I have to do is I just have to drag it and drop it into my Figma canvas. Pretty simple. And even here, all the elements are editable. I can edit this thing. I can edit this particular icon. So this is also pretty handy, pretty helpful. So, it's not that always if you have an idea, you have to go about designing this stuff. You can also, so just see how helpful these plugins are. It saves a lot of manual work. And all the components here, as you see, are responsive thanks to the auto layout, and they come with frames and constraints already set up. So you don't need to do much adjustments. So whether you are working on mobile or desktop designs, this plugin has something for you. And since all the elements are modern and well designed, it helps you create polished UIs really quickly. So now, before we move on to the next plugin, if you are interested in a career in UI UX, then kickstart your design career with the Caltech CTME UI UX Bootcamp provided by Simplilearn. So it's an immersive Gen AI-powered program designed to equip you with hands-on experience in cutting-edge design tools and techniques. This bootcamp offers a prestigious certification from Caltech CTME along with up to 10 continuing education units. We'll build a professional design portfolio through capstone projects, get end-to-end mentor support, and master 21 essential UI UX tools like Figma, Notion, and Maze. The program also includes masterclasses by Caltech instructors and industry experts. So with Simplilearn's Job Assist, gain visibility from top hiring companies and take your first step towards becoming a UI UX design expert. Enroll now to transform your career and showcase your expertise. You can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. Now let's move on to our next plugin. So if you love playing with gradients and want to add more flair to your designs, then you definitely have to check out Super Mesh Gradient provided by Angelou Libero. So this plugin lets you create super dynamic gradients with cool textured features. Let's just see how. Let's just run the plugin. So here's how it works. First of all, you have to select the color palette. So pink and green is already selected. Let's select more colors. We'll select a bit of gray. Okay, this is gray. We can even change the shapes. If you want, we can try the rectangle. You can keep it ellipse. You can keep it square. Gray doesn't look that good. Let's go back to red itself. Yes, red is fine. You can even change the ratio, but let's just keep it 1:1. And as you can see, you can just drag around the points of gradients and adjust the gradient's direction and position. And you can even add grain for that extra bit of texture. For example, if you want to increase the grain, you can just increase the opacity. Let's just keep it here. Yeah. You can change the scale. You can blur it. So as you can see, as I adjust the settings here, you can see the gradient change in real time on my canvas. So you can use it for background buttons or any other design elements. So for example, also you can, save it in different resolutions and add it to your canvas. Here I'm adding to my canvas. Let's see. Yes. So here we got an image, and you can actually use this, for background effects or to design your element, which is pretty cool and pretty simple. So this was it about Super Mesh Gradient. So now next we are talking about Inima. So if you're into animations and want more control over them in Figma, then Inima lets you create super smooth transitions between frames. So here you can control the frame rate, tweak the timing, and even choose how the motion flows from one element to another. So let's see, we have 2 frames with 2 shapes. So first thing you have to do is to create flows between them and make sure that the flows stays in smart animation. Now after that, you just have to run the plugin. So here what you have to do is you just have to select the elements which has smart animation. You can change the frame per second, speed, size, anything, and you just have to render the animate. So this might take some time, so I'll just show you how this would particularly look like and in what circumstances you can use smart animation for. So these are some of the examples where you can use smart animation. You can use it for rotation. You can use it to fill the colors. You can use it for opacity, like this. You can use it for scaling up. And also you can use for changing the position like this. So these are some of the circumstances that you would use smart animation for. Now next we are talking about iChart plugin. So the iChart plugin is a lifesaver for anyone needing to create charts in Figma. So instead of manually building graphs, iChart lets you quickly generate bar, pie, or line charts by inputting your data directly. So whether you have a data set ready or need to enter numbers on the fly, this plugin does the work for you, producing clean, customizable charts right on your Figma. So let's just explore this particular plugin. Let's just run this plugin. Wow, this is pretty cool. So you can actually, enter your data set over here, and you have a variety of charts like bar graph, line graph, pie charts. And you can also, easily tweak the colors, labels, and layout to match your design style. So it'll be perfect for dashboards, reports, or UI projects. So as you can see, if you're regularly working with data, iChart speeds up the process and keeps everything within Figma. As you can see, you can fetch the data and generate the chart. So it's a must-have tool for smooth data visualization. So now let's dive into Stippling plugin, an awesome tool created by Figma Pro Vijay Verma. So this plugin is ideal for adding intricate dot patterns to your design, making it perfect for both UI work and artistic graphic projects like posters or illustrations. So it replaces a classic stippling art technique but entirely by Figma. So this is super simple. So for example, I have this image over here. So let's just work on this image. Let's go to plugin. Okay, let's run this. So as you can see, it actually created a dotted image for me. So you can increase the spacing. I think this is fine. You can increase the size. You can increase or decrease the brightness and just generate it. So you can customize everything. So the closer the dots, the more intricate the design is. Spreading them out creates a more minimalistic and artistic way. So this plugin is fantastic for giving your designs a textured, handmade look without needing to use any other software. So if you're looking for a vintage, artistic touch, or just something different for your UI elements, then Stippling makes it easy. So it's a great addition for any designer wanting to boost creativity right inside Figma. Now next we have Content Reel. So this fantastic plugin allows you to quickly fill your designs with realistic text and images. So it offers various libraries containing elements like names, addresses, emails, and even currencies. So what you have to do is, for example, I just have these two shapes. So I want to fill these shapes with images. So I just select one avatar. I'll just select this design, select this avatar, and boom. How cool was that? So I can go to image and I want some other avatar. So this is how you can actually fill. And if you want to fill the text, you can, create a text box, go to text, choose a style and fill it. So you have text, image, icon, so many varieties. The thing is, with just a click, your selected layers will be populated with relevant content. So this is incredibly useful when you're working on prototypes or mockups and need to visualize how your design will look with actual data. So the thing is, instead of wasting time typing in dummy text, you can focus on the creative aspects of your design, and it's a time saver. Now next is Fast Isometric. So if you have ever wanted to add some depth to your designs, this plugin is for you. It allows you to convert your 2D designs into isometric views effortlessly, just like this. So you can just, move around and effortlessly create isometric views. So you can create isometric shapes by simply adjusting the parameters also, and this capability can be particularly useful when designing graphics or user interfaces that requires 3D appearance. So with Fast Isometric, you can enhance your visual storytelling and make your design stand out by adding a unique perspective. Also, you can, explore this skew section where you can just rotate it by changing the angle. So this is a go-to plugin for isometric views. So moving on to Unsplash. Unsplash is a well-known platform offering a vast collection of high-quality, royalty-free images. So the Unsplash plugin for Figma makes it super easy to access this library. So let's just open. So you can search for any image directly within your Figma project and import it with a single click. So this is fantastic for those times when you need stunning visuals like these, but don't have the time or resources to create them from scratch. So whether you're looking for background images, illustrations, or any other type of graphics, Unsplash provides a seamless way to enhance your designs. So it's also a great resource for maintaining a professional look in your projects without any licensing concerns. Pretty handy, isn't it? So next on the list is Autoflow. So this plugin is all about efficiency when it comes to creating user flows. It allows you to draw connections between shapes and frames quickly. So let's just open this in Figma. So you just have to select an element, press the shift key, select the next element, and yes, you have a flow. And the best part is you can even, name this flow. Like anything, I can just add a random text, and this is particularly useful when you want to explain what the flow is. Like, if you want to explain the flow, like why this is going from here to here, you can actually give the explanation over here, which will be pretty easy for you while you'll be giving your presentations. And also, if you need to reposition your shapes, you can run the plugin again and it updates the connections for you. So this feature is especially handy for wireframing and prototyping user journeys, making it easy to visualize how users will navigate through your app or website. And it saves you from the tedious task of manually drawing lines from each elements and ensures the flows are neat and organized. So next we have Stark. It is used to check the accessibility of the designs. So Stark offers various tools. As you can see, the color contrast checker, the vision simulator, and typography analyzer all in one place. So with the color contrast checker, you can ensure the text is readable against its background, which is crucial for users with visual impairments. Now the vision simulator lets you see how your designs will look to people with different types of color blindness. And by using Stark, you can identify and fix accessibility issues before handing off your designs to developers. So ensuring that your end product is usable for a wider audience. Now, next on the list is Iconly Pro. So this plugin features an extensive library of thousands of beautifully crafted icons in 6 different layers. And you know what the best part is? All these icons are of SVG format, which means you can scale them without losing quality. So let's just see. So whether you need icons for navigation, buttons, or any other UI elements, Iconly Pro has got you covered. With such a wide variety, you can easily find icons that fit the aesthetic of your project. You can go to your right-hand side and also search for any particular icon. So the ability to customize in colors and sizes makes it even more versatile. So having access to such a robust icon library at your fingertips can really speed up your design process and improve the quality of your designs. Now moving on to type scales, if you're ever in doubt about the hierarchy of your typography, for example, this plugin will simplify the process. So it allows you to create a proportional and consistent type scale within just a few clicks. So let's just see the options over here. So as you can see, you can start by specifying your base font, the base size, and choosing from various other scale factors which dictate how the other sizes relates to your base size. And once you hit the generate button, you receive a perfectly structured type scale that can be applied throughout your design. So this is especially useful for maintaining the visual consistency in your typography and ensuring that your text elements work together and have some type of consistency. Now next we have the mockup plugin. So it offers a vast collection of high quality mockups that make presenting your designs a breeze. So you simply have to select a design. As you can see, there are mockups for mobile separately, for iPads, for MacBook, even for Apple Watch. So you just have to select a mockup. For example, let's just select this, click the arrow and select the layer. Crop it, and as you can see, your mockup is ready. So you can even customize the colors of the devices, giving you the flexibility to match your design's aesthetic. So having access to such a comprehensive library of mockups saves time and enhances the professionalism of your presentations. Now next is the contrast plugin. Now this is designed to help you evaluate the color contrast and text contrast in the background elements. So as you know, accessibility is a crucial part of design, especially for users with visual impairments. And contrast helps you ensure that your designs meet industry standards for readability. So using this plugin is very simple. You have to run the plugin, scan it, and here I don't have any issues. Like my design is okay. I don't have any issues. So you simply have to select the text and background layers you want to check and run the contrast plugin. So it instantly shows you the contrast ratio also and between the colors. Now, according to the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, your text should have a minimum contrast ratio of 4:5:1 for normal text and 3:1 for larger texts. And also, if the contrast is too low, the plugin will notify you and you can experiment with different colors right inside the plugin. And now finally, we have breakpoints. So this plugin is crucial for creating responsive layers, as you can see here. So it allows your design to preview how your layouts will adapt to different screen sizes without keeping the plugin open. So you can set breakpoints for various devices, enabling you to see how your design will look on mobile, tablet, and desktop views. This feature is incredibly helpful for collaborating with developers as it provides them with clear guidance on how the design should behave across devices. So you can even share your prototypes with your team, making it easy for feedback and iterate quickly. So this was it about breakpoints. And there you have it. Those are some of the most powerful and time-saving Figma plugins you can start using right now. So whether you're looking to streamline your workflow, add more creativity to your designs, or just make your life easier, these plugins have you covered.
Have you noticed the growing demand for the skilled UI UX designers? You know, friends, that companies everywhere are looking for experts who can create designs that are easy to use and keep users happy. As a UI UX designer, you are at the center of making digital experiences that people love, whether it's a smooth app, a user-friendly website, or a product that just works. Welcome back to our channel today, because we are going to help you get ready for UI UX interviews. We are going to cover the top 15 questions that employers are asking right now. These questions are designed to test your skills and how to solve problems and how well you understand what makes a great user experience. So we are going to cover these things. We are also going to walk you through the detailed answers, give you real-world examples, and explain why these answers work. By the end of this video, you will feel more confident and ready to stand out in your interview and land that job in UI UX design.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
But before we begin, guys, if you are interested in a career in UI UX, then join our immersive UI UX certification program and become an expert in just 5 months. The course offers live online classes led by renowned faculty from IIIT Bangalore. Get hands-on with capstone projects, craft your portfolio on Dribble, and receive personalized coaching on top designer tools. And the best part, Simplilearn's job assistance is here to support your journey on every step of the way. Enroll now and unlock the endless possibilities in the realm of UI UX design. Without further ado, let's get started. So guys, here is our first question. That is, explain what UX design is. So guys, UX design or user experience design is about creating products that provide meaningful and relevant experiences to users. This involves the design of the entire process of acquiring and integrating the product, including aspects of branding, design, usability, and function. The goal of UX design is basically to enhance the user satisfaction by improving the usability, accessibility, and pleasure provided in the interaction between the user and the product. Now let's move on to the second question. That is, what is the difference between UX and UI design? So guys, the difference is that user experience or UX focuses on the overall feel of the product, ensuring it's user-friendly, intuitive, and meets the user's need. UI or user interface design, on the other hand, focuses on the look and layout of the product, including buttons, icons, spacing, typography, and colors. While UX is concerned with the product's overall functionality and flow, UI is about how the product surfaces look and interact with the users. Let's move on to our third question. The third question is, what made you choose a career in UX design? So guys, you have to answer something like this. I chose a career in UX design because I have a passion for solving problems and improving how people interact with products. My background in psychology gave me insights into human behavior, and I wanted to apply this knowledge to design digital experiences that are both intuitive and enjoyable. The blend of creativity, empathy, and technical skills in UX design is what drew me into this field. Now, let us ask the next question. So, sometimes an interview can also ask you that what are the skills which is essentially required for UX designer, and tell about those skills and tell about that do you have those skills or not. So it's a very basic question and could be asked for freshers. So you have to answer something like this, that essential skills for UX designers include user researching, wireframing, prototyping, and usability testing. Additionally, strong communication skills are also very important for collaborating with stakeholders and developers. A good understanding of information architecture and interaction design is also crucial. Okay, so you have to answer something like this. Basically, this is very rare that some interviewer is going to ask this, but if someone asks you, like, what do you think about this job role? What skills this job role requires? Can you tell or elaborate? Then you can answer something like this. Basically, it's just asked to freshers. So, guys, the next question is, what are the responsibilities of UX professional? So guys, the main responsibilities of a UX professional includes conducting user research, creating user personas, and designing wireframes and prototypes. They also perform usability testing, gather feedback, and iterate on designs. Additionally, UX professionals collaborate on UI designers, developers, and product managers to ensure that the final product aligns with both user needs and business goals. Now let us move on to our next question. Those are the intermediate level questions. So someone can ask you something like this, that how do you complete the research process before creating a UX design? So guys, the research process typically begins with understanding the business goals and user needs. So say like I start by conducting stakeholder interviews, user surveys, and competitor analysis. Then I gather qualitative and quantitative data through user interviews, surveys, and analytics tools. Based on this data, I create user personas and journey maps, which guide the design process. This comprehensive research ensures the design is user-centered and aligns with the business objectives. I hope so. You would have got a brief idea like how you can answer this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what's your top UX skill and its impact? So guys, you can say something like this. My strongest UX skill is user research, and I'm able to gather and analyze data effectively, which allows me to deeply understand user needs and pain points. The skill has been instrumental in my ability to design solutions that truly resonate with users. For instance, in a recent project, my research led to a redesign that significantly improved user satisfaction and reduced drop-off rates by 20%. Now let us move on to our next question. Which skills do you need to refine as a UX designer? So you can say something like this, while I'm confident in my research and prototyping skills, I believe there's always room to refine my visual design skills, especially in terms of mastering the latest UI design tools like Figma and Adobe XD. Additionally, I'm working on improving my data analysis and skills to better interpret user analytics and integrate those insights into design processes. So guys, you can say something like this for this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, name 2 important trends in UX design. So you can answer something like this. 2 important trends in UX design are increasing emphasis on accessibility and rise of voice user interfaces. Accessibility is becoming priority as designers strive to create inclusive experiences for all users, including those with disabilities. Voice interfaces are also gaining popularity, driven by the growth of smart speakers and voice assistants, which require a different approach to designing user interaction. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, do you have to go to inspirational resources to help your design processes? So you can say something like this. Yes, I regularly turn to design communities like Dribble and Behance for inspiration. I also read UX blogs such as Nelson's Norman's Group's articles and Smashing Magazine to stay updated on best practices and emerging trends. Additionally, I follow thought leaders like Don Norman and Jared Spool, whose insights help shape my approach to user-centered design. Now let us move on to our advanced level interview question. So, your interviewer can ask something like this. So, tell me about a time that a project was more complicated than its first seemed. So you can say something like this. I once worked on a project to redesign a travel booking platform, which seemed straightforward initially. However, as I dug deeper, I discovered that the platform had a wider range of user personas with very different needs. This complexity required more segmented approach to user research and design. We had to create multiple user flows and test various prototypes with different user groups to ensure final design met everyone's need. The project took longer than anticipated, but the result was more personalized and effective platform. So you can describe a project something like this that turned out to be the complex, but how you tackled it. It also shows your problem solving skills. So guys, please be ready with this question because this is the most frequently asked question in the interviews. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what is the biggest challenge in your UX career? So you can answer something like this. The biggest challenge that I faced was leading the redesign of legacy enterprise software that had a large established user base resistant to change. The challenge was to modernize the interface while maintaining the familiarity that long-time users depended on. I approached this by conducting extensive user research to understand what elements were most crucial to users. So we implemented the redesign in phases, providing training and support to ease the transition. The project was successful, with users eventually adopting the new design and providing positive feedback. So guys, this was one of the experience which I have shared, but you have to share your own experience, okay? But a template would be something like this. So guys, I hope so. You would have got a brief idea regarding this. Now, let us move on to our next question. So our next question is, which method would you use to enhance our product's UX? You can answer something like this. To enhance your product's UX, I would begin by conducting a comprehensive usability audit to identify any pain points in the current design. This would involve usability testing with real users, analyzing user feedback, and reviewing analytics data. Based on the findings, I would prioritize areas for improvement and develop design solutions that address these issues. Additionally, I would suggest implementing an iterative testing processes to continuously refine the design based on user feedback and performance metrics. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what's your most significant success in your career as a UX designer? So you can answer something like this. My most significant success was leading a project that resulted in a 30% increase in user engagement for financial service app. The original design was confusing to users, leading to high abandonment rates. After conducting thorough user research, we identified key pain points and redesigned the app user flow. We implemented the changes gradually, incorporating user feedback at every stage. The final design was very well received, resulting in significantly higher user engagement and satisfaction. So guys, you can use certain template like this, but it should be your own success if you have experience. So these questions basically are for those candidates who have 1 or 3 years of work experience, so they can share their work experience to the given client or to the interviewee. Now, let us move on to our final question. So our final question is, what do you hope to achieve in your UX design career in 5 years? So guys, this is a very important question because when you're going for an interview, your interviewer will definitely try to know your vision in your given career. So you can answer something like this. In 5 years, I aim to be in a leadership role where I can mentor and guide a team of UX designers. I also hope to have a strong portfolio of successful projects that have made a significant impact on user experience and business outcomes. Additionally, I want to continue refining my skills, particularly in areas like service design and UX strategy, to contribute to more holistic and user-centric product development. So guys, this is a template where you can use also to define your vision, or if you have a better template like which you have thought about your, because this is a very personal question, so you can answer something like this. But this is a very basic template which I have given you.
Would you believe it if I said that this picture that you see here was generated by AI in just 30 seconds? Believe it or not, there are hundreds of AI tools popping up everywhere that can help you immensely in image generation, content creation, and many more. And the best part is, most of the tools are free. Whether you're a graphic design professional or someone with a social media presence striving to upload quality contents, you have come to the right place. In this video from Simplilearn, we will be talking about some of the top AI tools that you can use for your creative needs. We will take a walkthrough of each of these tools and will explore how each of these will help you enhance your creativity.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
But before we begin, if you are interested in a career in UI UX, join our immersive UI UX certification program and become an expert in just 5 months. The course offers live online classes led by renowned faculty from IIIT Bangalore. Get hands-on with capstone projects, craft your portfolio on Dribbble, and receive personalized coaching on top designer tools. And the best part? Simplilearn's job assistance is here to support your journey every step of the way. Enroll now and unlock endless possibilities in the realm of UI UX design. The course link is in the description box and pinned comments. So, without further ado, let's get started. So first up, we have Chroma. So this AI-powered color tool helps designers find the perfect color combinations based on their preferences. By learning your color style, Chroma generates palettes, gradients, and even patterns that match your unique taste. It's a game changer for anyone looking to perfect their color scheme. Now let's see the Chroma's website. So this is the Chroma's website. So we will start with generate. So the first step is to select 50 colors that appeal to you. So you can select the 50 colors that you like. So this process allows Chroma to learn your color preferences and style. Here you can see a variety of colors. So simply click on the ones you like. Chroma uses these selections to generate personalized color palettes. And then start training. Now this step might take a few minutes, but it's essential for the AI to understand your taste. Now you'll see the main dashboard where Chroma presents different color combinations, gradients, and patterns. So first let's explore the palettes tab. Yeah, this is the palettes tab. Just a moment. So here Chroma shows various color palettes based on our selected preferences. So each palette includes a combination of colors that work well together. So for example, you can click here to see more details and even save your favorites for later use. Now in the gradients tab, you'll find beautiful gradient options. So these are perfect for creating visually appealing backgrounds or overlay effects in your designs. So again, these gradients are tailored to your color preferences. Now let's talk about font joy. Now choosing the right font pairing can be challenging, but font joy makes it a breeze. Using AI, it suggests font pairings that work harmoniously together, allowing you to create visually appealing typography effortlessly. Now let's see how font joy works. So to get started, click on Generate. Now FontJoy will present you with a random pairing of fonts. So this can be a great starting point for exploring different combinations. So if you find a font you like, you can lock it by clicking the lock icon. This tells FontJoy to keep this font while generating new pairings for the other text elements. For example, let's lock the header font. This is the header, so let's lock the header font. Yeah, it is locked. And generate new pairings for the body text. Yeah. So as you can see, locking a font allows you to experiment with different combinations until you find the perfect match. So you can continue this process until you're satisfied with both fonts. Now FontJoy also offers sliders to adjust the contrast and similarity between the fonts. So by moving these sliders, you can fine-tune the pairing to match your design needs, whether you want fonts that are very distinct or more similar. So once you have found a pairing you like, you can preview it in various contexts, such as headers, body text, and paragraphs. Now this helps you to see how the fonts will look together in a real-world setting. Now next, we have Adobe Firefly. Now Adobe Firefly is another incredible tool, which is a part of Adobe's suite of AI-driven features. It uses AI to automate repetitive design tasks like content-aware fill, intelligent scaling, and even generating realistic textures and effects. It's designed to integrate seamlessly with your existing Adobe tools, making your workflow smoother and more efficient. So for that, first you have to log into Adobe Firefly with your Adobe ID. So once in, you'll see the dashboard with various AI-powered tools. So these are the various AI-powered tools. So first, let's look at the text-to-image tool. So this is the text-to-image tool. So the tool creates images from text descriptions. So simply type what you want and Firefly generates an image matching your descriptions. So you can type a chef cooking steak. So let's see what will come. Okay, you have to sign in. You can, if you don't have an Adobe ID, you can sign in through Google account also. So we gave a prompt which is a chef cooking steak and these are the results. So you can experiment with different texts to get varied results. Now next we have generative fill. So the generative fill lets you fill or replace parts of an image. So for example, you can select this image and you can select the area which you want to replace. So we'll select the background. Either you can use a brush like this or you can select a background. Now the background is selected and here you can give a prompt like with which kind of picture you want to replace it. Like for example, we'll give a peaceful lake. A peaceful lake. See, so as you can see, Firefly seamlessly fills the area with generated contents. So this is great for removing unwanted elements or adding new features. Now next we have Visily AI. Now for those involved in UI UX design, Visily AI is a must-have. It uses AI to transform sketches into high-fidelity wireframes, complete with interactive elements. This can save hours of manual work and help you visualize your ideas more quickly. So now let's see how that can be done. Yeah, so to get started, click on Start Designing. So you'll be taken to a blank canvas where you can either start drawing directly or upload your sketches and screenshots. So let's upload an image of a UI design. Like for example, I have taken a screenshot of Amazon's web page. So let's just add that. So this will go to your file manager and you can add your screenshot. And once you upload, Visly AI will analyze it. Now Visly AI automatically converts your uploaded image into a wireframe. So as you can see here. So the AI identifies UI components like buttons, text fields, etc. And it will turn them into editable elements. Like for example, I can, type over here. So it will transform it into editable elements. So you can also adjust the properties of each element by selecting it and then using the right-hand panel. So Visly AI saves your project to the cloud, allowing you to access it from anywhere. Now, if you want to download your wireframe after editing, now you can click on the export button. Yeah, and you can choose to download your project, whether you need it as an image file, a PDF, or even export it to other design tools like Figma. So that was it about Visly AI. Now we have Luca. So Luca is a fantastic AI tool for branding. So whether you are a startup needing a logo or a designer seeking inspiration, Luca generates professional logo designs based on your preferences. It's intuitive, fast, and surprisingly effective. So to begin, click Get Started on Luca. So first you have to enter your company name. Like for example, Techies Hub. So this is my company name. And then you have to select your industry to help tailor logo suggestions to your business. Yeah, so it's basically information technology. Yeah. So next you can choose a few logo styles, colors, and symbols you like. So these choices help Luca match your brand's personality. For example, I'll choose this, and yeah, this. And then click continue. And also you can, select few color options that you like. I'll go for red, silver, and blue. Yeah. And also you can add a slogan. So here's the future. Yeah. And you can also pick some symbols like software, IT, technology, programming, digital, etc. And then press continue. So now these are the generated, some of the generated logos. So you can, select any of the logo. Like for example, I'm selecting this logo. Yeah. And then you can go to customize. And you can edit, you can change the selected logo. You can edit it according to your wish, and then you can download it. So to download, click download and choose the package that suits your need. Okay, so you actually have to select a package which suits your needs to download. So Luca offers file formats like PNG, SVG, and PDF, ideal for both web and print use. Now next we have FigJam. Now FigJam AI, which is a part of Figma, is perfect for collaborative design work. It uses AI to enhance brainstorming sessions, generate design ideas, and streamline communication among team members. So it's like having a smart assistant that helps your team stay creative and productive. So now let's see how FigJam works. So log in or click Get Started to open a new FigJam board. So you can create a new board and start adding sticky notes. So for adding sticky notes, you just have to press S, and then here you have a sticky note. So you can use different colors to categorize your ideas for different sticky notes. Like for example, I will add 3 sticky notes over here. Sorry. Yeah, I'll just bring it here. 3 sticky notes. And for this note, I will give a different color, maybe a yellow color. And here I'll give a different color so that you can organize your thoughts, right? And also you can organize your thoughts with shapes and connectors. Like you can connect between sticky notes. Like for example, this is the connector option. So you can press this. Either you can take a straight line connector or a curving connector. So I'm just, connecting these 2 sticky notes. So yeah, this is how you can organize the thoughts that you write down. Now you can import images or screenshots also by clicking insert. Like for example, here you have a more option. Okay. And through this, you can also insert some other ideas for references. So you can save your work by clicking file. So here you have file option. So you can, just a moment, yeah. You have file option, so you can even save it, also export it. And also you can share the link. So here you can share the link so that you can collaborate with other users also, because everyone can add, like whoever is there in your team can add the notes, drawings and comments simultaneously.
It's a wrap on UI UX design course for beginners 2026. Now you have a clear understanding of the UI UX design process and how to start building intuitive, user-friendly design. Whether you're just starting out or looking to level up, remember, design is all about practicing and learning from real-world projects. Don't forget to like, subscribe and hit the bell icon for more such tutorials. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.